Chapter 1. A Beautiful New World. Gao Fei felt as if he had been trapped in a dream that lasted for a century. As he opened his heavy eyelids and awakened from slumber, he found himself parched and longing for a drink of water. He reached out, only to discover that he could not find a glass of water that he usually kept on his bedside table. In that moment, he realized that he was not in his bedroom anymore, but rather in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Beneath him lay a spacious wooden bed, large enough for him to roll around in, its pristine white bedding exuding a softness that felt like it was filled with the finest feathers, nothing like the poor-quality duck-down comforter he was accustomed to. Where am I? Gao Fei pondered, feeling a disconnection in his memory. The last thing he recalled was a night of heavy drinking at a bar with friends, and then bringing a voluptuous woman home with him. Could it be that I misremembered? Instead of going home, am I at her place? Her decor has quite an exotic flair, he concluded as he rapped his forehead, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Settled into the comfort of his bed, Gao Fei surveyed the vastness of the room. It was richly adorned in a classical Western style. Both the furniture and wardrobe exuded an antiquated elegance. Such an uncommon decor, I can't even spot a single electrical outlet on the walls. People these days truly love retro styles, he muttered to himself. Rising from the bed, he yanked open the curtains of the window, and sunlight streamed in, bathing him in warmth. Wait, what in the world? Gao Fei's gaze outside was met with shock. Since when did Beijing have such an elegant view? The air was infused with the aroma of damp earth, and a garden filled with violets and grass spread before him, complete with a small fountain gushing its refreshing waters freely. In the distance stood rows of buildings reminiscent of classical European architecture. Despite having traveled to Europe, Gao Fei couldn't identify the specific style. Surely there aren't any neighborhoods like this in the city, he marveled, his senses tingling with a hint of unease. At that moment, he noticed something else about his attire. What happened to my clothes? Gao Fei touched the black formal suit he now wore, his gaze drawn to the mirror hanging on the wall. Reflected back at him was the image of a young man clad in a classical European tailcoat. With black eyes and hair, his face was strikingly handsome, yet it bore a pallor that was slightly unsettling. Who is this? How did I end up looking like this? Gao Fei gasped, just as a sudden pain gripped his head, a rush of foreign memories flooding into his mind. These memories revealed that the owner of this body was named Jonathan. Jonathan, Gao Fei whispered, bewilderment washing over him. Then who am I? How did I become this person? Just then, footsteps echoed from beyond the door, startling Gao Fei. In his confusion, he instinctively dove beneath the bed for cover. The door swung open, and he caught sight of a pair of feet clad in old-fashioned black leather shoes, followed by the voice of an elderly man. Where has the Lord gone? Who is this Lord they speak of? Could it be me? Gao Fei mused silently. The fragmented memories in his mind still adjusting to their presence indicated that Jonathan, the individual he now inhabited, was indeed the young master of this household. The old man's voice seemed to raise a commotion, and soon many people flocked into the room. Lying under the bed, Gao Fei suppressed his breath. Some of the memories informed him that these people held a rather negative impression of him, to the extent that a few even wished for his demise. Until he understood the situation, Gao Fei, possessing a deep appreciation for his life, refused to take any risks. Where is he? How could he just vanish? A young woman's voice piped in, icy and stern, and Gao Fei's mind quickly conjured the image of an icy beauty. The memory told him her name was Rachel, the housekeeper of Ravenwood Manor. Could he have been kidnapped? Quavered the elderly man. The memory associated with the elder felt familiar. He was Robinson, the male steward of Ravenwood Manor. At 60, he had watched Jonathan grow up, and they shared a close bond. Who would kidnap a nearly dead man? Came the hateful voice of Jonathan's brother, Chris. The remnants of memory revealed that Chris would do anything to see Jonathan dead so that he could seize the territory for himself. Territory? Gao Fei's curiosity piqued as he sensed something intriguing in the memories. He focused intently on searching through the shards of information regarding this. Before long, Gao Fei concluded that he had crossed over and occupied the body of a noble lord. Ravenwood Manor, Sunset Castle, Pegasus Pastures, Nottingham Forest, mines, and 1,000 taxable subjects flying through Gao Fei's mind were the assets belonging to Jonathan, nearly making him salivate. At that moment, Gao Fei confirmed that he had indeed arrived in a different realm, inhabiting the body of a wealthy and powerful viscount. This revelation swiftly washed away any lingering sorrow about leaving his old world behind. My dream was always to be a wealthy and charming playboy, wandering the streets with a few lackeys, teasing pretty girls as I went. Who would have thought I'd achieve that dream so quickly? Gao Fei mused happily, emerging from beneath the bed and clearing his throat to draw everyone's attention. I'm right here. As his head popped out, the people in the room were instantly startled, their collective gazes converging upon him. You don't recognize me? Gao Fei, naturally thick-skinned, found it effortless to feign composure with the assistance of Jonathan's memories. My lord, you are finally awake, Robinson cried, tears flowing down his cheeks as he rushed toward Jonathan. Cough, cough. Robinson, you're crushing me, Gao Fei groused, nearly doubting Robinson's intent to suffocate him through an embrace. I'm so sorry, my lord. I was just too overwhelmed. Robinson released Gao Fei, hurriedly wiping his tears away. At that moment, Gao Fei had the chance to size up the other occupants in the room. A young woman clad in a flowing black gown caught his eye. She had striking green eyes and an alluring figure, but her frosty demeanor suggested she was impervious to intimacy. This must be Rachel, the housekeeper. Well, not bad looking, albeit a bit frosty, Gao Fei thought to himself. Beside Rachel stood a young man, bearing some resemblance to Jonathan, but with golden hair. The thinly veiled malice in his gaze made it clear that he was Jonathan's brother, Chris. Clearly hostile, does he really wish me dead? Gao Fei felt a wave of wariness wash over him. Finally, there was a sweet little girl around 13 or 14 adorably dressed in a fluffy white dress, her large eyes sparkling with innocence as she stared up at him. Who is this lovely little girl? My sister? He wondered, rummaging through his memories for an answer, only to discover a shocking revelation. My fiancée, Nana? Gao Fei found this hard to believe. Surely, there had been a mistake. How could someone so young possibly be engaged to Jonathan? Though he had previously held affection for younger girls in his former world, he had never truly pursued anything. This sudden engagement to a child felt convoluted, like a monk stumbling into a brothel, leading to a complex emotional response. Now that our Lord has awakened, we must hurry back to the banquet. The guests are waiting anxiously, Rachel stated coldly. What banquet? Gao Fei was taken aback. Nothing of this sort had entered his memories. Have you bumped your head? It's your wedding banquet with Nana, Chris sneered, revealing his disdain. The innocent and adorable Nana blinked her large eyes, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Yes, we're getting married today. She spoke with such childlike sincerity that Gao Fei couldn't help but wonder whether she truly understood the meaning of marriage. My lord, are you feeling well? If you're too fatigued, you don't have to push yourself, Robinson offered, concern etching his features. Of course not. There are so many guests waiting, you must attend, Rachel insisted, dismissing any notion of failing to fulfill social obligations. Gao Fei cast an irritable glance at Rachel. Though beautiful, her unpleasant demeanor was truly off-putting. However, being new to all of this, he decided against making an enemy for now. Fine, let's not keep the guests waiting. Upon hearing his words, expressions of surprise crossed the faces of both Rachel and Chris. It was at that moment that Gao Fei began to glean the essence of Jonathan's character through his memories. That, oh heavens, he was such a scoundrel? As Gao Fei followed Rachel toward the banquet hall, he glanced around the lavishly decorated surroundings, piecing together Jonathan's true nature through the fragments of memory that filled his man not well regarded by those around him. Jonathan Ravenwood, Viscount of the Kingdom of Leven, was the eldest son of the late Lord Drent Ravenwood. Orphaned at a young age, he had been spoiled and raised with an arrogant disposition. After a brief stint at the Royal University of Leven, where he was expelled for inappropriate conduct with the principal's daughter, he returned to his hometown of Longxi Town, where his daily endeavors consisted of indulging in gambling and debauchery, known unfavorably in tandem with the monstrous beasts of Moer Mine and the peculiar fish of Rice Lake. 1 month ago, the old Lord Drent Ravenwood passed away, leaving Jonathan as the new lord of Longxi Town per his will. Today's wedding was also arranged in accordance with his late father's wishes. Jonathan's fiancée, Nana, belonged to the Horton family, closely related to the Ravenwood lineage, and the urgency of the marriage likely stemmed from a final effort on the old lord's part to secure his son's standing. However, halfway through the ceremony, the much-maligned playboy Jonathan had suddenly taken ill, collapsing to the ground. Upon awakening, Jonathan's soul had presumably departed for another world, leaving Gao Fei in his place. As the events replayed in Gao Fei's mind, he gleaned an understanding of his peculiar predicament. Although Jonathan's personality was decidedly unsavory, Gao Fei found the overall situation somewhat fitting, considering his own history had never been the paragon of virtue. Following Rachel through several corridors, they finally arrived at the banquet hall designated for the wedding. The opulent chamber buzzed with a celebratory atmosphere, crammed with over 200 guests. The men donned black suits, while the women adorned elegant long gowns, some of which left little to the imagination. The moment Gao Fei stepped into the hall, his gaze darted around, drinking in the lavish decorations and the figures of beautiful women, wishing earnestly for a third I'd have taken the abundance of splendor. As Gao Fei entered, applause erupted among the guests. Drawing upon the scant knowledge of etiquette left in his memory, he returned the greeting with a smile, striving to appear amiable. Yet it was evident the crowd feigned interest. No matter how well he tried to play the role, their eyes flickered away from him the moment they caught sight of his face. What a wretched figure this is, Gao Fei lamented inwardly. As he followed Rachel to the center of the hall, a platform had been set up where an elderly man in a black robe, sporting a symbolic crest, stood poised to officiate the ceremony. Stealing a glance at Nana, who looked as if she were a doll, Gao Fei found himself in disbelief. Here he was, freshly arrived in a new world, and already thrust into a wedding with a child no less. The mere thought of what the wedding night might entail sent waves of anxiety through him. How could he possibly defile someone so innocent? He might possess a mischievous streak and a penchant for mischief, but he was certainly no beast. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The Lord has only suffered a minor injury and will be all right. We now resume the wedding, Rachel announced, stepping onto the platform to address the guests. The applause that followed sounded sporadic, suggesting Jonathan was not particularly missed. In fact, Gao Fei suspected that if Rachel declared, "Lord Jonathan has sadly passed away," the applause would likely have been thunderous. Robinson pulled Gao Fei aside, signaling for him to ascend the platform. At that moment, marrying him off was the only option. Statement of regret ruled out. He had no choice but to stand on the stage with his new bride, the childlike Nana. As the two stepped onto the platform, the music began to play, and Gao Fei noticed a small band in the corner energetically performing a cheerful tune. The pastor trembled as he gestured before him, then slowly opened the book he held as he began, "Welcome, everyone. Today, we are gathered for the sacred union of Lord Jonathan Ravenwood and Miss Nana Horton. Is there anyone present who believes that this marriage defies the will of the Almighty?" Unless Gao Fei had gone mad, he certainly wouldn't raise his hand. Nana, however, displayed a sweet smile, clearly treating this as a fun game, oblivious to the actual meaning of marriage. The pastor evidently had low expectations of dissent, as he continued forth. "Is there anyone here who can offer reasonable grounds to declare that this marriage is contrary to the will of the Almighty?" Casting his gaze over the crowd, Gao Fei perceived the pastor's eyes practically pleading, "Come on, let someone call out this jerk." Alas, no one uttered a word. Silence reigned, devoid of the melodramatic scene where someone bursts forth from the crowd to claim the bride. "Well then, Jonathan, do you take Nana Horton to be your lawful wife?" The pastor turned toward Gao Fei. Gao Fei hesitated for the briefest moment before raising his chin and declaring, "I do." "And Miss Nana, do you accept Jonathan Ravenwood as your lawful husband?" She chimed in with her childlike voice, "I do." "Very well, now please exchange rings." The pastor produced 2 silver rings, handing one to Gao Fei and the other to Nana. Due to their height difference, Gao Fei had to kneel down to place the tiny silver ring on Nana's finger, as she giggled adorably, treating this as a playful game. Once both rings were in place, the pastor instructed, "By the power bestowed upon me by the Almighty, I now declare you formally united in marriage. You may kiss your bride now, Jonathan." "A kiss?" Gao Fei groaned internally, but reluctantly lowered himself to plant a fleeting kiss on Nana's lips. Caught off guard, Nana blinked wide-eyed at Gao Fei, seemingly shocked. Applause. With that, the sound of clapping erupted, signaling the conclusion of the wedding. The guests appeared eager to disperse, even as Rachel and Robinson urged them to stay for the lavish feast prepared post-ceremony. A considerable number of attendees quickly exited. I truly am an unwelcome guest. Gao Fei scratched his head, wearing an expression of innocence as he contemplated his status. A full bottle of red wine later, Gao Fei sat on the edge of the bed, watching as Nana slept peacefully. Now that they were officially husband and wife, the wedding night, as one might term it in his former world, was supposed to be a momentous occasion. Yet despite Nana's ethereal presence beside him in her sheer nightgown, Gao Fei felt utterly bereft of desire. "I am not a beast," he muttered, gathering the sheets before stealthily making his way to the door. He opted to spend the night in the study instead. As he gently closed the door behind him, he entered the adjacent study, lit the oil lamp on the desk, and let out a deep sigh. What should have been a lovely wedding night was instead to be spent on the cold floor of the study. Anyone would feel disheartened by such a turn of events, and it was no wonder that Gao Fei was feeling quite put out. Nonetheless, the chilly floor aided him in thinking clearly. Despite having consumed ample alcohol, he was determined to piece together the events of the day, alongside the remnants of memories clattering in his mind, to gain a foundational understanding of this new world. This continent was known as Alpha, where the Ravenwood family resided in the Kingdom of Levin, the most powerful human realm within this entire expanse, situated in the eastern part of the continent. To its north lay the Beastman-established Flame Dynasty, while the northwest housed the Dwarven Kingdom of Rockstone. Centrally placed was another human kingdom known as Shagwa, and to the southwest resided the Elven-established Moonshadow Kingdom. On the eastern seas, the gnomes had founded the Kingdom of Banify. Humans, beastmen, dwarves, elves, and gnomes. This land is filled with magic and martial energy. My goodness, if it weren't for the different geographical backdrop, I'd swear I had entered a world reminiscent of a monster fantasy game. He lamented, cradling his head while marveling at the fascination of this new realm. While he was lost in contemplation, the door to the study creaked open gently. "Who is it?" Gao Fei jumped, startled. "My lord, why are you here in the study?" Robinson stepped inside, gazing quizzically at him. You know how it is, Nana is still a child," Gao Fei sighed, lamenting his wishes to create unforgettable memories on the very first day in this new world. "Have you forgotten the late lord's will?" Robinson questioned, confusion overtaking his features. "Will? Well. Gao Fei was taken aback, realizing that Jonathan's memories were indeed incomplete, critical aspects were missing. "The late lord's will clearly stipulates that for 3 years, you are only to serve as the temporary lord. If you cannot bear a son to carry on the family line within those 3 years, you shall yield your position to your brother Chris," Robinson explained. "Such a will exists? Isn't the lord supposed to be a stallion?" Gao Fei erupted, infuriated. That deceased lord truly was a scoundrel. What a ridiculous condition. "Yet, it is the late lord's will, and it is unchangeable," Robinson said, tone resigned. "I also believe that Lady Nana is far too young." "Indeed, you're right. Nana is just a little girl. How could she possibly give birth within 3 years? Fortunately, my lord can still take a wife," Robinson added, "so it is imperative to act quickly and find other consorts to bear children. Otherwise?" Gao Fei, who assumed he would be bound to Nana exclusively, perked up at Robinson's words. "How many wives can one have in this world?" Robinson, oblivious to the nuances in Gao Fei's enthusiasm, explained, "As you are only the acting lord for now, you cannot enjoy the full privileges of lordship, but you may marry up to 4 wives. For Gao Fei gaped, nearly beside himself with joy. Robinson misinterpreted Gao Fei's enthusiasm, hastily adding, "My lord, for is indeed insufficient. But once the 3 years have passed and you become the formal lord, you will have the right to marry 8 wives. If you elevate your status further, it's even possible to emulate the Duke of Mannheim and have 24 wives. 24 Gao Fei could feel a thrill of excitement welling up within him, reminiscent of a kitten scratching at his insides. In his original world, he had only heard of emperors with multiple palaces and dozens of consorts. While not being able to indulge in such opulence here, gaining 8 wives based on the current circumstances could still be seen as plentiful more than even that famous character from Gene Young's novels. This world is truly wonderful. Gao Fei felt immensely pleased, his fondness for this new reality growing by the minute. "My lord, have you decided?" If so, I can start preparing to find suitable wives for you to bear children tomorrow, Robinson inquired. Leave this matter to you, Gao Fei replied solemnly, placing a reassuring hand on Robinson's shoulder, entrusting him with the responsibility. After Robinson departed, Gao Fei couldn't hold back any longer, leaping to his feet and letting out a roar of triumph. From this day forth, I am Jonathan Ravenwood, a beautiful new world. Here I come. Chapter 2. Everyone hates Jonathan. Early the next morning, Jonathan was roused from his slumber by Robinson's persistent knocking at the door. With bleary eyes, he inquired, "What is it? What time is it?" "My lord. According to protocol, you are to pay a visit to your father-in-law today," Robinson replied. "I see," Jonathan muttered as he scratched his tousled hair and reluctantly rose. This strange world was fraught with inconveniences compared to the reality he once knew, with the absence of electricity being the most significant. Moreover, everyday essentials such as toothpaste, facial cleansers, and body wash were entirely lacking. The process of brushing his teeth had been replaced by chewing on a leaf known as silverleaf, which left a refreshing aroma in his mouth, proving to be rather effective. For washing his face and bathing, he had to resort to a rather coarse soap that, while effective in cleansing, lacked any delightful scent, leaving Jonathan feeling quite unaccustomed. Once he was dressed in his formal attire, Jonathan stood before the mirror. The reflection staring back at him appeared quite respectable. Indeed, it was true that clothing could elevate one's appearance. Though Jonathan's reputation was somewhat tarnished, he was not without charm, and a stranger unfamiliar with his notoriety might well mistake him for a dashing young nobleman. "Madame Nana has arrived," Robinson announced from behind him as Jonathan admired himself in the mirror. Turning around, Jonathan beheld Raquel and Nana holding hands, standing behind him. Raquel was adorned in a delicate green gown, reminiscent of the opulent attire of European nobility from the medieval era. In contrast, Nana continued to embody her charming essence, donning a delightful canary yellow puff dress that accentuated her petite and adorable stature. "My lord, the carriage is ready. Shall we depart?" Robinson said. Jonathan nodded, and the four of them descended the stairs in single file. Arriving at the entrance, it was not until this moment that Jonathan stepped outside the house for the first time. He inhaled the crisp air and gazed up at the azure sky, reflecting on how refreshing an unpolluted environment could be. "Please, get in," Robinson said, opening the carriage door for Jonathan as a team of 4 horses halted before them. However, Jonathan did not immediately board. Instead, he turned to Raquel and Nana, saying, "Ladies first." Raquel was momentarily taken aback, her face betraying a look of confusion, but upon seeing Jonathan's warm and amiable smile, she took Nana's hand and stepped into the carriage. Once they were settled, Jonathan and Robinson followed suit. Raquel and Robinson occupied one side, while the newlywed couple, Jonathan and Nana, took their place on the opposite side. Nana, perhaps still drowsy, promptly leaned against Jonathan's shoulder and fell asleep as soon as they boarded the carriage. Jonathan gazed down at her delicate, jade-like face and couldn't resist giving her a gentle pinch. The little one immediately retaliated by drooling a long stream of saliva, soaking Jonathan's sleeve. "Ahem! My lord, your handkerchief," Robinson coughed, producing a handkerchief from his collar and offering it to Jonathan. Embarrassed, Jonathan wiped away the drool, wondering if Nana still wet the bed in her sleep. The carriage set off, rolling smoothly. This marked Jonathan's inaugural ride in a carriage, which filled him with a sense of excitement. However, he soon noticed that Raquel, sitting across from him, seemed somewhat off. This icy beauty, the housekeeper, appeared to be quite young, based on Jonathan's experience estimating women's ages in the dim light of bars. She likely did not exceed 25. Her beauty was undeniable, with striking blue eyes reminiscent of a deep, azure lake. Unfortunately, her countenance was perpetually shrouded in an air of frostiness that deterred any approach, and she rarely smiled. Raquel sat poised across from Jonathan, her gaze occasionally drifting over to him, lingering for a second or two. Yet, upon realizing Jonathan was looking back, she would immediately avert her eyes, feigning interest in the scenery outside. Jonathan stifled a chuckle, recalling the many aloof yet flirtatious women he had encountered during his bar-hopping days, all eventually succumbing to his charms. "Could it be that she harbors a secret affection for me?" Jonathan mused. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, as he discerned that Raquel's glances were devoid of admiration. Instead, They were tinged with resentment and suspicion. Oh no, has she uncovered something amiss? Jonathan's mind raced. A guiding principle Jonathan often adhered to was strike first to gain the upper hand, and sensing Raquel's unusual demeanor, he resolved to take the initiative. Robinson, what are your thoughts on last night's events? Jonathan began. Robinson inclined his body slightly, responding, I have sent someone to inquire in town and will ensure we select a few suitable candidates who are both healthy and of reputable background. Actually, I believe there is no need for such trouble. There is already an excellent candidate within the household, Jonathan said with a cheerful smile. Who might that be, my lord? Robinson inquired, looking somewhat perplexed. The realization dawned on Raquel, who immediately widened her eyes, her lips pressing together in a tight line, indicating her anxiety. Far from distant, yet close at hand, Jonathan remarked, casting a suggestive glance over Raquel, his eyes scanning her from top to bottom as if they could strip away her clothing. With a slight smirk, he embodied the very image of a rogue. To his surprise, Raquel's face flushed, and with a voice laced with irritation, she retorted, My lord, please maintain your decorum. My lord, Raquel is a devoted servant of the highest deity and must not be desecrated, Robinson added. Alarmed. I was merely jesting, Jonathan waved his hand dismissively. Do you not find the journey rather dull? Robinson sighed with relief, but Raquel's expression remained dark, as if she were still troubled by Jonathan's words. In truth, Jonathan felt a pang of regret at the moment Raquel had uttered, Please maintain your decorum. A fragment of memory surged forth, illuminating the reason behind the resentment in her gaze. On that fateful rainy night when Lord Durant passed away, Jonathan and Raquel had been in the room, sorting through Durant's belongings. Suddenly, Jonathan's baser instincts had taken over, and he had attempted to assault Raquel in the absence of witnesses. Her first words during that encounter had been, Please maintain your decorum, followed by a fierce struggle, culminating in her biting his forearm to escape his grasp. As Jonathan recalled this incident, he instinctively touched the still-healing bite mark on his right forearm through his clothing. This gesture did not escape Raquel's notice, and her face deepened in color, her expression shifting from resentment to fury. Jonathan couldn't help but wonder if she were to wield a knife at that moment, would she plunge it into him to rid the world of his presence? Alas, the original owner of this body was indeed a thoroughly despicable character, Jonathan reflected. While he had not been a paragon of virtue in his previous life, at least he had adhered to some basic moral principles. The shards of memory he was piecing together unequivocally revealed that the original Jonathan had been nothing short of a scoundrel. Feeling a sense of guilt, Jonathan refrained from provoking Raquel further, instead redirecting his gaze out the window, soon captivated by the picturesque rural landscape. What kind of flower is that? Jonathan suddenly exclaimed, spotting a field of vibrant purple blossoms swaying gently in the breeze. Unable to resist, he opened the carriage window, and a wave of floral fragrance rushed into the vehicle. That is lavender, Robinson informed him. Truly beautiful, Jonathan remarked, unable to contain his admiration. How many such flower fields are there? Not many. I'm afraid. Such things cannot be consumed and are merely for aesthetic pleasure, Robinson replied. That is true, Jonathan mused, considering the technological limitations of this world. He surmised that agricultural practices were still in the rudimentary stage of farming and weaving, with most land dedicated to crops rather than frivolous flowers. I wonder how vast my territory is. Jonathan rifled through the fragments of memory, but found no information regarding this matter. Clearly, the previous Jonathan had been entirely ignorant of it. So he posed the question to Robinson. Robinson's face lit up with delight, thinking to himself that his lord had indeed developed a sense of responsibility since his marriage, as he had never previously shown any interest in such matters. My lord, as far as the eye can see, all belongs to the Ravenhold family, and it is currently entrusted to tenant farmers for cultivation, Robinson joyfully responded. Is it really that expansive? Jonathan nearly began counting the vast area on his fingers, but quickly abandoned the effort, realizing he could not tally even with the inclusion of his toes. Nevertheless, the realization that he possessed such a vast estate filled him with exuberance. I used to play the subordinate to my boss and clients because fate had not granted me an opportunity. Now that I have one, I shall seize the moment and accomplish something great. An unexplainable surge of ambition welled up within Jonathan. However, his exuberance startled Raquel, as his expression at that moment bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had worn when he had attempted to assault her. Fortunately, with Robinson and Nana present in the carriage, Raquel refrained from crying out for help. The carriage traversed a bumpy stretch of road, causing some jolting. Nana stirred awake, her eyes still bleary as she asked, "Have we arrived?" "Not yet. You may sleep a little longer," Jonathan replied kindly, gently cradling Nana's face with his hand to make her more comfortable. With a soft murmur, she turned over, nestling against Jonathan's thigh, and drifted back into slumber. The journey was only halfway through when Jonathan, reluctant to let Rachel misinterpret his lingering wolfish nature, peered cautiously outside. It was at that moment he noticed two figures behind the carriage, clad in black leather armor and bearing long swords, who were panting heavily as they sprinted alongside. "Who are they?" Jonathan inquired, astonished, of Robinson. "They are the Lord's bodyguards, always accompanying him when he ventures out," Robinson replied. Jonathan paused, then recalled relevant fragments from his memory. Given Jonathan's notorious reputation, if he were to appear alone in Longshi town, he would likely be assassinated. Thus, for his safety, he always took varying numbers of bodyguards with him during his nefarious escapades to help him oppress the innocent. The two men running behind the carriage were warriors from the Territorial Guard, dispatched to serve as his protectors on this outing. "Stop the carriage, stop!" Jonathan rapped on the carriage's side. The carriage slowed and gradually came to a halt. "My lord, what do you intend to do?" Robinson asked, puzzled. Jonathan did not respond but instead opened the door and stepped out. The two bodyguards stood at the rear of the carriage, gasping for breath, their expressions a mix of confusion and uncertainty regarding his intentions. Both were of average build, their faces pale and seemingly malnourished. Their worn leather armor appeared tattered, and their swords seemed to be rusted. Jonathan furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, he circled the carriage and instructed the two bodyguards, "You two? Stand on the footboard by the door and hold on to the handrail. Do not fall off." "My lord?" The bodyguards exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether this was truly the infamous Jonathan, the tyrant who had nearly driven every subordinate to madness. "I apologize for my past behavior that burdened you. From now on, when we go out, you may stand on the footboard. It need not be such a struggle." Jonathan, though unwilling to venture out without bodyguards, sought to enhance their treatment instead. Having said this, he returned to the carriage, and after several invitations from Jonathan, the two bodyguards hesitantly climbed aboard, taking their positions on either side of the footboard. "My lord, you have matured," Robinson remarked with delight. Ever since Jonathan's fainting spell the previous day, he seemed to have transformed. Despite consuming an extraordinary amount of alcohol the night before, he had surprisingly caused no trouble, and his conduct today was remarkably proper, instilling a glimmer of hope in Robinson, who had long wished for Jonathan's redemption. Jonathan smiled. "I cannot allow them to run all the way to our destination. If they are too exhausted to stand, how can they protect me?" In truth, this was not Jonathan's genuine sentiment. Rather, it was the influence of his entrenched belief in violence that motivated his actions. He was acutely aware that his position as Lord was not as secure as it seemed, especially with that detestable brother, Chris, to be wary of, as well as the populace that harbored animosity towards him, who might stir up trouble. In light of this, he planned to adopt a conciliatory approach to win over the Territorial Guard, believing that with a strong military backing, he could quell any disturbances. Although the carriage now bore 2 additional passengers, the 4 spirited horses maintained their vigor, effortlessly transporting everyone to their destination, Horton Manor. Upon arriving at the manor's entrance, a gathering awaited them. Robinson disembarked first and then opened the door for Jonathan. Jonathan, beaming with a smile as he held the recently awakened Nana, was about to greet the unfamiliar relatives from her maternal side when he noticed the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the welcoming party. "Nana, are you all right?" a woman in her 30s exclaimed upon spotting Nana. "Mama." Nana's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as she broke free from Jonathan's grasp and dashed into the woman's embrace. "So this is my mother-in-law. Shouldn't a mother be increasingly pleased to see her son-in-law? Why does her expression seem so grim, as if I were a villain who had kidnapped her daughter?" Jonathan pondered, feeling perplexed. Just then, a burly man approached with a grim demeanor and addressed Jonathan. "Lord Horton is waiting for you inside. Follow me." "Who are you?" Jonathan asked. Puzzled, behind him, Robinson tugged at Jonathan's sleeve, whispering, This is your father-in-law, Mr. Drake Horton. Good day to you, father-in-law, Jonathan stammered, devoid of any memory of the man before him, offering an awkward smile in an attempt to shake his hand. Unfortunately, Drake offered no opportunity, huffing dismissively before turning away. A throng from the Horton family led the way, with Jonathan, Robinson, Rachel, and the two bodyguards named James and Paul trailing behind, utterly devoid of the sense of being esteemed guests. Robinson, isn't Nana the daughter of that Viscount? Jonathan inquired quietly, sensing something amiss. Robinson, a tad embarrassed, replied, My lord, your engagement was indeed arranged with Miss Melissa, the daughter of Viscount Horton. However, after the lord's passing, he reneged, insisting on marrying his niece. Nana, to you instead. What a fickle turn of events, Jonathan fumed. You cannot entirely blame Viscount Horton. It is your own actions that have given them leverage, Robinson replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. What did I do? I seem to have forgotten some things after hitting my head yesterday. Noticing Robinson's unease, Jonathan grew curious. It's the incident from last week when you went to the casino in Nottingham, lost everything, and ended up streaking down the street. Viscount Horton used the pretext that you had disgraced the noble name to withdraw his support. Thankfully, Rachel stood her ground. Otherwise, even Nana would not have been able to marry you. Robinson explained. Streaking. Jonathan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, realizing he had underestimated the former Jonathan's misdeeds. He had indeed committed such an embarrassing act. What infuriated him further was that after such a disgraceful incident, the blame had been shifted onto him, utterly despicable. It is only natural for your in-laws to harbor reservations. After all, they have but this one daughter. If it weren't for their relatively low status in the Horton family, they would not have been able to marry Nana to you, Robinson sighed. My lord, you have committed many misdeeds in the past. It is time to mature and shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Ravenhold family. I shall, Jonathan replied, crestfallen. He estimated that even if he performed poorly, he could not possibly be worse than the previous Jonathan. Horton Manor was quite expansive, and after approximately 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at a grandiose mansion. The doors stood ajar, flanked by several guards in splendid armor, each robust and rosy-cheeked, a stark contrast to Jonathan's two pallid, poorly equipped bodyguards. Esteemed Jonathan Ravenhold, I am Robert, the secretary to Viscount Horton, here to welcome you on behalf of the Viscount. A cheerful young man with golden hair and tortoiseshell glasses appeared at the entrance, exuding an air of refinement. Hello, Jonathan greeted listlessly, shaking his hand. Following Robert's lead, he entered through the grand door, traversing a long corridor, and pushed open an ornately decorated red door, entering the reception room. Dear Jonathan, my nephew-in-law, you have finally arrived. A portly, balding man approached, vigorously shaking Jonathan's hand. This was Peter Horton, the patriarch of the Horton family and a viscount of the Kingdom of Raven. My dear uncle, please accept my highest regards, Jonathan replied, kissing the viscount's cheek, adhering to the etiquette Robinson had instructed him in. My dear niece Nana, you have grown into a fine young lady. The viscount beamed at Nana. The bond between Nana and Viscount Horton seemed strained. She pouted and frowned as she planted a quick peck on his cheek. The viscount, holding Jonathan with one hand and Nana with the other, warmly declared, The Horton family and the Ravenhold family have been neighbors for centuries, having intermarried multiple times, yet never have I been so satisfied and delighted. Of course, you would be pleased. She is not your daughter, Jonathan mused internally. He noticed Nana's parents twitching their facial muscles at this remark, evidently sharing his sentiments. The Viscount prattled on with endless pleasantries, all of which felt utterly insipid to Jonathan. Having encountered countless such clients in the past, he knew that the best strategy for dealing with someone who enjoyed rambling was to outdo them in verbosity. Thus, as others listened, the Viscount and Jonathan engaged in a meandering conversation that seemed entertaining at first, but ultimately amounted to nothing of substance. When the lunch hour arrived, both men finally paused. Parched from their chatter, Jonathan thought, what a cunning old fox. Meanwhile, the Viscount contemplated. This rogue has the makings of a con artist. Their meal was flavorless, yet both parties understood it was merely a facade of civility, and they complied as best as they could without causing a ruckus. It was only during their farewell that Nana's mother broke down in tears, her expression suggesting that Jonathan had snatched her daughter away and forbade them from ever seeing her again. Her mother's wailing frightened Nana, prompting her to join in the tears, creating a scene of chaos. Jonathan was left with no choice but to assure them that he would invite Nana's parents to stay at Ravenhold Manor for a few days each month, which finally quelled their sobs as they embarked on their journey home. Nana, weary from her tears, collapsed onto Jonathan's lap, succumbing to a deep slumber. Robinson sipped a bit of wine, appearing somewhat exhilarated as he remarked, "My lord, your performance today was commendably poised. Is that so?" Jonathan, not swayed by the flattery, sensed that something was amiss. Ravenhold and Horton, both barons of the Lavin kingdom, shared adjacent estates and had maintained amicable relations for generations. Logically, their wealth should have been comparable, yet Jonathan felt that Baron Horton looked down upon him, as if he were somehow superior. Additionally, the tattered leather armor and rusty weapons of the two bodyguards raised Jonathan's suspicions. He had an inkling that something was wrong. Just as Jonathan was about to inquire further with Robinson, a loud crash resounded as a stone shattered the carriage's glass, striking his head and causing blood to gush forth. "Who goes there?" the two bodyguards shouted. Clutching his head, Jonathan glanced outside, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure darting into the thicket by the roadside, soon vanishing from sight. The two bodyguards pursued for a moment, returning breathless, Paul carrying a note. Though he hesitated to show it to Jonathan. "Hand it over," Jonathan commanded, his anger palpable. It was a profound humiliation for a lord to be assaulted within his own domain. Reluctantly, Paul presented the note to Jonathan, who, upon reading it, gasped in shock. "Jonathan, you are a despicable scoundrel. We loathe you." It was signed, "The People of Longshi Town, Chapter 3. Predicament, how precise, how ruthless." Jonathan mused as he returned home, not from pain, but in admiration of the stone thrower's skill. The carriage's side glass was already small, and James standing on the footboard blocked half of it. For the assailant to accurately strike Jonathan's head while the carriage sped along was nothing short of miraculous. If this fellow were to hunt rabbits with stones, he would certainly hit his mark every time, Jonathan thought begrudgingly. Hunting rabbits. A spark ignited in his mind as Jonathan began to form a hypothesis. Following the incident, everyone appeared dispirited as they hastily returned to the estate. Raquel and Robinson frantically gathered antiseptic and bandages to tend to Jonathan's injury. "Ouch, that hurts," Jonathan exclaimed. "Of course it does," Raquel replied, her expression stern as she continued to scrub at his wound with force. The antiseptic's contact ignited a searing pain, prompting Jonathan to groan in discomfort. "Does it hurt a lot?" Nana timidly inquired, standing beside him. The attack had frightened her, but Jonathan's reassurances quickly calmed her. Observing Jonathan grimacing in pain, she expressed concern. "A bit?" Jonathan, unwilling to show weakness before such a small girl, feigned a stoic demeanor. Yet, Nana reached out her tiny hand to grasp Jonathan's palm, saying, "Mama says that when it hurts, holding a friend's hand helps share the burden." Jonathan paused, looking into Nana's innocent eyes, and couldn't help but smile. "Aren't you afraid of the pain?" "I am," Nana admitted, a hint of fear crossing her small face, but she straightened her posture and continued, "But you are so kind to me. I want to help you bear it. When I fell before, Mama did the same for me." Jonathan laughed, feeling a joy he hadn't experienced in years, though the injury on his forehead still throbbed. He felt oblivious to the pain, as if Nana had indeed alleviated half of it. He realized he was growing increasingly fond of this world. Early the next morning, Jonathan awoke from a night filled with nightmares. His mind clouded. In his dreams, he had been surrounded by a mob of resentful townsfolk, mercilessly pummeling him with stones and sticks. Touching the thick bandages on his head, Jonathan understood that if he did not swiftly alter his previously abominable reputation, such a scenario might very well come to pass. After a quick wash and breakfast, Jonathan summoned Robinson. "My lord, is there something you require? Is your head still paining you? Would you like me to send for Dr. Rudolph from the town?" Robinson inquired. Bowing respectfully upon seeing Jonathan, Jonathan shook his head, getting straight to the point. "Robinson, I acknowledge that I have committed many wrongdoings in the past, and this injury serves as a lesson to remind me of those foolish times. I now intend to amend my ways, and my first step is to understand what my lordship truly possesses. Please enlighten me." "Truly?" Robinson exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He recalled how clever and charming Jonathan had been as a child, convinced that he would one day inherit the estate and become a great lord. Despite Jonathan's numerous misdeeds over the years, the kind-hearted Robinson had never lost faith. Now, hearing Jonathan's earnest commitment to embrace his responsibilities, a surge of warmth filled the old steward's heart, nearly bringing him to tears. "I shall retrieve the inventory of the estate's holdings at once." Robinson turned and soon returned, carrying a substantial stack of documents. "So much?" Jonathan gasped, taken aback by the mountain of papers before him, pondering if they were all deeds to properties, which could signify untold wealth. "Are all of these mine?" he asked, grabbing a document at random. "These are the estate's assets. And these over here are the debts," Robinson clarified, handing Jonathan a small stack of papers while pushing the others aside. "Debts." Jonathan's heart sank as he beheld the towering pile of debt documents, feeling as if struck by lightning. "Indeed, my lord should be aware that nearly half of these debts were incurred by you, amounting to approximately 200,000 gold coins," Robinson explained. 200,000 gold coins. Jonathan's mind raced. He recalled that this was no trifling sum, enough to purchase an estate complete with a castle. "The repayment deadline is in 3 years, which is why your father established that will, if you do not settle down and establish a family within that time, you will be solely responsible for those debts," Robinson sighed. "My heavens, what on earth did that scoundrel do to accrue such immense debts?" Jonathan seethed, clenching his teeth as he realized that coming to this foreign world was not merely about enjoying lordship, but also shouldering a multitude of unfortunate burdens. Grabbing a debt document, Jonathan began to peruse its contents, written in 2 languages, both of which he recognized thanks to his memories. Point 1 was the common tongue of humans, while the other was Elvish script. The document clearly stated that Jonathan had incurred a debt of 15,000 gold coins during a gambling escapade 2 years prior, with a total repayment of 30,000 gold coins due within 5 years, including principal and interest. Wretched gambler. Jonathan tossed the document aside and grabbed another. This one was even more outrageous, a promissory note signed after he had been caught in a scandal on the territory of the Flame dynasty, proving he owed the husband of an orc woman 1,000 gold coins, payable in installments of 4,500 gold coins annually for 3 years, inclusive of interest. Orc. Jonathan searched his memories for the visage of the orc woman, vaguely recalling a figure resembling a mother bear, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. The original Jonathan certainly had a unique taste. Jonathan fumed inwardly, sifting through the pile of debt documents, discovering that a significant portion was indeed his own. However, another set of debts caught Jonathan's attention, particularly those related to business operations, leaving him baffled. "Robinson, what are the circumstances surrounding these debts?" Jonathan inquired, gathering the business-related documents together. Robinson glanced over them and replied, "These pertain to the family's enterprises, which have fallen into disarray, resulting in significant debts. Yet, these services are essential for the town, which is why your father has been incurring losses to maintain them." "Strange. If these services are necessary for the town, how can they be operating at a loss?" Jonathan, having some experience in the business realm, felt that something was amiss with the debt documents in his possession. "Never mind. Let's set those aside for now and discuss the assets," Jonathan said, casting a wary glance at the small stack of asset documents, sensing an ominous premonition. 10 minutes later, that premonition was realized. "What? You say the Ravenhode family is on the brink of bankruptcy?" Jonathan exclaimed in shock, feeling as though he had yet to awaken from the previous night's nightmare. "Indeed." Robinson's face was etched with sorrow. "The family has been in debt for several years, and while your father hoped to turn things around, the estate's income has dwindled year by year. It was only through borrowing 1,000 gold coins from the town's merchant, Goodman, that your wedding could be arranged." "How could this be? There are so many assets." Jonathan grasped the documents tightly. Ravenhode Manor, Sunset Castle, Pegasus Ranch, Nottingham Forest, the Copper Mine, and 1,000 tax-paying subjects. Surely with such wealth, we should be thriving. Ravenhode Manor serves as the family's residence and generates no income, with monthly maintenance and labor costs reaching 500 gold coins. Fortunately, there is rental income from leasing farmland to tenant farmers, amounting to about 10,000 gold coins annually. Sunset Castle is merely a summer retreat, with annual maintenance costs around 2,000 gold coins. The horses at Pegasus Ranch are trained for the kingdom and yield no profits whatsoever. Nottingham Forest and Copper Mountain were originally the primary sources of income for the family. However, in recent years, the presence of monstrous creatures has deterred anyone from engaging in logging or mining, thus halting our revenues, as for the annual tax contributions from 1,000 households, amounting to merely 10,000 gold coins. After remitting 4,000 coins to the crown, there remains insufficient funds to sustain the operations of the shops in the town. Robinson recounted, and Jonathan felt as though his heart had plummeted into an icy abyss. Does this mean we are merely consuming our resources? Jonathan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Robinson nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Otherwise, how would Viscount Houghton dare to annul his betrothal? Moreover, he is now seeking to purchase the lands of our estate, which are the only viable assets left. Scoundrel! Jonathan silently cursed within. The current predicament left him in a quandary. He had envisioned himself as a lord who could indulge in life's pleasures while focusing on grand ambitions, yet the seemingly illustrious family was teetering on the brink of ruin. If this continues, I may find myself begging. The thought of bankruptcy and the grim future of bearing an insurmountable debt sent a shiver down Jonathan's spine. He would never permit such a fate to transpire. My lord, you were remarkably astute as a child. I believe you possess the capability to restore the family's former glory. Our ancestors were among the 108 valiant warriors who founded this land. Possessing, Robinson continued with fervor, Jonathan, disinterested in the irrelevant tales of the past, merely one of the 108 warriors, recognized it was not a significant distinction. It appears we must first address our economic woes by increasing revenue and cutting expenses. Otherwise, we shall soon collapse. Based on the information Robinson had just provided, Jonathan swiftly calculated the income and expenditures and, considering the repayment methods and timelines of the debts, he formed a preliminary assessment. Currently, we are incurring a monthly loss of 4,000 gold coins. In 3 years, we face a massive debt repayment period. If we cannot turn a profit within 2 years, bankruptcy is inevitable. What am I to do? Jonathan found himself ensnared in deep contemplation. After lunch, he strolled through the yard, his mind brimming with ideas to revitalize the family estate. Ravenwood Manor spanned 100 acres, encompassing 5 grand houses, the largest of which, where Jonathan resided, bore the peculiar name Molten Hound's Fong. This edifice featured 3 levels. The ground floor served as a parlor and banquet hall, designated for entertaining guests and hosting feasts. The second floor housed Robinson, Rachel, and several servants, while the third floor contained the study and the Lord's bedroom. The remaining 4 houses also had whimsical names: Flying Tiger, Rosemary, Comb, and Night Mist. Flying Tiger served as the dormitory for the eligible bachelors of the guard. Rosemary was the residence of the maids. Comb accommodated the male servants, and Night Mist functioned as a storeroom for miscellaneous items. In addition to the 5 houses, Ravenwood Manor boasted 2 expansive gardens, a training ground for the guard, a swimming pool, a small copse, and a stable. Beyond the estate lay vast fields of farmland, all leased to tenants, currently flourishing with crops, indicating a bountiful harvest this year. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings on his tour of the manor, Jonathan arrived at the training ground where approximately 20 guardsmen were engaged in drills. Observing closely, he noted, like James and Paul, the guardsmen's equipment was woefully inadequate. Rusty swords and tattered leather armor riddled with holes, their faces lacking vigor. Jonathan even questioned whether they could stand against a robust farmer wielding a wooden staff. My lord, what brings you here? A gaunt man with a somewhat disheveled appearance approached with a sycophantic grin. Jonathan recalled that this man was Landry, a toady who ingratiated himself to Jonathan, allowing him to command the guardsmen as his personal protectors. I merely came to observe. Please? Continue, Jonathan replied, harboring little fondness for Landry. The Lord is here to inspect. Everyone, put in more effort. Don't look as if you've skipped meals. Landry bellowed back to the training guardsmen. Regrettably, the soldiers appeared oblivious, moving sluggishly, devoid of any semblance of combat readiness. What are you doing? Landry inquired, his irritation mounting. He unsheathed a whip from his waist, swaggering over to the guardsmen, cracking it menacingly as he shouted. With such meager rations, How can you expect to have the strength to train? A burly man with a full beard suddenly retorted. Cromwell, what nonsense are you spouting? Landry fumed, raising his hand to strike. The man named Cromwell grasped the whip's end, and with a powerful tug, Landry stumbled and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted among the guardsmen. No one rushed to assist him, indicating Landry's poor standing among them. Jonathan observed the scene with a calm demeanor, already formulating several ideas. The guard was a force he needed to rely upon, but not only was their training lax and their equipment subpar, their cohesion appeared severely lacking, necessitating a thorough transformation. Otherwise, they would not only fail to protect him, but could become a ticking time bomb. I will punish you. You can forget about your rations for dinner tonight. Your wives and children will be left to starve. Landry scrambled to his feet. Cursing vehemently, the guardsmen, who had been laughing moments before, immediately stiffened at his words. One spoke up, Captain Landry, we can manage a meal missed, but our wives and children cannot go hungry. You cannot withhold their rations. Indeed. We can endure a missed meal or two, another echoed in agreement. Humph. Now you understand the gravity of the situation, Landry boasted. If you wish for rations, Cromwell, you shall pay for your insubordination. No one will eat tonight otherwise. The group fell silent, many casting furtive glances at Cromwell. Without hesitation, Cromwell stepped forward, tore off his shirt to reveal his strong physique, and declared, Come on, hit me like a man. Very well, 40 lashes. I will make you wish for death, Landry snarled, moving behind Cromwell, readying the whip to strike. Stop. At that critical moment, Jonathan interjected. He approached Landry and seized the whip from him. From now on, under no circumstances should the rations for the soldiers' families be withheld, Jonathan declared, his expression resolute. But, Landry attempted to argue. There is no but. I am the Lord here, and my word is law, Jonathan interrupted, then turned to Cromwell, extending his hand. It is an honor to meet you. Cromwell hesitated for a moment before shaking Jonathan's hand. He towered over Jonathan, his muscular build suggesting he could easily make a mark in the realm of professional basketball. Smiling at Cromwell, Jonathan addressed the guardsmen with a resonant voice. Tonight, everyone shall have dinner. And additionally, you will receive 3 days' worth of rations, along with a jug of ale for each of you. Hooray! The soldiers erupted in excitement at such generous rewards. These men, originally farmers who had joined the guard for various reasons, had become the private soldiers of the Ravenwood family, their compensation limited to enough food to stave off hunger and a meager annual pension, often rendering them poorer than typical farming families. Their happiest day of the year was likely the day they received their annual pension, allowing them to stew a pot of meat and enjoy a jug of ale as a reward for a year of hard labor. With a single statement, Jonathan had granted them a more comfortable new year, and their spirits soared. The initial disdain for this frivolous lord had somewhat diminished. I have one more announcement to make. Once the excitement had subsided, Jonathan continued. The crowd quieted, including Landry and Cromwell, who listened intently. In the coming days, I will conduct an examination of the guard. Only those who pass will remain. Furthermore, the pension for those who stay will triple. Triple the pension? The eyes of the crowd sparkled with enthusiasm. After a year of toil, the prospect of a tripled pension ignited their spirits. How will the examination be conducted? Cromwell, seemingly more level-headed than the others, asked calmly. I have yet to finalize the details, but rest assured it will be fair. Additionally, I need to appoint a new captain. The pension will be quintupled, and everyone is welcome to compete. It shall be determined by merit. This announcement struck like a thunderclap. Leaving Landry in shock, he hurriedly interjected, My lord, you too must participate in the examination. Should you fail, you will have no choice but to return to farming, Jonathan responded coldly. Now, please enjoy your dinner tonight and prepare for the examination. Remember, the conditions for the guard will only improve, ensuring a comfortable life for you and your families. However, I will not tolerate incompetence. None shall remain. With that, Jonathan turned and departed, leaving the astonished crowd with an enigmatic silhouette. When did the Lord become so decisive? Cromwell pondered, gazing after Jonathan's retreating figure in confusion. Unlike him, the other warriors were eagerly preparing to showcase their skills. Meanwhile, Landry cast a resentful glance over the crowd, only to suddenly notice someone waving at him from a distance. He hurried over and vanished into the small grove of the estate with that person. What exactly do you intend to do? At dinner, Raquel abruptly launched an attack on Jonathan, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What have I done? Jonathan inquired, wondering if he had sleepwalked into her room the previous night and committed an indiscretion. Why did you grant those guards triple their pensions? Are you not aware of the estate's condition? Raquel's face darkened, indicating her profound dissatisfaction with the matter. Ah, so that is what this is about. Do you not think they are pitiable? They can hardly fill their stomachs. How can they ensure the safety of the territory? Jonathan replied dismissively. Humph. A full belly would merely enable them to assist you in your nefarious deeds. Raquel retorted angrily. Think whatever you like. I am the lord of this territory, and it is not your place to issue commands. Jonathan replied, somewhat irked, as he had no desire to be bossed around by a woman. Raquel's expression shifted, and without finishing her meal, she turned to leave, with Robinson hastily following after her. The dining table was left with only the clueless Nana and the obnoxious Chris. Chris tore off a small piece of bread, dipped it in some meat sauce, and grinned. Brother, you seem quite driven ever since your marriage. Are you planning to pay off your debts soon? Jonathan shot him a cold glare. Speak less while eating, lest you choke. His words effectively silenced Chris, whose face turned a shade of ashen. Jonathan's mood improved somewhat. After finishing dinner, Jonathan made a beeline for the study, retrieving the family's debts. The more he examined, the more he felt something was amiss, prompting him to summon Robinson to review the accounts. Robinson pointed to a wall behind Jonathan, saying, the accounts are in the hidden chamber of the study. Hidden chamber? Jonathan exclaimed. And he watched as Robinson approached the wall and began to turn the decorative stag's head mounted there. After a series of faint clicking sounds, the wall began to rotate, revealing a small door suitable for a single person to pass through. Everything is inside. Take your time. My lord, Robinson said, finding Jonathan's behavior somewhat peculiar, as he had never seen the master peruse the dusty ledgers. Once inside the secret chamber, Jonathan discovered a treasure trove. Besides a cabinet filled with ledgers, there were many intriguing items. Chapter 4, The Wrong Bed. What a wretched dagger. The first object to catch Jonathan's eye was a dagger hanging on the wall, displayed against a backdrop of blue velvet. It appeared quite valuable, yet upon closer inspection, he found the blade chipped and rusted, hardly resembling something of worth. In addition to the dagger, the hidden chamber contained several large chests. With a treasure hunter's mindset, Jonathan opened one, hoping to find gold or jewels. Alas, he was met with profound disappointment. The chest was filled only with a collection of broken locks and keys. What on earth are all these locks for? Does the Ravenhold family have a peculiar obsession with collecting them? Jonathan mused, discovering each lock was unique. Some simple brass locks, others far more intricate, and some with bizarre designs, creating a dizzying array. After closing that chest, Jonathan opened the second, but after rummaging through all the chests, he found not a single coin. The third chest was even more disheartening. While the locks could be sold for scrap, a few nearly rotted leather armor pieces, marred by numerous knife marks, were utterly useless. Even turning them into shoes would be impossible. The fourth chest contained an assortment of colorful bottles, each adorned with a small label. Jonathan, uninterested, tossed the chest aside without bothering to read the labels. Locks, a rusty dagger, tattered leather armor, and a pile of jars. What on earth were the ancestors of the Ravenhold family thinking to deem such items worthy of collection? Exhausted, Jonathan sat on the floor, breathless and furious, cursing those ancient relatives who bore his blood but were utterly disconnected from his spirit. Never mind, I should just focus on the accounts. After resting for a moment, Jonathan concluded that treasure hunting was unrealistic. The most pragmatic approach was to identify the source of the issues and methodically restore the family estate's vitality, beginning with investigating the consistently loss-making enterprises. Post station, clinic, water source station, pharmacy, blacksmith shop, grocery store. The ledgers dating back to the family's establishment filled the hidden chamber, cluttering an enormous bookcase. Jonathan located the ledgers from the past 3 years, 40 to 50 thick volumes stacked nearly as high as he was. These are monopolized businesses and essential services. How could they be losing money? There must be something wrong here. Grasping a ledger, Jonathan began to peruse its contents. Hours passed, and his head felt ready to explode. He tossed the ledger aside, grinding his teeth in anger. "You scoundrel, daring to steal from my plate. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand my might." Rising, he stretched his limbs, growing increasingly agitated, and couldn't resist kicking the nearby bookcase. Crash bang! The bookcase, likely older than Robinson, could not withstand Jonathan's kick, letting out a mournful creak before collapsing entirely. Fortunately, Jonathan had dodged in time and avoided being buried under a mountain of ledgers. However, the hidden chamber was soon engulfed in a cloud of dust, obscuring his vision and coating his mouth. "Tooey! Tooey!" Jonathan spat several times, coughing as he attempted to call for Robinson to come and clean up, only to trip over something and fall flat on his face. Luckily, the floor was littered with ledgers, sparing him from injury. Rising, he angrily looked down to see a small, dark box. "What is this?" Jonathan wondered, intrigued by the inscription on the box. No member of the Ravenhold family is permitted to open this box. Although the writing was somewhat blurred, the message was still legible. "I'm not truly a member of the Ravenhold family. Why should I be afraid?" The inscription piqued Jonathan's curiosity, yet he struggled for a long time to unlock the box. "How am I to open it without a key?" Jonathan thought in frustration, suddenly recalling the iron chest filled with locks and keys, hastily unearthing it from beneath the ledgers. Hundreds of keys. Do I need to try them all individually? Jonathan rummaged through the chest until he spotted an unusual black key. If I'm not mistaken, this is a master key. It felt as though Jonathan had stumbled upon treasure in the past. When he had lost the keys to his home, he had summoned a locksmith who used such a key to effortlessly unlock multiple deadbolts. Let us give it a try. Jonathan tentatively inserted the black key into the box's lock, and with a click, the box opened slightly. Not bad at all. Excitedly, Jonathan opened the box, hoping to uncover a family heirloom. Regrettably, he was met with disappointment. Inside lay only a tattered book, its cover inscribed with several words, "The Saintly Compendium of Thieves," authored by the thief Star Ravenhold. The Saintly Compendium of Thieves? Jonathan picked up the book, curiously reading the title. Who was the thief Star Ravenhold? Could he be an ancestor of the Ravenhold family? Flipping through the book, Jonathan found it devoid of preface or conclusion, containing only 30 pages filled with densely packed text detailing how to be an excellent thief. A cursory glance revealed 5 categories of skills: stealth, lockpicking, poisoning, combat, and assassination, among others. Thief Star. Doesn't that correspond to Shurchian from Watermargin? Right. Robinson mentioned that the ancestors of the Ravenhold family were among the 108 heroes. Jonathan recalled. I see now. It must have been after the founding of the nation that the Ravenhold family felt ashamed of their thieving past and hid this book away, urging their descendants to embrace nobility and abandon thievery. Jonathan speculated. Being a thief must be quite an intriguing profession. Why not encourage future generations to practice it? He held no reverence for the ancestors of Ravenhold and felt no compunction about appropriating this compendium for himself, along with the master key. The following morning, when Robinson encountered Jonathan, he was astonished to see dark circles under his eyes. My lord, did you not rest well last night? I spent the entire night reviewing the accounts, Jonathan yawned. What is so compelling about ledgers? Those enterprises are all money-losing ventures. If it weren't for the master's concern for the people's livelihoods, they would have been shut down long ago. Do you intend to close them? Robinson inquired. Close them? Humph, their revival depends on them, Jonathan replied. What? Robinson was puzzled. Who are the heads of these enterprises? Jonathan bypassed further explanation and directly asked the crucial question. It is Mr. Goodman, the wealthiest man in town, who owns a rice shop, 2 taverns, and an inn. The master has entrusted all his properties to him for management, Robinson explained. Wealthiest? Damn, it's not like he didn't swallow my money. Jonathan gritted his teeth. What did you say? Sir? Robinson inquired, puzzled. I mean, Robinson, it's time for you to change how you address me. Jonathan evaded the question. Change? Robinson was bewildered. You keep calling me sir all day long. It's quite bothersome. Although I may be large in certain respects, I do not wish for you to keep reminding me of it, so I've decided you can simply call me by my name from now on, Jonathan stated earnestly. Robinson looked somewhat lost. That cannot be. There must be a distinction between ranks. He launched into a lengthy discourse about the etiquette nobles should adhere to, leaving Jonathan feeling overwhelmed. It dawned on Jonathan that the Alpha continent held deeply entrenched class distinctions that were beyond his capacity to alter. Resigned, he waved his hand and said, "You are my old steward, having watched me grow up. You are different from others, so calling me young master will suffice. As for household etiquette, let us forego what we can. And for what cannot be avoided, handle it as you see fit." "What about the others in the household?" Robinson asked. "Well, it wouldn't be fair to treat them differently. Let everyone call me young master as well. Go inform them. We are all family here, so no need for formalities." Jonathan contemplated, realizing that maintaining the dignity of nobility in front of outsiders was essential. Since this world was structured with clear hierarchies, he saw no need to pursue any reforms aimed at equality between nobility and commoners, as such actions would only draw criticism from traditionalists and potentially attract unnecessary trouble. Jonathan understood well that a ruler must wield both kindness and authority. Rewards and punishments must be administered to those within his circle to ensure loyalty and service. To the subjects of his territory, he must demonstrate authority while also providing them with sustenance and warmth, fostering a sense of reverence towards him. The night before, Jonathan had been poring over the accounts. Contemplating numerous ideas, he recognized that revitalizing his territory required a significant reform, and the first step must begin with himself. To avoid begging on the streets, I shall temporarily sacrifice a little, Jonathan mused. That afternoon, Jonathan discreetly instructed Robinson to settle several debts he owed in Longshi town. The notorious Jonathan did not care for the infamy of not repaying debts, but as the lord, he had to maintain his dignity. He also took the opportunity to dismiss a few servants, likely Chris's confidants, who had been gathering suspiciously and casting odd glances at Jonathan. Jonathan showed no mercy to such individuals, giving each a few silver coins as severance pay and sending them on their way. His simultaneous use of both leniency and severity within a single day left the household staff bewildered as to Jonathan's true intentions, which was precisely the effect he desired. In the evening, Rachel and Chris united in protest, expressing their strong dissatisfaction with Jonathan's unilateral decision to dismiss the servants. However, Jonathan paid them no mind, calmly enjoying his meal amid their reproaches, then retreated to his study, shutting the door to continue devising his plans. Rachel and Chris found themselves stranded outside the study, at a loss for how to counter Jonathan's audacious demeanor. Robinson, siding with Jonathan, managed to calm them down after much persuasion. Jonathan remained seated in his study, waiting for the commotion outside to subside before opening the door to beckon Robinson inside. Robinson began to speak, but, upon receiving a stern glance from Jonathan, quickly corrected himself. "Jonathan, young master, your actions today were indeed rather impulsive." Jonathan sighed, knowing Robinson could not easily change his habit of addressing him formally. "Robinson, there are certain matters you do not comprehend." "It matters not if I do not understand, as long as it is something young Master Jonathan wishes to do. I shall support you," Robinson replied. Jonathan smiled gratefully. "Please arrange for Mr. Goodwin to dine at the estate the day after tomorrow." "Very well." Robinson took out a small notebook to jot it down. Being older now, his memory was not as sharp, and he needed to record many things to avoid forgetting. "Additionally, I require 500 gold coins for an examination of the guard tomorrow," Jonathan added. Robinson quickly wrote it down. "Jonathan, young master, what will this money be used for?" "As a bonus," Jonathan replied. "I see that a bit excessive. A guardsman's annual stipend is only 10 gold coins," Robinson exclaimed, astonished, for even after serving the Ravenhode family for over 40 years, he had only a 50 gold coin annual pension. Jonathan's request for 500 gold coins as a bonus was no trivial sum. Only through generous rewards can one find brave men. "Surely, you understand this principle. Do your utmost to gather it. I know the household finances are tight at present, but things will improve the day after tomorrow. You must trust me," Jonathan stated. "The day after tomorrow? Are you planning to borrow money from Mr. Goodwin again? He is a ruthless man, and the interest on the money borrowed for his wedding preparations was exorbitant," Robinson said anxiously. "Ruthless, you say? Ha, I am quite eager to meet this Mr. Goodwin and see if he might part with something for me," Jonathan replied with a smile. Robinson was unsure of Jonathan's intentions, but seeing his confident demeanor, he felt reassured. Is there anything else? Robinson asked after jotting everything down. There is one more thing. Enlighten me about the powers of a lord. If someone commits a crime within my territory, do I have the authority to deal with it? Jonathan sought clarification on a crucial point regarding his plans. As the supreme ruler of a territory, a lord certainly possesses the authority to handle crimes within it. However, such matters are generally adjudicated by a judge, and Longxi Town has a dedicated judge available to serve the lord at any time, Robinson explained. But what if I wish to preside over the matter personally? Jonathan inquired. While such precedents are rare, they do exist. For instance, for years ago, there was the case of the noble girl involved in an affair. Robinson's elaboration became more convoluted, prompting Jonathan to interrupt with a wave of his hand. No need to elaborate. As long as I have the authority to preside over matters, that is enough. Jonathan had gleaned the information he sought. By the way, procure some history books about the Kingdom of Lavin, as well as our family's genealogy and legends. Jonathan's subsequent request left Robinson in a state of bewilderment. The young master is willing to read? My goodness, this must be the late Lord's blessing from above. Robinson seemed rejuvenated as he departed, his steps considerably lighter. After bidding Robinson farewell, Jonathan entered the secret chamber, surveying the towering stacks of ledgers. And mused, Mr. Goodwin, the day after tomorrow will be a memorable occasion for you. I shall prepare a substantial gift to express my gratitude for your years of service to the Ravenhode family. Although feeling somewhat fatigued, Jonathan decided to delve into the holy text of thieves. This book introduced him to a fascinating realm. The profession of a thief was quite distinctive, requiring little in terms of exceptional personal aptitude. One merely needed to possess a modicum of cleverness and agility. On the Alpha continent, to become a powerful warrior, one must have excellent combat talent, while becoming a magician was even more challenging, requiring high elemental affinity. It was said that 1 in 10,000 could become a 9th-level warrior, while 1 in a million might attain the status of a 9th-level magician. Compared to warriors and magicians, the profession of a thief was perfectly suited for Jonathan. Thieves did not require extraordinary talents like magicians, nor the robust physique of warriors. A bit of nimbleness, intelligence, and quick reflexes were sufficient. More importantly, the rogue profession aligned seamlessly with Jonathan's personality, stealthily lurking, striking from the shadows, stealing treasures, leaving no trace behind. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. I shall train to become a formidable thief. The more Jonathan read, the more he found himself enamored, resolutely determined to become an exceptional rogue. After 2 hours of studying the holy text of thieves, Jonathan began to feel weary. Rome was not built in a day. And with pressing matters awaiting him the following day, Jonathan rubbed his temples and returned to his study. Stretching and arranging the bedding, he prepared for sleep. At that moment, the door to the study swung open unexpectedly, revealing Nana's cherubic face peeking through the crack. Dressed in a pink nightgown and clutching a small pink pillow, she looked like an adorable little princess. What are you doing? Jonathan asked, feeling somewhat vexed at her peaking demeanor. I'm scared to be alone, Nana timidly replied. For the past few nights, Jonathan had been sleeping in the study, specifically requesting Rachel to keep Nana company. Tonight, however, Rachel had mysteriously vanished. Alone in her room, Nana found it difficult to sleep and had come seeking the comfort of Jonathan, who had always been gentle with her. Observing Nana's pitiful expression, Jonathan thought that since he had no plans to engage in anything untoward, it would be fine to sleep together. He rose and took her small hand, saying, I'll keep you company. That would be wonderful, Nana exclaimed joyfully. Upon returning to the master bedroom, the spacious double bed, adorned with soft duck-down blankets, was vastly superior to the conditions in the study. Jonathan, having not rested well in recent days, felt drowsiness wash over him at the sight of the inviting bed. I'll sleep on that side, and you sleep on this side, all right? Nana declared as she clambered onto the bed, marking her territory. No problem. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Despite harboring considerable dissatisfaction, even resentment towards Jonathan, Rachel remained steadfast in her loyalty to the Ravenhold family and declined Chris's proposal. However, the absurd events of that night altered her perspective. Once a woman's mind is set, it can be quite formidable. By the time Rachel fell asleep at dawn, she had concocted a plan for revenge against Jonathan. The next morning, Jonathan appeared at the training grounds accompanied by Robinson. The guards had all assembled, and unlike last time, each soldier appeared invigorated, likely due to having had their fill of food over the past few days, their faces radiating vitality. Jonathan even noticed that several of the soldiers had mended their tattered leather armor, and nearly all their weapons had been polished anew, giving them a semblance of true warriors. "Excellent. I am quite pleased with everyone's morale," Jonathan remarked, taking the heavy purse from Robinson's hands and weighing it. "Here lies 500 gold coins, intended to reward today's successful candidates and to prepay half a year's pension. Do you desire it?" "Yes." Excitement and greed sparkled in everyone's eyes, the allure of gold igniting their enthusiasm. Jonathan understood that money could only temporarily win hearts. But this was a critical moment, and he could not afford to be stingy as for how to earn their unwavering loyalty and transform them into his true confidants. That would require a gradual and subtle approach. "Very well, those who wish for gold must demonstrate your valor. The Ravenhold family only sustains warriors. Those who fail the examination will be dismissed," Jonathan declared loudly. "Do you have the confidence to remain?" "Yes," except for Landry, everyone shouted in unison. "Then let the examination commence," Jonathan signaled to Robinson. Robinson held a small bucket and a brush, dipping the brush into the white dye and drawing a large circle around the assembled guards, enclosing them all within. "What is this for?" Landry inquired, puzzled. Jonathan ignored him and announced, "I now declare the content of the examination. It is quite simple. Those within the circle are enemies to one another, and your task is to push everyone else out of the circle. Once you are pushed out, you have failed. Aside from the prohibition on weapons, all forms of physical contact are permitted. The longer you remain in the circle, the more adversaries you eliminate, and the greater the reward. The last person remaining in the circle will become the new captain of the guard." The gathered participants exchanged glances, taken aback by the method of the examination. Some beamed with delight, while others wore frowns of concern. Jonathan leisurely observed their reactions. After a brief silence, Cromwell suddenly bellowed, "Throw down your weapons and fight like men for your families." His commanding presence stirred the guards, who discarded their weapons and clenched their fists, uncertain of whom to strike first. Once Cromwell's long knife had been tossed from the circle, his gaze swept through the crowd, and he charged straight at Landry. "What do you intend to do?" Landry exclaimed in surprise, attempting to hide behind others, but several guards seized his arms and pushed him towards Cromwell. "The Lord has stated that any means may be employed in this examination." Cromwell swung his fist and struck Landry squarely in the face. "Ah!" Landry cried out, blood streaming from his nose as he fell. "Bravo!" The guards cheered, evidently pleased to see Landry receive his comeuppance. As Cromwell prepared to strike again, Landry scrambled away from the circle, pleading, "Don't hit me, I give up." "Then be gone." Cromwell delivered a swift kick to Landry's backside, sending him sprawling out of the circle. Bang! Landry fell outside, covered in dirt, groaning in defeat. "Ha ha, brothers, come. Let us see who the best man in Long Creek Town is," Cromwell proclaimed, kicking Landry out of the way and stripping off his shirt to reveal his muscular chest and dark chest hair. Bellowing loudly, "Excellent!" The crowd was invigorated, echoing Cromwell's exclamations before lunging at their nearest allies. "Truly like a great gorilla, yet he seems to be an excellent candidate," Jonathan mused, nodding to himself. Whether it was the incentive of the reward that awakened their potential or if these guards were inherently formidable, Jonathan observed that they were not the rabble he had initially envisioned. Perhaps their leather armor was tattered, their weapons rusted, or their faces pale from malnutrition, yet the chaos within the circle clearly showcased their commendable combat skills. Particularly Cromwell, whose height and strength, coupled with his superior fighting prowess, set him apart. Jonathan watched him for some time as he executed a series of moves: a back throw, a straight punch, and a flying kick, sending 3 individuals out of the circle. Amidst the tumult, Cromwell not only displayed bravery but also demonstrated an uncanny ability to target the weakest opponents. Among the dozen or so expelled from the circle, nearly half were due to his efforts. Moreover, Cromwell exhibited remarkable control. Regardless of how flamboyant his techniques were, those he expelled from the circle suffered no injury. His precision indicated that his true abilities had yet to be fully revealed. While Jonathan was no expert in combat arts, he had watched his share of boxing and wrestling matches, and he possessed a discerning eye. After observing for a short while, he was convinced that Cromwell would emerge victorious. As Jonathan anticipated, after approximately 7 or 8 minutes of melee, only 3 remained within the circle. Cromwell, along with James and Paul, the 2 who had escorted Jonathan previously. The 3 formed a triangular standoff, each reluctant to make the first move, aware that the third could gain the upper hand. Initially despondent, those who had been expelled soon regained their enthusiasm, rallying to support the trio still within the circle. Suddenly, James and Paul lunged forward, both targeting Cromwell, indicating a tacit understanding to first confront the strongest. Cromwell remained unperturbed, gauging the paths of their approach. Rather than retreating, he charged toward James. James swung his left fist, aiming for Cromwell's face, while Paul targeted Cromwell's lower body. Their coordination was seamless, suggesting they had fought together before. Jonathan felt a twinge of anxiety. Although Cromwell was powerful, he was up against 2 formidable opponents. Could he truly prevail? As if sensing Jonathan's concern, Cromwell squared his shoulders, planted his legs firmly, and guarded his fists before him, a faint red glow shimmering around his knuckles. "Is that fighting spirit?" Jonathan gasped in astonishment. With a swift motion, Cromwell opened his hand, intercepting James's incoming punch. He gripped James's fist, yanking him forward. James lost his balance and stumbled into Cromwell's embrace. At that moment, Cromwell pressed downward with his wrist, hurling James toward Paul. The 2 collided before Cromwell seized them both and tossed them out of the circle. "It is fighting spirit. It is fighting spirit. Cromwell, Cromwell." The guards erupted in excitement, rhythmically chanting Cromwell's name. Although most of them had been ousted by Cromwell, warriors invariably revere strength. Having demonstrated his prowess, Cromwell naturally earned their respect. He appeared exhilarated, raising his fists high and embracing fellow soldiers one by one. To think he possesses the skill of fighting spirit is simply magnificent, Jonathan mused. Fully aware of its significance and brimming with enthusiasm, a plan began to form in his mind, with Cromwell as a pivotal piece. Everyone quiet. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Jonathan called out. The guards fell silent, instinctively reorganizing themselves, with Cromwell naturally positioning himself at the forefront. Meanwhile, Landry stood dejectedly at the back, with no one willing to stand beside him. "Cromwell, you are a hero, and I reward you with 100 gold coins and appoint you as the captain of the guard. Do you accept this honorable responsibility?" Jonathan raised the prepared purse filled with 100 gold coins, gazing intently at Cromwell. "I accept." Striding forward, Cromwell stepped out of the ranks to stand before Jonathan. "Thank you, my lord," Cromwell bowed respectfully. "Do not mention it. Surely you saw yesterday's notice. From now on, you may call me Jonathan," Jonathan replied, handing over the purse with a smile. Cromwell appeared somewhat taken aback by Jonathan's shift in demeanor, perhaps intimidated by the divide between nobility and commoners. However, seeing Jonathan's warm smile, he finally responded, "Thank you, Jonathan, my lord." Regardless, this marked progress, and Jonathan did not expect immediate acceptance. After all, he was merely making a gesture. If he could firmly grasp control of the territory in the future, he would not mind bestowing countless titles upon himself, allowing each of them to refer to him in a manner akin to a tongue twister. Others shall also receive rewards. Go to Robinson to claim them, Jonathan announced to the rest. Long live Master Jonathan. The soldiers excitedly surged around Robinson. Robinson had long since calculated the bonuses based on the recent performance statistics, with each individual receiving no less than 10 gold coins. Even Landry, the first to be cast out of the circle, was awarded 10 coins. "Young Master Jonathan, Cromwell has assumed the role of captain. What am I to do?" Landry approached Jonathan, bowing obsequiously after receiving his gold coins. "You are dismissed," Jonathan replied, adopting an icy demeanor. "That 10 gold coins is your severance pay." "Dismissed? Why?" Landry exclaimed, aghast. "Do you need me to show you the guard's ledgers from the past 2 years?" Jonathan, refusing to grant him any leniency, queried directly. "The ledgers?" Landry was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the Jonathan before him was no longer the frivolous spendthrift he once knew, and instinctively took a step back. "If you wish for me to uncover the discrepancies in the ledgers and present them to the local court, I would be more than willing. Otherwise, pack your belongings and be gone." Jonathan, uninterested in further dialogue, issued an unequivocal eviction order. Landry, feeling guilty, recognized that Lord Durant had scarcely managed the affairs of the territory in the past 2 years. Seizing the opportunity, he had ingratiated himself with the second young master, Chris, embezzling a considerable sum from the guard's provisions and equipment. Jonathan's insinuation made it clear that staying any longer would only bring him misery, prompting him to exit amidst the disdainful gazes of those present. All remaining individuals have passed the examination. From today onward, you shall train diligently under Cromwell's leadership. I will provide you with the finest equipment, the highest pensions and ample provisions, while you are to give me your utmost effort, pledge your loyalty, and assist in safeguarding the territory. Can you accomplish this? After expelling Landry, Jonathan observed the other warriors, who now regarded him with a newfound respect, and boldly inquired, "We can." Motivated by the prospect of material rewards, the warriors became fervent, perceiving Jonathan in a more favorable light than before. In the distance, Chris watched the unfolding events with a simmering rage, gritting his teeth in confusion, unable to fathom how his elder brother had so suddenly changed his demeanor. That old witch, she swore that the poison could kill an elephant, yet not only did it fail to harm Jonathan, it seems to have awakened his intellect. What a curse! Chris seethed as he witnessed Landry's dismissal and the warrior's loyalty to Jonathan. It seems I must seek out that old hag again. If she cannot provide me with truly effective poison, I shall demand tenfold compensation from her. After observing for a while longer, Chris stormed away in frustration. At dinner, an additional member graced the table, none other than the newly appointed captain of the guard. Cromwell, clad in what could be considered the most formal attire available to him, he appeared somewhat flustered, a stark contrast to his earlier commanding presence during the examination. What is he doing at the dinner table? Chris inquired angrily upon seeing Cromwell. I am the master of this house. I alone determine who is worthy to dine at this table, Jonathan retorted, casting a sharp glare at Chris. Aware of Chris's covetous aspirations regarding his authority, Jonathan refused to show him any semblance of goodwill. After all, he was not his brother, and Jonathan felt no remorse regardless of how he treated him. Chris hesitated, on the verge of storming off, yet ultimately suppressed his fury, though malice flickered in his eyes. If you have any grievances against me, feel free to voice them. Remember, I can decide who dines at this table and who does not. Jonathan showed no deference to Chris, secretly hoping for a dramatic outburst so he could seize the opportunity to confine him, thereby thwarting any underhanded schemes. Lord, Rachel began, but upon noticing Jonathan's raised finger, promptly altered her address to, Young Master Jonathan? How can you speak this way? Young Master Chris is the second heir to the territory. If you fail to meet the requirements outlined in the late Lord's will within 3 years, he will become the Lord. Is that so? Jonathan scoffed, glancing sideways at Chris, his mind racing with a singular thought. If Chris were to be gone in 3 years, would the will still hold validity? The dinner became rather insipid due to the tension between Jonathan and Chris, particularly as Cromwell, clearly anxious, fumbled with the unfamiliar utensils, a commoner unaccustomed to dining with forks and knives. For poor Cromwell, using hands and a spoon was more than sufficient. Gazing enviously at the delectable steak, he found himself utterly incapable of mastering the cutlery, making the act of dining feel more daunting than toppling 3 burly men. Once Chris and Rachel finished their meals and departed, Jonathan flashed a smile at Cromwell, casting aside his utensils. Use your hands. That would be improper, Cromwell exclaimed, visibly alarmed. This was his first time at the Red Rose, his inaugural experience dining in such a grand hall, his first attempt using cutlery, and his first taste of such exquisite steak. He feared leaving a poor impression on his host. Alas, the rigid class system is truly detrimental. If this continues, I may never find a genuine friend, Jonathan sighed. Having been born and raised in a democratic society, he often yearned to wield power and dominate others, yet at times he felt the necessity of equality in human interactions, lest he succumb to profound loneliness. Fear not. I know you are not adept with cutlery. One should live freely and authentically. If using forks and knives for steak proves cumbersome, why not liberate yourself from such constraints and enjoy it with your hands? Jonathan declared, seizing a piece of steak from his plate and devouring it heartily. Cromwell stood frozen for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, loosening his collar, exhaling deeply. and then joining Jonathan in voraciously tearing into the steak. Witnessing their messy dining, Robinson felt a mix of amusement and warmth. The former young master Jonathan would never have acted in such a manner. He appeared to have matured significantly, suggesting that marriage truly could change a man. Contemplating this, Robinson felt a tinge of regret for having remained single throughout his life. Jonathan, oblivious to Robinson's absurd thoughts, summoned Cromwell to the study after dinner, where they engaged in a confidential discussion for a full hour. Upon leaving, Cromwell's expression was complex, resembling that of a child on the brink of mischief. "I wonder what young Master Jonathan has in store. We must prepare for Mr. Goodwin's visit tomorrow. What dishes shall we serve?" Robinson mused as he watched Cromwell depart, gazing up at the clear night sky, predicting that tomorrow would surely bring fine weather. Chapter 6. Spit it out if you've eaten my portion. Mr. Goodwin's name translates to good person in human tongue, and his appearance certainly aligns with that of a congenial individual. Round-faced and perpetually smiling, easily winning favor. Upon meeting Jonathan, Goodwin warmly embraced him, incessantly praising his recent announcement that addressed him by name as a monumental reform. Were Jonathan to believe such flattery, he might consider himself a pivotal figure in the advancement of history. Fortunately, Jonathan had long recognized that this Mr. Goodwin bore no resemblance to his name. He was far from a virtuous gentleman, likely a cunning and scheming individual. He could prove to be a rather intriguing adversary, Jonathan pondered, smiling as he invited Goodwin into the parlor. After the servants brought refreshments, Jonathan signaled for them to withdraw, leaving only Robinson at his side. After sipping his tea, Goodwin inquired, "Young Master Jonathan, may I ask what prompted your invitation today? If it concerns the loans, worry not. I shan't press you. Of course, you are in no hurry. You would prefer I delay repayment for 10 years, allowing you to seize the territory," Jonathan mused internally, maintaining a facade of utmost gratitude. "Mr. Goodwin, you truly are a good person. It is thanks to loyal friends like you that the Ravenwood family has achieved its current standing," Jonathan stated earnestly. "Oh, you flatter me. I am merely doing my humble part," Goodwin replied with a smile. "Indeed. I have heard of your tireless dedication to our Ravenwood family's interests, diligently transferring our funds to your own coffers," Jonathan remarked, lifting his teacup with a slight smile. Goodwin, who had raised his teacup to drink, froze upon hearing Jonathan's words, nearly spilling the tea. Both Goodwin and Robinson were taken aback, unsure how Jonathan could have made such an unexpected statement. "Young Master Jonathan, you certainly have a knack for jesting," Goodwin said, setting his teacup down and pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. "I am not jesting," Jonathan maintained his cheerful demeanor, retrieving a stack of documents from behind the sofa. "Here are the ledgers of the family estate from the past 2 years. Clearly documenting the discrepancies. Mr. Goodwin, your skills in cooking the books leave much to be desired." This must be a misunderstanding," Goodwin stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he hurriedly attempted to explain. "Is it?" Jonathan opened the top ledger and began to read. "Over the past 2 years, the postal station's income amounted to a mere 680 gold coins, while expenditures reached 3,100 gold coins. In contrast, the postal station in Edinburgh earns 4,000 gold coins annually. How do you reconcile these figures? The population of Edinburgh far exceeds that of Long Creek Town, so naturally, the postal station there enjoys greater business," Goodwin quickly countered. "Is that so? Yet the expenditures in the ledger contradict your assertion. If we consider the expenses, our turnover should surpass that of Edinburgh. Yet, why does the situation appear entirely different when we assess it from the perspective of income?" Jonathan, having meticulously scrutinized the accounts, inquired with a confrontational tone. "This," Goodwin stammered, having realized that Lord Derwent had scarcely attended to his estate's affairs in the last 2 years. While the two young masters, Jonathan and Chris, were oblivious to the matters at hand, being mere playboys. Goodwin had brazenly fabricated accounts, confident that no one would question him. Who could have anticipated that this spendthrift Jonathan would actually audit the books upon becoming the lord? This put Goodwin in a perilous position, as he sweated profusely, contemplating ways to wriggle out of the predicament. Jonathan clapped his hands, and the door to the parlor swung open, revealing Cromwell, James, and Paul, laden with an assortment of items. "What is the purpose of this?" Goodwin was taken aback. "Quite simple. Reveal what you have devoured from me." or today you shall experience a fate worse than death." Jonathan chuckled ominously, even rolling up his sleeves, prepared to administer his own brand of justice. "You cannot treat me this way. I possess a pardon issued by the Holy See," Goodwin blurted out in panic. But Jonathan dismissed him with a wave of his hand. "Cromwell, show him a taste of our resolve." Soon, the parlor echoed with sounds reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, screams rising and falling like a macabre melody. Initially, Goodwin lamented, "Woe is me! I possess the Holy See's pardon." 5 minutes later, his tune had changed to, "Spare my life. I truly have done nothing." After Cromwell and the others employed some unorthodox interrogation methods under Jonathan's guidance, Goodwin utterly broke down. This once respectable gentleman, his bulk bruised and battered, lay pitifully on the floor, bereft of tears. "Robinson, stop dawdling and take notes," Jonathan remarked casually, sipping his tea. Robinson finally snapped to attention, trembling as he unfolded 2 sheets of paper to document Goodwin's confessions. According to Goodwin's admissions, his embezzlement of the Ravenhood family estate had commenced 8 years prior, initially involving only modest sums. However, he soon discovered that no matter the profits he reported, Lord Derwent was never concerned. Thus, various enterprises transitioned from profitability to loss, while Goodwin's greed swelled, nearly rendering these ventures bottomless pits. He pocketed profits, inflated fictitious expenses, and even treated these properties as his own, taking whatever he fancied back home. Jonathan had long since discerned the truth from the ledgers, while Robinson remained oblivious. As he recorded, indignation coursed through him, feeling that their previous interrogation was too brief, and that they ought to torment this gentleman for several more hours. Goodwin initially concealed certain truths, but Jonathan's mastery of the ledger numbers left him no choice. Any attempt at deception was swiftly met with severe consequences, leading Goodwin to become increasingly forthcoming. He even divulged that at the tender age of 3, he had spied on a neighborly widow bathing, and at 5, he had pilfered radishes. Robinson's notes filled 3 large sheets, detailing a litany of shocking admissions. After reviewing them, Jonathan expressed satisfaction. "Not bad. Goodwin, come and sign." "Sign?" Goodwin hesitated, only to be promptly restrained on a torture device known as the tiger bench. As 2 bricks were placed beneath his feet, he cried out in despair. Agreeing to sign, with tears streaming down his face, he scrawled his name and pressed his 10 fingers for good measure, believing it to be the end of his ordeal. Little did he know. Jonathan continued, "Since you have pilfered from the Ravenhood family, you must compensate. I deem the amount to be 500,000 gold coins." 500,000. Goodwin collapsed to the ground. "He has fainted." Cromwell checked his pulse. "Nonsense. A bucket of cold water will suffice," Jonathan replied. "No need." Goodwin scrambled to his feet. "I do not possess 500,000 in total assets. I have only been greedy these past 2 years. At most I have taken." Just as he was about to reveal the critical figure, Goodwin clamped his mouth shut in wariness. However, Cromwell was quick to encourage him to continue. 20,000. I swear it is only 20,000. Goodwin lamented, nursing his fingers that had nearly been crushed by a bundle of bamboo skewers. "Cromwell, I am deeply disappointed in you. It seems our good gentleman has not recognized our sincerity. Now is your moment to make amends," Jonathan sighed. Cromwell seized Goodwin, forcing his fingers back into the bamboo skewers, twisting them until Goodwin let out a harrowing scream. After 3 such rounds, Goodwin rolled on the ground, crying, 50,000, just 50,000. Alas, it seems the bamboo skewers lack sincerity. "That bucket of water has gone to waste," Jonathan remarked. Feigning sympathy as he turned away, Cromwell repeatedly dunked Goodwin's head into the bucket. Several times he attempted to confess, but was submerged until he was on the verge of drowning, before being tossed back onto the floor. 80,000. Goodwin murmured weakly. Yet Jonathan still shook his head. "Is the branding iron prepared?" Mr. Goodwin must have caught a chill while bathing, which is why his memory seems so faulty. I believe the heat of the iron will jog his recollection. As the fire was kindled and the iron had yet to glow red, Goodwin fainted for real this time. A splash of cold water roused him, and he immediately wailed, 100,000, not a penny more. If that is insufficient, you might as well kill me." Jonathan remained unmoved. "Goodwin, are you doubting my arithmetic skills? If I am not mistaken, You have embezzled at least 200,000 gold coins from the Ravenhood estate over these years. Do you prefer to enjoy my highest-class hospitality rather than return it all? In truth, Jonathan had calculated the figure to be around 150,000. Goodwin had indeed not accrued much wealth in earlier years, but he had ruthlessly drained the profits of the estate in recent times. Nonetheless, it should not exceed 150,000. The reason for his desire to extort more was that Jonathan intended to settle debts 3 years from now in one fell swoop, preventing Chris and others from leveraging this matter against him. However, Goodwin obstinately refused to concede even a single extra coin, which earned Jonathan's respect. You truly are a man willing to risk everything for gold, Cromwell? Bring forth a beautiful flower for Mr. Goodwin's backside. Jonathan understood that without employing cruel measures, Goodwin would likely not relent. No, even if you kill me, it would be futile. I have indeed embezzled a considerable sum, but I have only taken 100,000 gold coins. The rest I donated to the Holy See. Goodwin realized he was cornered as Cromwell approached with the branding iron. Donated to the Holy See? Jonathan paused, ready to inquire about the nature of this institution, only to notice that Robinson and Cromwell's expressions had shifted, filled with a palpable dread at Goodwin's words. An idea sparked in Jonathan's mind, and he gestured for Robinson to step outside the parlor with him. What is the significance of the Holy See? Jonathan asked. Young Master Jonathan, if Goodwin truly has connections to the Holy See, we may be in grave danger, Robinson replied, visibly shaken, suggesting that the Holy See was indeed formidable. Jonathan's memories of the Holy See were scant. He could only recall that its priests wielded considerable power. Yet the extent of that power was nearly a blank slate for him. What of the Holy See? Must I endure their tyranny after they have taken my money? Jonathan's brows furrowed, ready to retaliate. Robinson clamped a hand over Jonathan's mouth, trembling as he cautioned, Young Master Jonathan, how dare you utter such words? The supreme deity may rain down divine retribution. It dawned on Jonathan that he had traversed into a magical realm, where the existence of a supreme deity was not beyond the realm of possibility. This implied that the Holy See had a powerful benefactor, which explained Robinson's and Cromwell's palpable fear. What should I do then? Jonathan recognized the wisdom of adapting to his surroundings. Since the Holy See was powerful, he had no desire to provoke them, yet relinquishing those gold coins was a painful prospect. If Goodwin truly possesses a pardon, we are in trouble. Those holding pardons cannot be punished for any transgressions, Robinson elaborated. Does that mean murder and arson go unpunished? Jonathan exclaimed, eyes wide. As long as it doesn't involve treason or blasphemy, all other offenses can be absolved by a pardon, Robinson clarified. Heavens! If that is the case, does it not mean a society governed by the wealthy? Jonathan seethed with anger, questioning the purpose of law in the presence of pardons. Which nation is not controlled by the wealthy? As long as one can afford a pardon, nobles can do as they please, Robinson sighed. So, the Holy See's authority surpasses that of the state? Jonathan pondered aloud. Absolutely. Even the ascension of a new king requires the Pope's approval, Robinson affirmed. Jonathan fell silent, recognizing that the Holy See's power was far beyond what a mere viscount like himself could contend with. Young Master Jonathan, perhaps we should simply let Goodwin go, Robinson cautiously suggested. He shall not leave without returning what is owed, Jonathan scoffed. But he has a pardon. Fear not, I have a plan. Jonathan grinned, a devious idea forming in his mind. Upon returning to the parlor, Jonathan first regarded Goodwin with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, which left him visibly flustered, before beckoning Robinson with a gesture. Robinson handed over a document, and Jonathan thrust it into Goodwin's hands, stating, In light of your long years of service to the Ravenhold family, I shall allow you to save face. This is an IOU for a sum of 100,000 gold coins, with repayment due in 1 week. Do you have any objections? 100,000 gold coins. Upon my return home to retrieve the indulgence certificate, you won't see a single copper from me. Clinging to a mindset of avoiding immediate loss, Goodwin hastily signed his name on the IOU. Excellent, Jonathan replied, taking the document with a triumphant smile. May I leave now? Goodwin inquired weakly. Not yet. Do not rush. When the time is right, I shall release you, Jonathan instructed. commanding Cromwell to keep a close watch on Goodwin, and he exited with a hearty laugh. "My lord, what shall we do?" Robinson asked. "How about forging a letter from home to retrieve the indulgence certificate?" "Fool! How could we leave evidence for them? We must obtain the indulgence certificate without a trace," Jonathan asserted. "Without a trace, that seems quite challenging." "Rest assured, I already have a plan. I shall personally make the trip," Jonathan declared confidently. The Goodwin estate, situated in the heart of Lungshi town, was a splendidly constructed mansion. A swift steed galloped into Lungshi town, arriving at Goodwin's doorstep, where the rider dismounted and bellowed with a raspy voice, "Is Madame Goodwin and the young master at home?" He rushed inside while the servant at the door quickly intercepted him. "Who are you?" "I am Captain Cromwell of the Territorial Guard, and I bear the Lord's command as well as Mr. Goodwin's directive. I have urgent matters to discuss with Madame Goodwin." The newcomer was indeed Cromwell, who presented a document signed by Jonathan, pushing past the servant and striding confidently inside. Upon learning that the captain of the Territorial Guard had arrived with the Lord's order, Madame Goodwin and her son hurried out to greet him. "Captain, what is the matter?" Madame Goodwin inquired anxiously. "It is as follows. Recently, someone in town reported Mr. Goodwin for embezzling public funds. The Lord is currently in discussions with Mr. Goodwin regarding a response. Mr. Goodwin claims he possesses an indulgence certificate, and the Lord has commanded me to make an impression of it," Cromwell explained. "Is that so?" Madame Goodwin sighed in relief. Which scoundrel dared to make such accusations? "Our master is a man of impeccable reputation. The Lord is well aware of this. He has always said that Mr. Goodwin is the best friend of the Ravenhold family, hence this matter rests upon his shoulders. There will be no issues," Cromwell assured her. "John, quickly fetch the indulgence certificate, so that the Lord can take an impression and avoid any unnecessary anxiety," Madame Goodwin urged, inviting Cromwell to the parlor for tea while instructing her son to retrieve the certificate. Moments later, John Goodwin entered the parlor, carefully cradling a wooden box. He cautiously unlocked it, revealing the indulgence certificate within. Cromwell pretended to take an impression of it using a blank sheet of paper, engaging in idle chit-chat before excusing himself under the pretext of urgency. "Father will be all right, won't he?" John questioned as he placed the certificate back into the box, securing it and hanging the key around his neck. "Have no fear. As long as we have it, our family will be safe," Madame Goodwin reassured him. John exited the parlor, traversing 2 corridors to reach Goodwin's study. Upon entering, he lifted a painting from the wall, revealing a concealed door behind it. After hiding the box within the secret compartment and locking it, John meticulously checked the doors and windows before leaving with peace of mind. Just as he departed, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared at the study's entrance. "Ouch, that hurts," the figure murmured. It was Jonathan, who had bruised his thigh upon entering the courtyard. Practicing at the last minute is indeed futile. It seems one must study the thief's manual daily, Jonathan mused. Having only skimmed the manual for 2 days, he boldly attempted to steal, displaying a brazen audacity that rivaled his former self. How does one pick a lock? Jonathan pondered, gripping a dagger yet forgetting the method. He retrieved the thief's manual once more, following the illustrated instructions to insert his dagger into the door's crack, locating the lock's mechanism, and applying gentle pressure. Click, the door swung open, and Jonathan slipped inside. Having tracked John all along and already spotted the hidden door behind the painting, Jonathan removed the painting, revealing the secret door, which featured 2 keyholes, suggesting a rather intricate locking mechanism. "What on earth is this kind of lock called?" Jonathan queried, flipping through the thief's manual, which illustrated hundreds of lock types and their unlocking methods. "Ah, a double-headed lock. A universal key won't suffice. I shall require a wire," he realized. Fortunately, Jonathan had come prepared. He extracted a wire he had previously fashioned, bending it into shape as depicted in the manual, then cautiously inserting it into the 2 keyholes. As he probed the lock with the wire, it emitted a faint sound. Following the manual's guidance, Jonathan utilized the wire to depress all the pins within the lock, allowing the mechanism to turn freely. Once he secured the pins in both keyholes, a gentle twist released the lock. "Impressive," Jonathan chuckled, retrieving the box from the secret compartment. To his astonishment, he discovered a pouch containing several hundred gold coins within. He gladly accepted that as well. The lock on the wooden box was considerably simpler, merely a standard lock. Jonathan produced the universal key, and with a casual poke, the lock yielded. The indulgence certificate lay obediently within the box, resembling a flower awaiting plucking. Without hesitation, Jonathan tucked the certificate into his coat pocket. After thievery, one must restore everything to its original state. The longer the owner remains oblivious, the better. This was a principle from the thief's manual, which Jonathan adhered to meticulously as he resealed the wooden box and returned it to the hidden compartment, arranging the painting and secret door as they had been before, stealthily exiting the study and retracing his steps out of the Goodwin estate. Cromwell had been waiting outside the wall, and together they mounted their steeds, galloping away into the twilight. Poor Goodwin remained confined until the dead of night, when Jonathan finally allowed him to be released. Before departing, several servants compelled Goodwin to take a hot bath to cleanse away the blood and grime, then dressed him in fresh attire, grooming him as if he were to attend a grand banquet. "I shall have my revenge. Once I return to retrieve the indulgence certificate, that confession will be rendered void," Goodwin thought as he settled into the carriage bound for home, his only solace being the cherished indulgence certificate hidden within his abode. Early in his embezzlement, he had retained this safety net, having spent 50,000 gold coins to acquire the precious certificate, ensuring that he could preserve his ill-gotten gains if ever discovered. 50,000 for 100,000. And that 50,000 was my own. I still profit, Goodwin mused with satisfaction, though a pang of disappointment washed over him at the thought that he could no longer siphon funds from the Ravenhold family. Fortunately, I still possess a reserve of 100,000 gold coins, sufficient to ensure my comfort for the remainder of my life, he reflected. As the carriage arrived at his doorstep, his wife and son emerged to greet him. Upon seeing Goodwin, his wife inquired with concern, "Are you well?" "I'm fine, quite well, actually. How did you learn so quickly?" Goodwin was taken aback by her knowledge. "Indeed, did not the Lord send someone to take an impression of the indulgence certificate?" Madam Goodwin replied. "An impression of the indulgence certificate?" Goodwin exclaimed. "You didn't hand it over to him, did you? Such a vital item, I would never relinquish it so easily." "Rest assured, he merely took an impression," Madam Goodwin reassured him. "After the impression was made, I instructed John to return the indulgence certificate to its original hiding place." "Father, fear not. I placed it back myself. It is quite secure," John boasted. Yet, Goodwin remained uneasy, recalling Jonathan's malicious grin upon his departure, which filled him with dread. "Quickly, check if the indulgence certificate is still there," he urged, anxiously dashing towards the study. Upon reaching the study's entrance, he found the doors and windows securely locked, which somewhat eased his anxiety. Opening the door and removing the painting from the wall revealed everything in its usual state. However, when he opened the secret door, Goodwin's countenance shifted dramatically. Though the wooden box remained, the pouch within was nowhere to be found. Upon opening the box to find it utterly empty, Goodwin's eyelids fluttered, and he fainted. Chapter 7. The Crime. Is this the indulgence certificate? In his hand, the indulgence certificate, made of parchment, was adorned with elaborate designs that Jonathan could not decipher. However, he was captivated by the radiant seal at its center that shimmered incessantly. What a marvel! It could serve as a flashlight at night. Jonathan mused, examining the seal, perplexed by the scientific principle that allowed it to emit light so tirelessly. That is the mark of the divine. Only with this seal can the indulgence certificate hold validity. Judging by the design of the seal, this is a third-tier indulgence certificate, which grants absolution for all but the gravest of offenses such as murder. Robinson, well versed in such matters, explained to Jonathan. "This document is anonymous." "Is it not?" Jonathan inquired. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Rikier was oblivious to Jonathan's thoughts, yet she detested the wicked glint in his eyes. Shifting her weight backward, she fell gracefully, inadvertently pulling Jonathan down upon her, resulting in a classic position of dominance. His body pressed against hers, hands braced on the bed. Without hesitation, he placed his hands upon her bosom, kneading them heavily. "A fool is one who does not seize an opportunity," Jonathan mused, relishing the moment. Having caressed her in a dreamlike state the previous night, he now revisited the terrain with a wholly different sensation. The sensation is exquisite, he thought to himself. Rikier's complexion paled, and she emitted a few uncontrollable moans. Her gaze clouding over, however, when Jonathan's fingers squeezed her delicate form, she seemed to awaken. her hands frantically grasping at his clothing, leaving it in disarray. It's about to begin, Jonathan silently counted down in his mind. Finally taking the liberty to indulge further, Rikier inevitably clutched Jonathan tightly, her voice rising in a desperate cry, "Help! Rape!" With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and Chris and Landry appeared at the threshold, just in time. Rikier shoved Jonathan away, retreating to the corner of the bed, hastily grabbing a blanket and clothing to cover herself, her expression towards Jonathan a complex blend of emotions. "You actually attempted to violate Rikier, you unmitigated scoundrel," Chris exclaimed, his tone dripping with satisfaction, as if relishing in having caught Jonathan in a scandal. "And what of it?" Jonathan replied nonchalantly, adjusting his attire and remaining sprawled on the bed, lazily inquiring of Chris. "You tarnish the family's honor. You are unworthy of being a lord." Chris retorted, "Landry, you witnessed this. Will you not testify on my behalf?" Landry, with a lewd grin, replied, "Of course, I will. Rikier will too. Jonathan is a disgrace to the Ravenhold family. He must be punished for his shameless actions." As he spoke, Landry's gaze frequently flickered towards the barely clothed Rikier. "If you dare gaze at Rikier again, I shall knock your teeth out," Jonathan sighed. "Is that a threat?" Landry brandished his fists menacingly. "Truly, a fool who knows not his own limits," Jonathan smirked. With a thud, Landry was sent flying, his face meeting a fist, spitting out 5 teeth, bloodied and crumpled on the floor. Suddenly, Cromwell, who had emerged from behind Landry, shook his iron fist apologetically at Jonathan. "My apologies, Master Jonathan, for arriving late. Your timing is impeccable. Given the lack of preparation, this speed is commendable. Do you mean to silence me with violence?" Chris stammered, panic rising as he turned to flee, only to find Robinson, accompanied by James and Paul, guarding the doorway. "Master Jonathan, I witnessed Chris and Landry lurking suspiciously outside Rikier's door, so I summoned Cromwell and the others, never expecting such a scene to unfold. We will all testify for you," Robinson declared. Jonathan chuckled. "What need is there for testimony? I have no desire to explain such trivial matters." He paused, provocatively addressing Chris. "My dear brother, allow me to enlighten you. I am the master of this house. Even if I were to force myself upon Rikier, it would be within my rights. I am indeed that shameless. Care to challenge me?" "You are utterly despicable." Chris nearly broke down, unable to fathom how his brother could sink to such depths of shamelessness. "Only now do you recognize my depravity?" "My dear brother, you are sorely mistaken in your understanding of me," Jonathan replied with a sinister smile, his mind conjuring numerous methods to eliminate Chris. "And you, Landry, how dare you intrude upon my abode without my consent? Does that not constitute an unlawful invasion into a noble's residence?" Jonathan turned towards Landry. The pitiful Landry had already crumpled, begging for mercy, his speech slurred due to the loss of half his teeth, rendering his words unintelligible. "Throw this scoundrel out and give him a sound thrashing. Should I see him walking within 2 months? I shall break your legs," Jonathan commanded Cromwell. Cromwell seized Landry, disregarding his pleas, and dragged him away. James and Paul sensibly closed the door behind them, leaving only Jonathan, Rikier, Robinson, and Chris in the room. "Master Jonathan, surely Rikier and Chris must harbor some misunderstanding towards you." Robinson attempted to mediate, but upon meeting Jonathan's icy gaze, he wisely swallowed the remainder of his words. "I am highly sensitive to the notion of misunderstandings. Pray tell, what sort of misunderstanding could possibly unite Rikier and Chris against me?" Jonathan spoke coldly. Rikier's complexion turned ghostly. She was covered only by a sheet and a garment, her long, slender legs exposed, pale and smooth. Coupled with her vulnerable demeanor, any man witnessing her would instinctively feel an urge to protect or conquer her. Alas, it would be a tragedy to ruin such a woman. Although frustrated by Rikier's conduct, Jonathan was confident in his ability to conquer her. He had always believed that the best way to retaliate against a woman was not through revenge, but by winning her body and heart. "And you, my dear brother, do you not long to be the Lord? Do you not secretly wish for my demise?" Jonathan had formulated a plan for Rikier and turned his attention to Chris. Exposed by Jonathan's blunt revelation of his hidden desires, Chris's face drained of color. Trembling, he replied, "How could that be? We are brothers." "Indeed, brothers. Brothers who would lie in wait at Reikier's door to betray kinship. Should I not then be compelled to betray my brotherly ties and have Cromwell dispose of you in a sack at Lake Rice?" The sight of Jonathan, devoid of jest, instilled terror in Chris. The Jonathan before him was no longer the incompetent, cowardly brother he once knew, but a man transformed into a devil. Regret washed over him. Why had he concocted such a trivial rape play with Reikier, when he could have simply poisoned Jonathan instead? Jonathan entertained the notion of choking Chris to death and burying him in a shallow grave. However, he remained relatively rational. Eliminating Chris was simple. The aftermath, however, would prove difficult. In any realm, fratricide bore an unsavory reputation, and Jonathan's primary concern was to reverse his tarnished reputation. Thus, the execution of this dark deed would have to be postponed. "In light of your being my dear brother, I shall forgive you this time." Jonathan articulated the phrase "dear brother" with particular emphasis, ensuring the other two grasped the gravity of his familial sentiment. Robinson immediately responded, "Master is truly magnanimous. However, you shall not be so easily absolved. You are to remain within the estate for the next 2 months and shall not set foot outside, nor shall I wish to see you." Jonathan had yet to finish his sentence. "You? On what grounds?" Chris attempted to protest, but upon meeting Jonathan's murderous glare, his courage evaporated. "What? Do you have further objections? You are free to leave. Just know that once you depart, you shall never return." Jonathan threatened fiercely. Chris resembled a rabbit facing a wolf, trembling uncontrollably. I. What is it?" "This punishment takes immediate effect. Now, return to your room at once," Jonathan commanded. Chris fled the room in a state of disarray. After this lesson, he would likely remain compliant for some time. "Master?" Robinson sought to intercede for Reikier, but upon seeing Jonathan wink at him, he understood the unspoken message, promptly exiting the room and closing the door tightly. Only Jonathan and Reikier remained, yet the previously tantalizing ambience had dissipated, leaving only awkwardness and trepidation. "You have deeply disappointed me," Jonathan, having just played the role of a ruthless lord, now donned a sorrowful expression, akin to a forlorn man betrayed by his beloved. Reikier timidly lifted her gaze, tears still glistening in her eyes. Yet upon witnessing Jonathan's expression of deep anguish, she froze. It was she who had been insulted, harmed, and exploited. Yet it appeared as though she had wronged him. Reikier pondered in confusion. "Reikier, I am aware you have always perceived me as a villain, and I can see that I have committed numerous transgressions against you. However, people can change. Have you not noticed my efforts to transform myself?" Jonathan spoke, squeezing out a few crocodile tears. Reikier stared blankly at him, recalling the recent changes within the territory, and indeed, she felt Jonathan was altering. "A wayward son returning is worth more than gold. How I, a lost lamb, long for rebirth, yet you refuse to grant me the opportunity." Jonathan caught sight of Reikier's expression, recognizing his performance was effective, and continued his charade. "I do not." Reikier's voice was barely audible. She now felt somewhat inhumane. "And do you know? My transformation is all for you." Jonathan finally revealed his trump card. "For me." Reikier was flustered, as if hundreds of fawns were frolicking within her heart. "Indeed, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell in love. For you, I am willing to transform. I aspire to be a person of worth, a soul of noble spirit, one who rises above base pleasures." Jonathan proclaimed these overly sentimental words with a dignified air. Reikier was utterly unprepared for this, left speechless, with tears brimming in her eyes, not from the earlier humiliation, but from this heartfelt declaration of affection. Now is the moment, Jonathan thought, striding confidently towards Reikier. Before she could comprehend the situation, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips to her forehead. "My darling, I frightened you today. Rest well, as if nothing has transpired. When the sun rises tomorrow, shall we begin anew?" Jonathan tenderly uttered these words before gracefully departing. Reikier remained seated at the bedside, savoring the moments that had just unfolded, as if caught in a dream. Chapter 8. Trouble from the church. Each day, the sun continues to rise, yet each day brings with it a distinct mood. Today, Jonathan felt particularly joyous, not solely due to the complete confinement of the detested Chris, but even more so because upon seeing Rikier early in the morning, he discovered that she had adorned herself with a touch of subtle makeup. Springtime feelings have stirred. Jonathan had long realized that his barroom charm would wield considerable influence over the women of this medieval realm. Yet he remained exhilarated by the transformation in Rikier. Contemplating her nearly flawless figure, Jonathan began to devise a schedule for wooing Rikier into his embrace. A servant presented breakfast, featuring Jonathan's favorite fried eggs and sausages. Accompanied by a large glass of fresh milk, as he relished the delightful meal, he felt life becoming increasingly picturesque. While lost in these daydreams, Cromwell hurried into the dining hall, his expression suggesting a matter of urgency. "My dear Cromwell, what has transpired? Why does your face resemble that of a frostbitten eggplant?" Jonathan jested, his good spirits intact. "Young Master Jonathan, Mr. Sinbak has arrived. He is furious regarding the reorganization of the guard," Cromwell replied anxiously. "Who is Sinbak?" Jonathan inquired, perplexed, as he had no recollection of this individual. "He is the wizard we have employed for our territory," Cromwell explained. "We can actually afford a wizard?" Jonathan was astonished, having diligently studied the basics of Alpha Continent in recent days. He knew that wizards were exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 1,000 possessing elemental affinity. Even possessing such affinity did not guarantee becoming a wizard. It required immense financial resources and rigorous training. Due to their scarcity, wizards were often courted with lavish offers by various nations, rendering them unaffordable for most nobles. The Ravenhold family, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, hiring a wizard was indeed surprising to Jonathan. Mr. Sinbak is a highly capable wizard. His annual fee is not exorbitant, and he does not frequently appear in the territory, so we can still afford him, Robinson hastily clarified, sensing Jonathan's confusion. If he is a wizard, then he must indeed be a significant figure. Jonathan recognized that wizards held considerable status throughout Alpha Continent, and he dared not treat the matter lightly. He abandoned his breakfast and accompanied Cromwell to the training grounds. At the center of the training field stood a bald man clad in a black cloak, his nose resembling that of a wino, his demeanor shrouded in gloom. Jonathan surmised that this must be the wizard Sinbak. The previously lively soldiers of the guard now stood in hushed silence, arranged in 3 rows, their expressions betraying a deep reverence for Mr. Sinbak. "My dear Mr. Sinbak, where have you been of late? I have missed you dearly." Although Jonathan was unaware of the cause of Sinbak's anger, or even his character, he was familiar with the saying, "You do not strike a smiling face," and approached with a broad grin, hoping for an embrace. To his dismay, he was met with indifference as Sinbak replied coldly, "My lord, I wish to know why there has been such a significant change in the guard during my absence. This matter should have been discussed with me. Who do you think you are? Why should I consult you about my decisions?" Jonathan silently cursed, yet maintained a facade of a cheap smile, saying, "Mr. Sinbak, your whereabouts are elusive and I could not reach you. That is no excuse. You could have waited for my return before making such changes," Sinbak interrupted, showing no regard for Jonathan's feelings. "Damn it, if you weren't a wizard, I would tie you up and toss you into Lake Rice." Jonathan was on the verge of losing his temper. "Rest assured, Mr. Sinbak, regardless of how the guard evolves, your remuneration will not diminish," Robinson quickly interjected to smooth things over. Sinbak disdainfully huffed, "I have heard that the guard's annual salary has tripled. Should not my compensation also increase?" Realizing Sinbak's true intentions, Jonathan finally grasped the underlying motive. "Well," Robinson hesitated, glancing at Jonathan. "That is only reasonable," Jonathan replied. Though he harbored a dislike for Sinbak, he recognized the value of having a wizard as an ally for peace of mind. "If their pay has tripled, should I not receive 5 times my original fee?" Sinbak casually remarked. "That is certainly not a problem," Jonathan responded generously. "But, young master," Robinson's expression darkened. He leaned close to Jonathan and whispered, "Young master, his previous annual salary was 4,000 gold coins. 4,000, 5 times that is 20,000. Jonathan nearly fainted. Although he had recently recovered a substantial sum from Goodwin, 20,000 was still an enormous amount for the beleaguered Ravenhold family. Sinbak's demand for 20,000 gold coins a year was indeed a brazen request. "What? Has the Lord changed his mind? I hear that Viscount Houghton is also seeking to hire a wizard. Perhaps I could secure a more lucrative offer there, Sinbad sneered. Jonathan hesitated. 20,000 gold coins was no trifling sum, especially as he had yet to assess Sinbad's magical prowess. Committing to such a figure without further consideration was painful. After weighing the pros and cons, Jonathan decided to verify Sinbad's abilities first. Mr. Sinbad, there is no need for haste. You are aware that I am still unfamiliar with the affairs of the territory, having only recently taken charge, and undoubtedly some matters have been overlooked. Maintaining his affable demeanor, Sinbad's expression softened slightly as he replied leisurely, "You know that my willingness to serve the Ravenhold family is a courtesy to the late lord. Otherwise, with my abilities, I could easily serve the king or the pope." "That is certainly true. However, Mr. Sinbad, I am not concerned about a few thousand gold coins. I only fear that such a considerable sum may incite discontent among others." Jonathan deftly avoided stating his intent to verify Sinbad's powers outright, instead leading him to reveal his own hand. Sinbad raised an eyebrow. "I knew there were those who doubted my magic. Very well, I shall demonstrate the true prowess of a wizard." "That would be splendid." Jonathan had never witnessed magic firsthand and was genuinely eager for the display. After all, Ravenhold was a rural area, rarely graced by the presence of a wizard, let alone witnessing a magical performance. Hence, when it was announced that Sinbad would showcase his magic, the estate's inhabitants flocked to the training grounds, creating a solid wall of spectators. Robinson busily assisted Sinbad in preparing numerous props, while Jonathan sat directly opposite him, observing as Sinbad set up a pot. Perplexed, he turned to Cromwell and asked, "What is he planning? Is he going to concoct a magical potion?" Cromwell whispered, "This is Mr. Sinbad's signature move. He can plunge his hand into boiling oil without suffering a burn. I have heard that only a wizard with a level 9 affinity for fire elements can achieve such a feat." Plunge his hand into boiling oil? Jonathan's eyes widened in disbelief, reminiscent of some con artist tricks he had seen in his own world. "You think I am a fool, Sinbad?" Fueled by indignation from earlier humiliation, Jonathan resolved to expose this charlatan. The fire crackled beneath the pot as wood ignited, and soon gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. "The oil is boiling." Jonathan glanced over, confirming that the oil in the pot was indeed bubbling vigorously. Sinbad rolled up his sleeves, revealing his thin arms. He raised his arm to showcase it to the crowd, then slowly extended it into the bubbling pot of oil. Many timid women shut their eyes, and even the bravest of men could not help but gasp in shock. The mere thought of plunging one's hand into scalding oil sent shivers down the spine. Witnessing such an act was even more harrowing. Sinbad's expression remained remarkably calm, as if he felt no pain whatsoever. His arm lingered in the hot oil for a full minute before he gradually withdrew it. He lifted his arm high, glistening with a layer of oil, yet miraculously unscathed. Incredible! Applause erupted like a tidal wave, celebrating Sinbad's extraordinary skill. Sinbad, pleased with himself, waved his hand for silence and declared, "This is a perilous magical experiment. Without a strong affinity for elements and extensive magical training, one could never achieve this." "Mr. Sinbad, I would like to give it a try," Jonathan exclaimed, leaping from his chair and striding towards Sinbad. "My lord, what do you mean by that?" Sinbad's countenance darkened, displeasure evident in his tone. "I mean, I want to see if I can do what you just did," Jonathan replied with a grin. "Do not jest. That is a pot of boiling oil. The moment your arm touches it, you will be instantly fried." Sinbad scoffed, but before he could finish, Jonathan had already thrust his arm into the pot. "Young master!" Robinson nearly fainted, while Rachel in the crowd was momentarily stunned, almost crying out in alarm that a wave of gasps surged through the crowd, as many believed Jonathan must be mad. After all, only a magician could dare to plunge their arm into boiling oil. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jonathan's arm remained unscathed, lacking even the slightest burn. Upon seeing Jonathan's calm demeanor laced with a hint of mockery, the crowd sensed something amiss. No one had heard of Jonathan possessing any elemental affinity or magical training. Yet here he was, unharmed in the oil, which raised questions about what that entailed. Fraud! Robinson was the first to shout, and the soldiers in the guard began to stir with unrest. Sinbad's face turned pale, as Jonathan waved his arm before him after withdrawing it from the oil. He stammered, There must be something. Enough with the nonsense. Seize this fraud, Jonathan declared, uninterested in further discourse. At his command. The eager guards surged forward, overwhelming the once mighty magician Sinbad and pinning him to the ground. Young master, what on earth is happening? How did you know he was a fraud? Robinson approached Jonathan, still trembling as he touched Jonathan's arm, confirming his safety before asking. I have heard of such tricks countless times. He must have added borax to the oil. When heated, it produces bubbles, making it appear as if the oil is boiling when, in fact, it is merely warm. If you don't believe me, try it yourself, and you'll find it harmless. Robinson rushed to test it, and indeed found the oil merely warm, realizing that Sinbad had been deceiving everyone all along. 3 years ago, he gained the Lord's trust with this trick, siphoning off 4,000 gold coins from the territory annually, Robinson lamented. This despicable fraud must not escape justice. Of course, he shall not, Jonathan replied fiercely. He approached Sinbad, not waiting for a response, and began to deliver a series of resounding slaps. Smack! Smack! The strikes left Sinbad dazed. As he continued to strike, Jonathan scolded, Aren't you so arrogant? Aren't you a magician? Why don't you use a fireball on me? Sinbad yelped in pain, his front teeth knocked out, his face swollen and battered. Having had his fill of striking, Jonathan turned to Robinson and said, Since he enjoys the oil pot so much, go and replace the oil, heated anew. I invite him for a genuine experience in the boiling oil. Please. No. Have mercy. Sinbad, paralyzed with fear at Jonathan's cruel suggestion, began to plead. I promise I'll only let you stay in the oil for 10 seconds. If you survive, we'll wipe the slate clean, Jonathan said with wicked delight, finally relieving his earlier frustration. I was wrong. I shall never dare again, Sinbad sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Jonathan even detected a foul odor, and upon inspection, realized that Sinbad had wet himself in fear. What a pitiful creature, Jonathan frowned. If you wish to avoid the oil pot, you shall repay me 5-fold for the annual gold you've swindled over these past 3 years. For every gold coin less than that, I'll fry one of your fingers. If you owe 20, I shall wrap you in batter and fry you whole. I will repay. I will repay. Faced with imminent doom, Sinbad had no choice but to concede. He kowtowed, agreeing to all of Jonathan's demands in hopes of escaping his fate. Cromwell, see to it that he is well taken care of. Check how many assets he possesses and whether he can compensate us. If the funds are insufficient, toss him straight into the oil pot. No need for further discussion, Jonathan instructed, leaving the aftermath to Cromwell, confident that the soldiers, long deceived by Sinbad, would give him a proper welcome. With Sinbad dealt with, Jonathan's spirits lifted somewhat. The gaze of all who witnessed the event towards Jonathan shifted significantly. Although he had been striving to alter the entrenched perceptions of him over the past few days with little success, save for a few, like Robinson and Cromwell, most still regarded him with fear and disdain. However, unmasking Sinbad's deception unexpectedly enhanced Jonathan's image. A few young maids began to whisper about him, noting how he had matured and appeared more handsome of late. Ultimately, they concluded similarly to Robinson. Indeed, a married man was different. Returning to his study, Jonathan pondered the affair with Sinbad. True magicians would not stoop to such petty schemes. Since he could not rely on outside help, Jonathan resolved to forge his own path. He retrieved the thieves' Codex and began to study it meticulously. To Jonathan, the 5 sections of the Codex were intriguing and easily stirred the imagination towards nefarious thoughts. If I were to fancy the daughter of a wealthy family, I could stealthily slip into her home using the stealth technique, unlock her chamber with lockpicking, and of course, first incapacitate her with poison gas. Should I be discovered, the combat and assassination skills would come in handy, Jonathan mused. Lost in thought, envisioning himself as a dashing rogue, scaling rooftops and stealing hearts. Ahem, as the Lord, I am not only handsome but also exceptionally talented. How could I ever stoop to such actions? Jonathan coughed, pushing aside his wicked thoughts and beginning to study earnestly. The opening passage of the Codex clearly stated that a great thief must first understand the art of concealment in darkness. For a thief, stealth was foundational. Since the Codex emphasized this, Jonathan resolved to first master the art of stealth. Stealth, broadly speaking, encompassed 3 skills: the ability to enter a stealth state through invisibility, the agility to traverse rooftops without making a sound, and the cunning to observe and adapt through eavesdropping. Eavesdropping, you say? Jonathan's mind began to wander again. If I were to master this, could I not sneak a daily peek at Rachel changing clothes? He was grinning at the thought when there was a knock at the door of his study. Come in. Jonathan hurriedly concealed the thieves' Codex, realizing he could only continue practicing at night. Young master, someone from the church has arrived. Robinson entered in a fluster. The church? What brings them here? Jonathan asked, startled. A priest named Fran has come, claiming he wishes to see the young master. But he did not specify the reason, Robinson replied. Is he here about Goodwin? That seems likely, Jonathan mused, recognizing that the church had chosen an inopportune moment to arrive, right after Goodwin's incident, with motives that were all too clear. What does this priest Fran look like? Jonathan suddenly recalled the face analysis from the eavesdropping technique and quickly inquired. Robinson scratched his head. He doesn't have any particularly striking features, but he does have two prominent moles on his face. Where are they located? Jonathan's interest peaked. The face analysis contained illustrations detailing mole placements. One is between the nose and mouth, slightly to the right. The other is just outside the corner of the right eye. Robinson gestured as he spoke. Very well, you may step outside and wait for me. I shall prepare to meet him. Jonathan noted the positions of the moles and dismissed Robinson. Once Robinson exited, Jonathan quickly retrieved the thieves' Codex and found the analysis for men's faces. A mole beneath the nose, slightly to the right, indicates this person is quite avaricious. The mole at the outer corner of the right eye suggests he is quite lecherous. Jonathan found the annotations. Greedy and lustful. Such a character is exceedingly easy to manipulate. Jonathan's worries dissipated instantly. In his previous life, he had dealt with many men of such ilk, never once failing to outsmart them. Emerging from the study, Jonathan whispered a few words to Robinson, who appeared troubled, but upon Jonathan's stern gaze, Robinson complied and left. Entering the parlor, Jonathan immediately spotted priest Fran awaiting him. The priest appeared to be in his 50s. Donned in a black clerical robe, with a badge denoting his status pinned to his chest. My dear Pastor Fran, what wind has brought you, and the grace of God, to Ravenhold? Jonathan approached, bowing respectfully to Fran, his face alight with piety. Fran was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such courtesy from Jonathan. In the whispers of rumor, this new lord was not only a scoundrel of poor character, but also an avowed atheist. Yet, witnessing his solemn demeanor and deference, Fran's faith in the rumors began to waver. My lord, I have come directly to address the matter concerning Mr. Goodwin, Fran stated plainly. Mr. Goodwin? He is a partner of the Ravenhold family, managing our business in Dragon Creek, and has been a close friend for many years, Jonathan replied with a smile. Is that so? However, last night he came to me, claiming you extorted 100,000 gold coins from him. Not only that, but he also alleged that you tortured him and stole his indulgence certificate, Fran declared. Jonathan's expression turned to one of shock as he cursed inwardly. Goodwin, you scoundrel, reporting me? Once I deal with the pastor, I shall have Cromwell deal with you. This must be a misunderstanding, Jonathan asserted. As the lord, I possess numerous estates, including the businesses overseen by Mr. Goodwin. Why would I extort money from him? Well, Fran hesitated, aware that the Ravenhold estate was a veritable mess. Yet he found Jonathan's reasoning somewhat persuasive. Furthermore, might I inquire if there is any evidence for the claims of torturing Mr. Goodwin or stealing his indulgence certificate? Jonathan pressed further. Fran began to regret his hasty actions. Having accepted a bribe of 100 gold coins from Goodwin, he rushed over, believing the support of the church would allow him to easily handle Jonathan. However, he was now rendered speechless by Jonathan's logical arguments. Just as Fran was contemplating his recklessness, Jonathan continued, Indeed, Mr. Goodwin did borrow 100,000 gold coins from me, and the repayment deadline is approaching. Could it be that he falsely accused you to evade this debt? He owes you 100,000 gold coins. Fran exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, Jonathan replied. Having prepared for this moment, he produced the promissory note Goodwin had issued. Please have a look. It clearly states that Goodwin borrowed 100,000 gold coins 3 years ago, with a repayment deadline just a week away. Jonathan pointed to the date inscribed on the note. In truth, Jonathan had altered the date later, but it was not easily discernible without close inspection. As expected, upon viewing the note, Fran's expression darkened. I never imagined Goodwin could stoop so low, fabricating accusations against me merely to collect a debt. The most detestable part is that he has deceived you as well. This is truly unforgivable. Seeing Fran's outrage, Jonathan fanned the flames further. Indeed, unforgivable. I shall not involve myself in this matter. Fran exclaimed with ire. I apologize for intruding upon your lordship today. I shall return to the church immediately. There is no need to be in such haste. It is a rare occasion for the pastor to visit Ravenhold, and I must extend my hospitality. I have already arranged for dinner, and after we dine, I will send a carriage to take you back, Jonathan insisted earnestly. After a moment of hesitation, Fran finally agreed to stay, completely oblivious to the glint of cunning satisfaction that shone in Jonathan's eyes. Chapter 9. Magical Affinity. Pastor Fran, how do you find this wine? It is a treasured vintage, aged for over a decade, and I would seldom part with it, save for esteemed guests like yourself. Jonathan raised his glass, filled with blood-red wine. It was said that this bottle was worth 300 gold coins. One of the few luxuries left in the Ravenhold estate. Were it not for Fran's considerable utility, Jonathan would never have deigned to share it. It is truly exquisite. An astute assessment. Fran was indeed quite greedy. Not only for wealth but for fine drink as well. He drained nearly half the bottle, his face flushed and his demeanor slightly intoxicated. Is the dinner to your liking? Jonathan inquired, noting that they had nearly finished their meal. Absolutely delightful, Fran replied. I had previously believed your lordship to be as the rumors suggested, but today I have learned that they are mere slander. Upon returning to the church, I shall inform the congregation to refrain from spreading falsehoods about you. Jonathan noted Fran's increasing inebriation and recognized the moment was ripe. Expressing gratitude while signaling to Robinson, Pastor Fran, it is quite late, and the roads are not easily traversed. Why not rest here for the night? I happen to have a vacant guest room that guarantees comfort, Jonathan proposed. How could I impose? It would be too much trouble for your lordship, Fran replied, slightly tipsy. The presence of the highest God's representative in my home for a night is a blessing. I would be remiss to consider it a burden, Jonathan implored with an expression of earnest anticipation. Since your lordship is so devout, I shall reluctantly acquiesce, Fran conceded, not quite wishing to depart. Jonathan led Fran upstairs, and upon reaching the guest room door, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear, I nearly forgot something. What is it? Fran inquired. Yesterday, a guest arrived at my home, and it seems she has not yet departed, Jonathan replied. In that case, however, this guest is quite eager to meet you, Pastor Fran, Jonathan said with a sly smile. Oh, who might that be? Fran asked. You shall see for yourself. Jonathan opened the door to the guest room. Fran peered inside to find a voluptuous woman seated by the grand bed, her complexion fair, her eyes sparkling with mischief, clad in a tight, low-cut gown that accentuated her curves and revealed a deep cleavage. Undeniably alluring. This is, Fran's eyes widened. She is a respected lady of the town and a devout follower of the highest God. Moreover, she holds you in great esteem, Jonathan introduced, though in truth, this woman was a prostitute he had hired Robinson to bring over from a neighboring town. Is that truly the case? Fran coughed, casting furtive glances at the woman. Indeed, it is. She has expressed a deep admiration for you. Pastor, I believe it is only fitting that you personally share the gospel with her, Jonathan suggested. There is an abundance of the highest God's teachings, and you could take your time sharing them, even throughout the night if you wish. Very well, if she is so devout, I shall enlighten her with the radiance of the highest God, Fran declared, letting out a belch, his face beaming as he stepped inside. Jonathan closed the door behind him and shrugged at Robinson, who was peeking from the staircase. No matter the time or place, men remain the same. Robinson, however, voiced his concern. Master Jonathan, is this truly without issue? I have heard that the pastors of the church are expected to be celibate. As soon as he spoke, laughter echoed from within the room. Pastor, you are quite naughty. Robinson, you are already 60 years old. Please do not be so naive. Do you genuinely believe faith can restrain one? Humans possess weaknesses, and once you identify these, all problems shall be resolved, Jonathan replied proudly. Having employed such tactics with clients in his previous world, and no matter how troublesome a client might be, patients often revealed their vulnerabilities. Sounds of indulgence began to emanate from the room, accompanied by Fran's heavy breathing. Jonathan instructed Robinson to remain at the door while he returned to the study to retrieve the pouch of gold coins he had stolen from Goodwin's residence that day. The pouch contained over 100 coins, and Jonathan added a few more to make it an even 200. First, he would employ the allure of beauty, followed by a monetary incentive. Jonathan had no doubt that this pastor would eventually become his shield. The following morning, a disheveled Pastor Fran, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared in the parlor. Upon seeing Jonathan, he cleared his throat and said, "I am truly grateful for your lordship's hospitality." "Not at all," Jonathan chuckled inwardly. "There are still some matters to attend to at the church. I shall visit you again when time permits." Fran, feeling a bit embarrassed, took his leave. However, his words indicated that he was quite satisfied with Jonathan's hospitality. "Of course, serving the highest God is of utmost importance. I regret that I cannot personally escort Pastor Fran back. It weighs heavily on my conscience. Please accept this small token of my esteem," Jonathan gestured, and Robinson approached with 2 servants, carrying several gifts. The so-called gifts were merely local specialties from the estate, and upon seeing the fleeting disappointment on Fran's face, Jonathan leaned in closer. "Additionally, here is a little money, meant as an offering to the highest God. I implore you to accept it." With the conversation reaching this point, Fran could hardly feign ignorance. "Dear Lord, your reverence for the highest God has not gone unnoticed. Should the Pope learn of your devoutness, he would surely be gratified." Pastor Fran smiled as he tucked the pouch of coins into his robe, weighing it for good measure. "This is merely my duty. I often bask in divine grace, but find it difficult to reciprocate, which leaves me feeling somewhat indebted," Jonathan stated earnestly. "Such devout nobles as yourself are a rarity. I shall be sure to report your deeds to the Pope. I believe this year, the Knight's Medal in Edinburgh shall rightfully belong to you, a source of pride for all the faithful in the Edinburgh region," Fran declared. "The greatest honor belongs to the supreme God, while the credit is yours, Pastor. The pastor is the holy light of Edinburgh. It is through your dissemination of the supreme deity's gospel that I have come to comprehend the grace of God. You are indeed my rebirth parents." Jonathan uttered these audacious words without the slightest hint of shame. Robinson, overhearing their exchange, found himself caught between laughter and tears. Just last night, these two had indulged in debauchery, and now they appeared transformed, the countenances of these prominent figures shifting with remarkable swiftness. The very next day after Fran's return to Lungshi town, Jonathan, accompanied by Nana, visited the church for a follow-up. He had certainly not forgotten to bring along Cromwell and several guards to collect debts from the Goodwin household. "Remember to be gentle. We are not ruffians," Jonathan kindly reminded. A.S. Cromwell and his men stormed towards the Goodwin residence. Jonathan held Nana's hand, protected by James and Paul, taking a leisurely stroll around Lungshi town. Upon Jonathan's arrival, half the young maidens on the street fled, while a few middle-aged women and portly women, resembling pigs, screamed, "Jonathan is here!" As they made their hasty exit, Jonathan realized that he had underestimated his own notoriety, akin to a tempest sweeping through. "Nana, is there anything you desire?" "I shall purchase it for you," Jonathan said, pulling her hand with a hint of reluctance. Nana, seemingly unaccustomed to shopping, gleefully dashed into a store to select her preferred items. "I wish to eat this," she said, eyeing a display of exquisite pastries. "Then let us procure a generous amount," Jonathan replied, filling a bag with numerous delicacies while the shopkeeper cowered behind the counter, too intimidated to show his face. Once the bag was filled, Jonathan inquired, "How much for these?" "They are on the house. Just leave quickly," the shopkeeper grumbled resentfully. Observing the man's fearful demeanor, Jonathan placed a few copper coins on the counter and led Nana away. After they had distanced themselves, the shopkeeper peeked from behind the counter, spotting the coins and muttering to himself in confusion. How has this rogue changed his ways? Has a donkey kicked him in the head? Arriving at the church in Lungshi town, which was not as grand as Jonathan had envisioned due to the town's modest size, it nonetheless stood out as the most prominent structure. A cluster of about a dozen people gathered at the entrance, peering inside. Jonathan approached, curious, and asked, "What is happening?" "Sure," Mr. Goodwin is arguing with Pastor Fran, one individual whispered. Oh. Jonathan pushed through the crowd, striding boldly inside. It's that rogue. The onlookers scattered at the sight of Jonathan, leaving not a soul behind. Indeed, I am a person whom all flee from, and flowers wilt at my presence, Jonathan thought with resignation as he stepped into the church. That is undoubtedly my purse. The emblem upon it is my family crest. There can be no mistake, Jonathan heard Goodwin exclaim upon entering. It then dawned on him that he had forgotten to destroy the purse he had pilfered from Goodwin's residence, instead filling it with gold coins and presenting it to Fran. Fran, his face flushed with anger, was embroiled in a heated debate with Goodwin. Upon spotting Jonathan, he looked as if he had seen a savior. My lord, what brings you here? Fran exclaimed, breaking away from Goodwin in astonishment. Jonathan feigned a handshake, whispering, Is it a troubling matter, Pastor Fran? Fran, seething with indignation, replied, If it weren't for the numerous parishioners watching, I would have expelled him long ago. What a hypocrite, Jonathan mused, yet he declared with resolute loyalty, Allow me to handle this situation. With that, Jonathan approached Goodwin, sneering, Goodwin, you deceived Pastor Fran yesterday, and now you return to cause further disturbance. What exactly do you intend? Do you not comprehend that the church is a sacred space, unfit for your antics? You stole my purse, Goodwin stammered, fear evident in his voice, yet he could not restrain his outburst. Nonsense. How could a pastor steal your purse? Jonathan interjected, striking Goodwin forcefully across the face. Witnessing Jonathan's boldness, Fran straightened with indignation, declaring, You scoundrel, not only do you slander the Lord, but you also seek to defame a clergyman. Your audacity knows no bounds. Goodwin, momentarily stunned, continued to shout, That is indeed my purse. Bring him forth, drag him out. Pastor Fran commanded. His fury palpable, James and Paul rushed in, seizing Goodwin and unceremoniously escorting him outside, delivering a few blows to prevent any further outlandish claims. Although Goodwin was expelled, Fran, feeling a pang of guilt, cast a wary glance at Jonathan, who, with an air of righteousness, proclaimed, This Goodwin is truly reprehensible, audaciously maligning the esteemed Pastor Fran. However, despite his baseless accusations, there may be misunderstandings among the parishioners. I believe it prudent for the pastor to acquire a new purse. As Jonathan spoke, he produced his own purse, embroidered with golden thread and brimming with coins. Fran, not a fool, recognized he had been manipulated. Yet upon accepting the weighty purse, he felt a sense of balance restored, as long as there was wealth to be gained. He had no qualms about switching partners, especially when that partner was both understanding and generous. Having resolved the troublesome Goodwin issue and received a second bribe from Jonathan, Fran's spirits lifted considerably. He invited Jonathan and Nana to tour the church. This was Jonathan's first encounter with the church of this world, and he found it quite intriguing. Following Fran, he and Nana explored the interior, gazing at the statue of the supreme deity and the preaching hall before venturing into the courtyard. Restricted to ordinary believers, in the center of the yard stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a transparent crystal ball. Curiosity piqued, Jonathan asked Fran, What is that? This is the crystal ball for testing magical affinity. Every noble child undergoes this test at the age of 10 to determine their potential for becoming a wizard, Fran explained. Elaborating on the crystal ball. I recall your testing records here in the church, my lord. It seems you have a level 2 affinity for wind elements. While that may not qualify you as a wizard, it indicates a modicum of talent. Jonathan realized he possessed a slight edge over the average person, yet evidently, a level 2 affinity was insufficient for wizardry. Nana, what were your test results? Jonathan inquired, noticing Nana's keen interest in the crystal ball. However, Nana shook her head in confusion, replying, I have never been tested. Isn't it customary for every noble child to undergo testing? Jonathan began to ask, but then the truth struck him. If Duke Houghton could arrange for Nana to wed a notorious wastrel like himself, it indicated that Nana's parents held a low status within the family. Their children likely lacked the privilege to partake in the magical affinity test. Madam Nana has never been tested? Then why not come and play with it? Fran said with a smile. Nana, fascinated by the crystal ball, gleefully rushed over upon hearing Fran's permission and extended her hand to touch its surface. Fran paid little mind to her actions and continued, speaking of magical affinity tests. There hasn't been a single child in the Edinburgh region with an elemental affinity exceeding level 5 in recent years. The new generation seems to be lacking. I heard last year in the Marlin region, a child reached level 6 affinity, which is truly enviable. With proper guidance, it is not impossible for them to become a level 9 wizard. Jonathan, not well versed in matters of wizards, merely nodded mechanically, although his mind was occupied with thoughts of how to leverage the church's protective umbrella for maximum gain. Fran continued to chatter on, while Nana's small hand brushed against the surface of the crystal ball, causing faint blue ripples to appear, reminiscent of a vast ocean's beauty contained within the crystal. It appears blue. Madame Nana is most strongly attuned to the water element, Fran remarked. Approaching the crystal ball, let me ascertain the level of your affinity. Before he could finish, the crystal ball erupted in a dazzling burst of blue light, radiating like liquid mercury across the courtyard, casting everything in a shimmering azure hue. Heavens! Fran gasped, utterly astonished, as the blue light intensified, blinding him. What is happening? Jonathan, equally bewildered, instinctively sensed danger. Fearing the crystal ball might explode in a swift motion, he dashed forward, scooping Nana into his arms and rolling away. The moment Nana's hand left the crystal ball, the blue light vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. Jonathan, however, was certain that what had just transpired was no illusion. What on earth was that? After confirming that Nana was unharmed, her wide eyes sparkling as they gazed up at him, Jonathan finally relaxed. Fran, mouth agape, resembled a statue, his eyes fixated on the crystal ball, stammering incoherently, "Oh my God, Madame Nana, could it be that your water element affinity is level 9? Have we perhaps encountered a once-in-a-millennium genius in the Edinburgh region?" Tears streamed down Fran's face, his excitement palpable. Cough, I must inquire, Pastor Fran, what on earth is happening? Jonathan was utterly perplexed. Madame Nana possesses a level 9 affinity for water elements, which essentially designates her as a prodigious holy priestess. At last, tears streamed down Fran's face. The emergence of such a super genius in his jurisdiction could only herald a prosperous future for his career. Nana is a prodigious holy priestess? Despite having a slight understanding of what a holy priestess entailed, Jonathan could not fathom how such an innocent and adorable face could possibly belong to one. Meanwhile, Nana was equally bewildered, believing she had inadvertently caused some calamity, especially given Fran's exaggerated excitement. She timidly hid behind Jonathan, clutching his garment and peeking out at Fran. I must report this matter to the Holy See at once. The Pope will undoubtedly be delighted. Fran hastily wiped away his tears, unable to contain his excitement. Wait a moment, Jonathan quickly interjected. Is there any stipulation regarding this holy priestess? A stipulation? Fran was baffled by Jonathan's query. I mean, they won't insist on Nana joining the Holy See, will they? We are married, after all, Jonathan articulated, gradually realizing the significance of Nana's talents. The mere fact that Fran was so exhilarated indicated Nana's extraordinary aptitude, and it was essential to ascertain how the Holy See would treat someone of her caliber. Regarding that issue, Fran finally acknowledged, he too was uncertain and hastened to consult the sacred texts. The tome spanned over 2,000 pages, and Fran donned his crystal glasses, flipping through the pages diligently. Jonathan and Nana waited in utter tedium for a full half-hour before Fran's voice rang out. I've found the clause. What does it say? Jonathan inquired eagerly. During that half-hour, he had contemplated several possibilities, the worst being their separation, with Nana being coerced into the Holy See. If such a scenario were to transpire, Jonathan, given the formidable power of the Holy See, would have no recourse. The thought of such a possibility made him clasp Nana's small hand tightly, as if she were about to be taken from him. Oblivious to her potential fate, Nana simply nestled in Jonathan's embrace like a compliant doll. According to the sacred texts, a woman with a level 9 affinity for elements is destined to invoke the divine grace of the highest deity, entering the Holy See to become a saintess, serving the highest deity for life. Fran adjusted his glasses and declared, Surely not. Jonathan felt a chill in his heart. This was indeed the worst possible outcome. However, there is an additional clause. If the woman is already married, She cannot enter the Holy See, Fran added. Could you refrain from gasping for breath while speaking? Jonathan finally exhaled in relief, silently cursing Fran. What a pity. Miss Nana has lost the opportunity to serve the highest deity, Fran lamented. What a pity indeed. As if I would allow my wife to serve that so-called deity. Dream on, Jonathan thought to himself. But said aloud, it is indeed a great pity. May the highest deity forgive me, for I did not know that Nana was your servant. Nevertheless, since she is married to me, she is your gift to me, and I shall take good care of her. It is truly wonderful to hear such sentiments from a lord. However, do not worry. Even if she cannot become a saintess, a genius with a level 9 affinity must still be reported to the Holy See. The Holy See will enroll Madame Nana as a magic apprentice and assign her a magic instructor. After all, such talent, if not cultivated in magic, would be a dreadful waste, Fran explained. That is splendid news, Jonathan replied with a beaming smile. Becoming a magic apprentice could lead to her becoming a magician. Should a war against heretics arise, it will be Madame Nana serving the Holy See. If she accomplishes great deeds, perhaps it would elevate the Ravenhold family as well. Fran chuckled. Indeed, that would be most advantageous. I wholeheartedly support Nana in her pursuit of magic and her service to the Holy See. Jonathan's heart brimmed with joy. If Nana mastered magic, she would become his greatest ally as for serving the Holy See. That could be addressed later. Chapter 10. Reform. As September arrived, the weather began to cool, yet Longshi town buzzed with unprecedented liveliness. Rumors about the new lord of the Ravenhold family, Jonathan, proliferated, and each day in Longshi town brought forth fresh news, leaving the eager townsfolk overwhelmed. The newly appointed captain of the territory's guard, Clenwile, the only warrior in Longshi town with mastery over the secrets of battle energy, made daily visits to the Goodwin household. The former wealthiest man in Longshi town, Goodwin, had liquidated all valuable possessions, and it was said he had only managed to repay half of his colossal debt to the lord, a fact evident from his perpetually furrowed brow whenever he made an appearance. The town's church underwent renovations, unveiling a towering 5-meter statue of the highest deity, reportedly the tallest in the Edinburgh region. Pastor Fran wore a newly awarded Medal of Faith from the Holy See on his chest, incessantly proclaiming that Lady Nana Houghton possessed a level 9 affinity for water elements, and that a magic instructor appointed by the Pope would soon arrive in Longshi town to teach Nana magic. The territory's guard sported freshly equipped gear, each member clad in sturdy new leather armor, wielding weapons forged anew at the blacksmiths. Rumor had it that the Lord himself had devised a unique training regimen and designed an array of peculiar fitness equipment. Each morning, as 20 burly men lined up to run through the forest outside Longshi town, their increasingly robust physiques attested to the effectiveness of their training. Beyond these changes, the most significant impact on the residents of Longshi town came from Jonathan's series of reforms. Jonathan reclaimed all properties previously managed by Goodwin, assuming direct control. Utilizing his management knowledge from the original world, Jonathan began restructuring all industries. He first dismissed employees related to Goodwin, dismantled bloated and redundant institutions, and minimized expenses to reduce costs. Following this, Jonathan publicly advertised for new employees, offering generous compensation that attracted a wave of young people disinterested in farming. From this pool, Jonathan selected astute and loyal individuals, training them thoroughly before enabling them to take full charge of the industries. An even more remarkable change was the innovative services Jonathan introduced to the residents of Longshi town. The postal station, previously limited to letter delivery, expanded to include express services, flower and gift deliveries, and the sale of local souvenirs. Jonathan even embarked on publishing a free Longshi Express, hiring several advertising promoters to spread the word about the importance of newspaper advertising door-to-door. The clinic in town hired a newly graduated doctor from the Royal Medical Academy in Edinburgh and announced plans to organize monthly consultations with renowned physicians from the city. Meanwhile, the apothecary, now renamed Longshi Grand Pharmacy, not only sold everyday remedies but also showcased health products, particularly eye-catching concoctions adorned with colorful covers depicting semi-nude individuals, which captivated the attention of many. The waterworks, initially the most desolate of industries, barely breaking even, was transformed by Jonathan's ingenuity, introducing spring water, mineral water, and sweet beverages. Beyond daily water supply, affluent residents could now indulge in more luxurious services. The blacksmith shop, grocery store, ranch, and mines, the Ravenhold family's enterprises underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Presently, all of the Ravenhold family's properties adopted a unified insignia, with signboards featuring a light blue background, the names of all enterprises pinned in Jonathan's own handwriting, and in the lower right corner, adorned with the family crest, a pair of crossed daggers. "Young master, it is already quite late. You should rest," Robinson urged for the third time. Compared to the idle and mischievous Jonathan of yore, this newly focused Jonathan, fully dedicated to family reform, caused Robinson greater concern. Following the picnic, Goodwin gradually repaid the substantial debt of 100,000 gold coins, and with funds at his disposal, Jonathan was finally ready to unleash his ambitions. The current series of reforms merely represented the first step in Jonathan's grand plan, which entailed even more ambitious endeavors, albeit requiring a gradual approach. "I understand. I shall retire now." Jonathan discarded his pen. Having just completed a design for his latest profitable venture, "I never imagined there would be a tree resin here akin to rubber. Truly, fortune favors me." During a visit to a workshop earlier, Jonathan had been astonished to discover a plant called the monkey tree in the nearby mountains, which secreted a white resin similar in properties to rubber. In Longxi town, a few skilled craftsmen utilized this resin to create sturdy, unbreakable containers, making a meager living from their sales. Unfortunately, due to the resin's peculiar odor, the market for these goods was limited, barely sufficing for their sustenance. In Jonathan's view, using the resin solely for containers was an utter waste. The town's wagons and handcarts were rudimentary wooden wheels, prone to damage, but should rubber be employed for tires, it would mark a monumental advancement. Although uncertain of the maturity of tire manufacturing techniques, he sequestered himself in his study upon returning home, dedicating 5 or 6 hours to drafting a method for producing rubber tires. "With tires, I wonder if I can apply for a patent. That would lead to riches." Jonathan stretched his body, beginning to revel in his financial plans. He was deep in thought when Rachel led Nana into the room. "Is there something you need?" Jonathan inquired, his mood buoyant, noticing a flicker in Rachel's gaze. Though he paid it no mind. "Darling, I've bought a new dress. Do you think it looks good?" Nana joyfully dashed up to Jonathan and asked. "It's beautiful," Jonathan replied, smiling as he affectionately ruffled Nana's hair. "But it's quite expensive. 5 gold coins," Nana pouted. For 3 gold coins was no trifling sum for a child hailing from an ordinary family. 5 gold coins? Jonathan was taken aback. That was indeed a hefty price. Handmade items are more complicated, requiring a great deal of time, which naturally drives up the cost. "Just these stitches alone take 3 or 4 days to complete," Rachel explained. Jonathan squinted, sensing an opportunity. He grasped the edge of Nana's dress, inspecting it closely, and suddenly an idea struck him. He recalled the sewing machine he had seen in his childhood. A remarkable invention. If he could design one and establish a large-scale factory, it would present a lucrative venture. In his youth, Jonathan had mischievously dismantled his grandmother's sewing machine, and having studied a related field in university, crafting a sewing machine would certainly pose no challenge. Seeing Jonathan's excitement, Rachel and Nana were oblivious to his thoughts as he ushered them out to rest. Upon returning to his study, Jonathan quickly sketched a simple design for the sewing machine, and after completing the drawing, he remained exhilarated, feeling no trace of fatigue. He decided to delve into the Thieves' Codex, once again immersing himself in the study of stealth techniques. The most challenging aspect of stealth was the art of invisibility, the cornerstone of a thief's skills. The Codex clearly stated that stealth depended on a mental power derived from meditation, requiring immense concentration and a profound unity of mind and spirit to conceal one's body within the surrounding natural environment without detection. Jonathan was willing to train in this aspect. Yet the focus required for mental power was considerable, and with myriad distractions filling his mind, his progress in meditation was negligible. "I suppose it's necessary to consult Fran. Although he is avaricious, being a priest, he should possess some knowledge of meditation," Jonathan mused. After studying for a while, he gradually grew weary. He tucked the Thieves' Codex away and slumped over his desk, drifting into a hazy slumber. The following morning, Jonathan sought out the blacksmith in town, handing over the sewing machine design and urging them to produce it as swiftly as possible. For the next few days, Jonathan busied himself overseeing the blacksmiths as they crafted the machine's components while also assisting the rubber worker in developing tires. leaving him utterly preoccupied and causing him to forget his intention to consult Fran. Just as he finally found a moment of leisure, the Harvest Festival arrived. The Harvest Festival was a collective celebration for all races and nations of the Alpha continent. Scheduled for the second week of October, during this festive time, farmers would sing and dance, slaughtering chickens and sheep to commemorate a bountiful harvest. Jonathan, wishing to embrace local customs and in dire need of rest, took his family to the scenic shores of Rice Lake, eager to savor the rare holiday. The October landscape of Longxi Town resembled a captivating woman, with the hills and valleys adorned in the rich hues of autumn. Jonathan, almost reluctantly, was dragged up to the peak of Dorothy S. Hill by Crowell, collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent, lacking even the strength to admire the panoramic view of Longxi Town. Am I really going to die from just this? Jonathan lamented, realizing that the body left by the previous owner had been thoroughly drained by indulgence. While he fared well in everyday life, any vigorous activity starkly revealed his frail physique. I practiced Tai Chi for half a year in my previous world. I never expected to be so out of shape now, Jonathan grumbled. It seems I must start running with Crowell every morning to improve my health, lest I meet an untimely demise. Drink some water. Nana, her cheeks flushed from the climb, approached and handed Jonathan a bottle. You're such a good girl, Jonathan replied, patting her head. The little girl had grown accustomed to her role as Jonathan's wife. Even if she still didn't fully grasp the intricacies of marital life, it was clear, however, that Jonathan had become the closest person to her aside from her parents. Young master, aren't you going to take a look at the scenery below? It's truly beautiful, Robinson remarked eagerly, standing before Jonathan. Jonathan muttered, What's so appealing about it? Yet he still stood up to gaze into the distance. Jonathan was momentarily speechless as a dreamlike panorama unfolded before his eyes. The distant mountains wound their way along the horizon, while the October foliage adorned the peaks in resplendent hues. Occasionally, birds took flight from the forests, forming a line as they journeyed southward for the winter. At the foot of the mountains, Rice Lake lay like a tranquil mirror, cradled by the Moana jungle, its cerulean waters so clear that Jonathan could almost see the fish swimming within. On the other side of the Moana jungle was Longxi Town, situated on a flat plain, surrounded by meticulously organized fields resembling a student's practice notebook. The crops in those fields had ripened, golden waves of wheat dancing gracefully in the breeze. Farmers were busy harvesting the fruits of their labor from the past year. It's truly beautiful, Jonathan marveled at the serene and idyllic landscape, finally grasping how enchanting his territory was. This is all the young master's domain. I hope you can preserve its beauty forever, Robinson said from the side. I will, Jonathan nodded, realizing that while he had previously viewed himself as an anomaly from another world, he had now fully embraced his identity, aware of the responsibilities and obligations that came with being a lord. The picnic hosted by the Ravenhode family took place at the highest peak of Dorothy S. Hill. A name that evoked a story Jonathan was familiar with. He began recounting the tale of the little girl Dorothy and her adventures with the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion in the Magical Kingdom, captivating everyone in attendance. My favorite character is the Cowardly Lion, Nana exclaimed excitedly as soon as the story concluded. I think the Scarecrow is the best because he is very clever, Robinson chimed in, shaking his head. The Tin Man is the greatest. He is incredibly strong, Crowell added, taking a hearty bite of a sausage. Jonathan listened with a smile, reveling in the beauty of this simple life. However, noticing that Rachel seemed a bit reserved, he playfully teased, Rachel, who is your favorite character from the story? I suppose I like Dorothy the most, Rachel replied, her face flushing as she lowered her gaze. Why is that? Jonathan was delighted to witness Rachel's shyness. Since the incident, the icy demeanor of this stunning beauty had melted away in Jonathan's presence. His perspective was that once a woman's body is laid bare, it becomes difficult for her to maintain pretense. Dorothy is brave, optimistic and kind, always fighting to return home. I want to go home too, Rachel confessed. Home? Isn't your home here? Jonathan was taken aback, searching his fragmented memories and realizing he had no knowledge of Rachel's background. Rachel's expression dimmed, and Robinson quietly interjected, Young master, Rachel is from the Sand Kingdom. From the Sand Kingdom? What of it? Jonathan still didn't comprehend. The expressions around him grew awkward, making Jonathan realize he had broached a sensitive topic. "I'm full," Rachel stated, setting down the piece of bread she had barely bitten into and moving to sit on a large rock at the edge of the cliff, gazing westward. "Young master, don't you remember? Rachel is from the Sand Kingdom. Captured by the Imperial troops at the age of 7, she was brought back as a slave to be sold at that time. The Lord happened to be traveling in Edinburgh and bought her from the slave market," Robinson explained in a hushed tone. "Is that so?" Jonathan finally understood, piecing together why Rachel differed in certain respects, such as having a slightly higher nose and fair skin. The citizens of Raven Kingdom typically had black or blue eyes, while Rachel's were a striking green, setting her apart. "We seldom discuss such matters, as they remind her of her homeland and unfortunate past," Robinson lamented. "She is, after all, a very pitiable girl." "Indeed, she is," Jonathan sighed, feeling a sense of shared sorrow, as he too occasionally reminisced about the fragments of his former world, missing family and friends and recalling his childhood. Jonathan hastily consumed a couple of bites, excusing himself by claiming he was full, and moved to sit beside Rachel. "Young master," Rachel was startled by Jonathan's sudden appearance as she had been lost in thought. "Are you thinking of home?" Jonathan inquired. "I dare not," Rachel replied anxiously. Jonathan understood that the Sand Kingdom and Raven Kingdom had always been adversaries, and if anyone were to discover Rachel's lingering attachment to her homeland, it could lead to trouble. "Actually, I can't empathize with your feelings," Jonathan sighed. "But you are far luckier than I." "Oh." Rachel looked at Jonathan curiously, unsure of why he would say such a thing. "At least you know your home is somewhere out there, in the Western lands. But for me, I have no idea where I truly belong." Jonathan reflected. "Young master." You belong to Ravenhold," Rachel asserted. "Haha, you are indeed correct." With a smile, Jonathan declared, "No matter where I belonged in the past, I now belong to Ravenhold, and so do you. I hope that one day you will consider this place your home." Having said this, Jonathan rose and rejoined the others, quickly engaging in song and dance, enlivening the atmosphere. Rachel, lost in thought, reflected on Jonathan's words, her gaze secretly following his figure, completely forgetting that he had once been her most detested enemy, the one she wished to see swiftly dispatched. After lunch, the group descended from Dorothy Peak and took a respite on the sandy shores of Rice Lake. The lake was dotted with white sails as fishermen seized the last moments to catch fish. The tranquil azure waters resembled a vast emerald, a gentle breeze caressing the surface, with the sun hanging comfortably in the sky. Truly a splendid day for an outing. Jonathan secured a lounge chair and reclined lazily on the white sands by the lake, basking in the sunlight, feeling as if he were living a celestial life. Nana, like all the children, busily constructed castles on the beach, her little face radiant with joy, which warmed Jonathan's heart. "I've called the fishermen to catch some fresh crabs and lake shrimp for dinner," Robinson reported as he approached Jonathan. "I want to go boating." Upon hearing Robinson's words, Nana abandoned her half-finished castle and timidly ran to Jonathan. Jonathan nodded, gently ruffling Nana's hair, saying, "Go ahead and have fun, but remember not to dip your hands into the lake." "I know," Nana exclaimed joyfully. "Rachel, please accompany Nana," Jonathan said, still somewhat apprehensive, and Rachel agreed. Soon, Nana and Rachel boarded a small fishing boat and set off, while Jonathan donned his straw hat, reclining under the sun, listening to Nana's tinkling laughter fade into the distance, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jonathan suddenly heard a piercing scream. Who was shouting? Jonathan lazily lifted his head, scanning the surroundings. Beside him, the already slumbering Cromwell yawned and sat up. Straining to listen, they're shouting about the Rice Lake Monster. The Rice Lake Monster. Jonathan and Cromwell exchanged wide-eyed glances and immediately turned their attention to the expansive lake. Nana and Rachel's small boat floated at the center of Rice Lake. Only a distant black dot visible in the even farther distance. The massive form of the Rice Lake Monster was unmistakable, drawing closer to the lake's center. "I must save Nana," Jonathan exclaimed, bolting toward the lake. He breathlessly reached the water's edge, seized a small boat, eager to rescue her. But as he grasped the oars, he realized he had no knowledge of rowing. Thud. Cromwell also climbed aboard without hesitation, grabbing the oars and straining with all his might to row towards the lake's center. Nana and Rachel's boat swiftly made its way to shore, while not far behind them, the giant rice lake monster churned the waters, creating towering waves in pursuit. Chapter 11. Visitors from the capital. The rice lake monster first appeared 5 years ago. According to a bestiary written by a bard from the Lavan kingdom named Denial, this creature is scientifically known as Audra, a freshwater monster that typically hides in the lakebed muck, subsisting on fish and shrimp. Once it senses hunger, it will attack humans. Denial's bestiary rates various monsters according to their danger level, assigning Audra a B rating. For ordinary people, B-rated monsters are formidable adversaries, especially since Audra usually lurks in the lakebed. Elusive and unpredictable. Thus, it has tormented the inhabitants of Ravenhold for years, and yet they have had no means to confront it, despite facing the notorious Audra and the tumultuous waves at the lake's center. Jonathan forgot his fear, his heart solely concerned for Nana. "Cromwell, can you row any faster?" Jonathan shouted. "This is as fast as I can go," Cromwell replied, his muscular arms straining with effort. Yet Jonathan still felt they were moving too slowly. "Sir, check if there are any weapons on the boat. Once we reach Miss Nana, you two should escape, and I will hold off the monster," Cromwell suggested. "Weapons?" Jonathan searched the boat, finally locating a fishing rod, the sharpest implement aboard being the hook attached to it. "This is all we have." Jonathan realized how rash he had been to rush into the situation unarmed. They might all end up as the monster's next meal. "There's no time to dwell on that, Cromwell." A courageous warrior with fighting spirit continued to row with all his might, while Nana's small boat desperately fled towards the shore. As their distance closed, Jonathan could faintly hear Nana's cries. "Nana, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you," Jonathan shouted. However, in the distance, the monster suddenly swiped its massive fin, creating a colossal wave that lifted Nana's small boat to the crest before crashing it down violently. Jonathan watched in horror as the fisherman steering the boat screamed and was thrown into the lake, disappearing beneath the waves, while Nana and Rachel clung to the edges of the boat, their faces pale with fear. "Cromwell, row faster." Jonathan nearly lost his mind, raising the fishing rod high, shouting at Audra, "What kind of skill is it to bully women? If you dare, come and eat me instead, and I'm tender and juicy. I must taste better than those two." Audra paid no heed to Jonathan, seemingly enjoying the chaos it was causing, continuing to create waves that tossed the small boat for its amusement. "This is bad. This is how it plays before feeding. Once it tosses the boat to the highest point, it will eat." Cromwell, having some understanding of Audra's behavior, recognized the dire situation as he watched Audra toy with its prey like a cat with a mouse. They were now less than 100 meters away from Audra, who completely ignored them, focusing instead on tormenting poor Nana and Rachel. "Get a bit closer, just a little more," Jonathan urged, gripping the fishing rod tightly. Spurring Cromwell on as they drew nearer, Nana and Rachel were hurled higher and higher. Audra seemed to tire of its play, finally swiping its fin to send the small boat to its apex before opening its mouth. Poised to devour both the boat and its occupants in one swift motion, die. In a moment of desperation, Jonathan swung the fishing rod with all his strength, hoping to hook Audra. The line arced beautifully. But unfortunately, Jonathan's strength was inadequate, and the hook plopped into the water beside Audra instead. "It's over." Jonathan felt despair creeping in. "Not yet," Cromwell bellowed, raising the oar in his hand, his fighting spirit flaring as he hurled it towards Audra. The oar flew like an arrow, striking Audra squarely on the head. Audra, stunned, momentarily forgot the small boat tossed in the waves, turning its furious gaze towards Jonathan with its large fish eyes. Jonathan, filled with rage and wishing to slay Audra for sashimi, felt his legs weaken in the face of the formidable creature. Audra, clearly enraged, smacked the water's surface with its fin, sending a massive wave crashing down, capsizing Jonathan's small boat. Jonathan plunged into the water but quickly grabbed hold of the overturned hull, preventing himself from sinking. "What a terrifying creature. Can we truly escape?" Jonathan asked Cromwell, who clung to the small boat as well. "I have no confidence," Cromwell replied. Though a warrior with fighting spirit, facing a B-rated monster like Audra was daunting, especially in the water, which only heightened the challenge. "Regardless, we must try. Sir, swim to the ladies' boat as best you can and escape with them. I will hold it off here," Cromwell insisted. I can't let you face this alone, Jonathan. Summoning his courage, realized that if he fled now, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Though fear gripped him, he bravely declared, Audra may be fierce, but fish bellies are generally soft. I can attract its attention while you stealthily swim beneath the water to strike at its belly. There's a chance we could prevail. Excellent idea. Cromwell gave Jonathan a thumbs up, inhaled deeply, and submerged himself. Swimming stealthily beneath Audra, as Audra turned its attention back to Nana's small boat, Jonathan shouted at the top of his lungs, pouring out his frustration and cursing Audra's ancestors, though Audra likely understood none of Jonathan's words. The sheer volume of his voice captured its attention. It turned its gaze towards Jonathan, considering for a moment, perhaps deeming his flesh delectable, and began to swim slowly towards him. No way, it's really coming this way? Jonathan, having successfully drawn Audra's focus, felt no thrill of triumph. If he chose to flee, he was not a strong swimmer. Letting go of the boat might very well lead to his drowning. Moreover, even if he were a good swimmer, could he possibly outswim a creature born and bred in the water like Audra? This time, it's over. Nana will soon be a widow, and that damned Chris will inherit the territory. As Jonathan observed Audra approaching, his mind was filled not with fear, but with regret. Audra opened its gaping maw, revealing serrated teeth like saw blades, and Jonathan could almost envision the excruciating pain of those teeth sinking into his flesh. Heavenly spirits. Earth spirits, Cromwell, heed my plea. Jonathan could only pray, cursing himself for not mastering the combat and assassination techniques from the thief's holy scriptures. At the very least, he should have learned the art of stealth. If he couldn't fight back, he could at least escape. Audra moved with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching Jonathan's side. The waves it stirred crashing down upon him like torrential rain, rendering him unable to open his eyes, only able to squint to catch a glimpse of a vague, enormous shadow. Just as Audra was about to relish Jonathan as a delectable meal, a tremendous splash erupted beneath the water. Roar! Audra emitted a furious cry, flipping onto its side as if struck by a powerful blow. Got it! Jonathan excitedly waved his arms, exclaiming, Cromwell, well done. With a splash, Cromwell emerged from the depths, his face flushed from holding his breath for too long. Ha ha ha, Cromwell, when we return, I shall reward you with 500 gold coins. You were magnificent. Jonathan shouted joyfully. However, before he could finish, Cromwell yelled, Master, flee quickly. It's still alive. As expected with Cromwell's warning, Audra flicked its tail fin, flipping back over, its eyes filled with rage as it charged towards them with ferocity. That last strike had nearly exhausted Cromwell's energy, yet it had proven ineffective. Now utterly drained, he could no longer hope to impede Audra. It's over. Jonathan despaired completely. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable, and it seemed he would not escape death today. Audra's massive jaws descended, and Jonathan could almost smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. At that moment, a colossal fireball crashed onto Audra's head, exploding with a resounding bang and showering sparks everywhere. The ferocious Audra collapsed onto the lake's surface like a piece of rotten wood, wisps of smoke rising from its fishy head, and Jonathan even caught a whiff of the aroma of roasted fish. What had just transpired? Jonathan stood dumbfounded. The scene before him felt like a dream, leaving him momentarily speechless. Jonathan! Master! Two female voices called out, and Jonathan turned to see Nana and Rachel's small boat making its way toward him. With another figure aboard, as the boat drew closer, Jonathan could clearly see a woman standing at the bow, and his eyes brightened. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, her wavy chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes a brilliant blue reminiscent of the waters of Lake Rice. Her tall figure was shrouded in a black robe, and prominently displayed on her ample bosom was a gleaming golden medal, signifying her status as a mage. There was no doubt, she was a sorceress. Are you the Lord Jonathan? The sorceress inquired as the boat approached. Perhaps you should pull me aboard first? Jonathan tilted his head, clearly seeing the sorceress's features. Her delicate and refined features were strikingly pale, and the few freckles on either side of her prominent nose stood out against her fair complexion. Rachel extended her hand, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Jonathan grasped her delicate hand and, with great effort, clambered onto the boat. "Jonathan!" Nana rushed into his embrace, holding him tightly. "I'm fine. Don't worry," Jonathan reassured her, his heart swelling with joy at her safety, surpassing his own relief at being rescued. Meanwhile, Cromwell swam over, awkwardly climbing onto the boat. Both men soaked and resembling drowned rats, a breeze blew, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. "I am Jonathan Ravenhold, Lord of Dragonstream Town. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" Jonathan wiped his hands and extended them toward his savior, the sorceress. However, she ignored his gesture, lifting her chin with an air of pride. "I am Elixia, a level 7 magical mentor of the Supreme Divine Church. I have come by the decree of the Pope to guide Lady Nana Ravenhold in her studies of magic. So you are the magical mentor that Fran spoke of. Welcome." "Welcome." Jonathan awkwardly retracted his hand. Elixia's haughty demeanor annoyed him slightly, but given that she had saved his life, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Regardless, surviving this ordeal was the greatest stroke of luck, and Jonathan wished to leave the terror of the lake behind as soon as possible. He and Cromwell paddled vigorously, finally making it back to the shore. Robinson and the others awaited anxiously at the water's edge, and upon seeing Jonathan and the others return safely, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The only regret was the fishermen who had gone out to sea and had since vanished into the lake, likely perishing. Witnessing the families of those lost weeping inconsolably, Jonathan felt a pang of sorrow for their plight and instructed Robinson to provide them with compensation. Though they had narrowly escaped a life-threatening danger, there was still a semblance of gain. The beast Audra, which had ravaged Lake Rice for 5 years, had now become a roasted fish, thus ridding Dragonstream Town of a menace. On the way back to the manor, Jonathan, regaining his composure, began to secretly plot how to turn the eradication of Audra into a political achievement, hoping to completely reverse his notorious reputation. BY7 in the evening, the banquet hall, adorned with molten firedog teeth, was filled with a sumptuous feast. The Ravenhold family was hosting a banquet to welcome the magical mentor Elixia from the royal capital, albeit limited to family and Pastor Fran. The lavish spread was a rarity in recent years, reflecting Jonathan's eagerness to welcome Elixia to Dragonstream Town and to express gratitude for her life-saving intervention. Moreover, there was an important theme: to celebrate the elimination of one of the 3 scourges plaguing Dragonstream Town, the monstrous fish Audra. "The 3 scourges of Dragonstream Town. What are the other 2? Elixia queried Rachel, her demeanor cool towards everyone except Rachel, perhaps due to a mutual appreciation among women. "There's also the magical beast from Moor Mountain and—" Rachel trailed off, casting a furtive glance at Jonathan. Had this been a month prior, Rachel would have readily divulged Jonathan's name to Elixia. If Elixia could deal with Jonathan as she had with Audra, it would indeed be gratifying. However, over the past month, Rachel had witnessed the changes in Jonathan, and she was astonished to realize that he had indeed transformed from his former self. The scene in which Jonathan had risked his life to save Nana still lingered vividly in her mind. Although Jonathan had repeatedly called out Nana's name, Rachel couldn't help but recall the words he had uttered on the day of the incident. Each time those mushy declarations resurfaced in her thoughts, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced as if it contained a mischievous little deer. Elixia was a perceptive woman. Noticing Rachel's flickering gaze as she occasionally stole glances at Jonathan, she began to piece together the underlying dynamics. "My esteemed Lady Elixia, your magic today was truly remarkable. I am curious to know how you managed to reach the center of the lake." Jonathan approached Elixia at that moment. "Upon arriving at the manor, I learned that you had ventured to Lake Rice. So I came to see. When I reached the lakeshore, your steward informed me of the trouble. Fearing for Miss Nana's safety, I employed a teleportation spell," Elixia explained. "Teleportation? How impressive." Jonathan marveled, thinking that since Elixia was so formidable, he should seize the opportunity to inquire about the art of stealth. As he showered her with compliments, Jonathan's eyes suddenly caught sight of the expanse of pale skin revealed by the low neckline of Elixia's evening attire. Her ample bosom resembled twin snow-capped mountains, and nestled between them lay a deep valley, a realm that countless brave souls would risk their lives to explore. While Jonathan was not a hero, that did not deter his greedy gaze from seeking the beauty within. "Lord Jonathan, what is it that you are looking at?" Alexia's eyes glinted like ice blades. She had noticed Jonathan's wandering gaze and coldly inquired, "What am I looking at?" "Indeed, what am I looking at?" Jonathan deflected awkwardly. The glint of coldness flashed in Alexia's eyes as she proudly thrust her chest forward, declaring, "Is it not beautiful?" Jonathan's gaze involuntarily drifted deeper. Good heavens, it was even more profound than he had imagined. Jonathan could almost hear the sound of his own throat swallowing, not out of rudeness, but due to an overwhelming inability to restrain himself. Since arriving in this world, Jonathan had faced numerous temptations of beauty. Yet he had never truly indulged. With Alexia's alluring figure so close, he could scent her fragrance, and he felt a primal urge rise within him, as if he might seize the beautiful sorceress and bring her to the ground. "How deep?" Jonathan murmured, entirely oblivious to the murderous intent in Alexia's gaze. "Have you seen enough?" Alexia's tone was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Jonathan, however, remained oblivious, swallowing the saliva that had nearly reached his lips, and chuckled, "Not yet. Not yet your head." The poised and elegant Alexia finally erupted in fury, delivering a straight punch that caught Jonathan completely off guard, or rather, he was unable to evade it at all. He received a fierce blow to his left eye and fell backward, crashing to the ground. Bang! The esteemed Lord Jonathan collapsed onto the floor like a piece of decayed wood, his head spinning and his left eye nearly swollen shut. Husband. This was Nana. Young master. This was Robinson and Rachel. Everyone rushed over, scrambling to help Jonathan up. "You?" Jonathan covered his left eye, about to explode in anger, but upon seeing Alexia shaking her fist, seemingly aiming for his right eye, he swallowed back his retort. "If you ever look at me with that kind of gaze again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." With that, Alexia turned and strode away. Jonathan was furious, hopping in place. "Ha ha!" Nana suddenly pointed at Jonathan's face and burst into laughter, while Robinson and Rachel's expressions twisted, as if they wanted to laugh but dared not. "What are you laughing at?" "What's wrong with me?" Jonathan asked, perplexed. "Your eyes, they look like a raccoon." Nana laughed uncontrollably. 10 minutes later, in Jonathan's study. "That barbaric woman, does she think she can act recklessly just because she saved me?" Jonathan glared at his reflection in the mirror, his eye socket bruised and seething with rage. As a dignified lord, to be beaten black and blue by a woman in his own territory was an unparalleled humiliation, especially in his current comical state. He imagined his entire family was probably rolling under the covers, laughing at him. "I must take revenge." Jonathan refused to swallow this humiliation, regardless of the beauty before him. However, exacting revenge on Alexia was no easy task. As it happened, Alexia was a saintess of the church. It was said that all saintesses received rigorous education from a young age, mastering not only the doctrines of the supreme God, but also excelling in astronomy, geography, and the history of politics. Given Jonathan's academic failure at the Imperial University, he was clearly no match for her intellect. Attempting to compete with Alexia in scholarly pursuits would be nothing short of self-degradation. As for martial prowess, Alexia was a level 7 archmage, and her display of the grilling fish technique against the monstrous fish, Audra, was not only powerful but also remarkably dazzling, a perfect fusion of magic and artistry. In contrast, Jonathan, who had never lifted a finger to toil or discern grains, was merely dabbling in the rogue scriptures in secret. It was evident that their capabilities were not even on the same level. If Jonathan wished to become a human barbecue, he might as well provoke her in terms of authority. Alexia, as a saintess of the supreme God, directly answered to the Pope, which made her status comparable to a count in the kingdom. By that measure, her position eclipsed Jonathan's. Moreover, Alexia hailed from a prestigious lineage, her father being Duke Prost, one of the 12 greatest dukes in the kingdom. It was said that the duke provided her with a generous allowance of several thousand gold coins each year. Far wealthier than Jonathan, who had recently been on the brink of bankruptcy as a minor noble. In summary, in any comparison, Jonathan found himself outmatched by Alexia. The thought of revenge seemed utterly fanciful. What should I do then? If I cannot confront her openly, I shall resort to cunning. Jonathan racked his brain, his innate talent for devising wicked schemes coming to the fore, and after much contemplation, he finally hatched an idea. I recall seeing a recipe in the rogue scriptures. Heh heh, if that recipe truly works, I'll have that foul woman at my mercy, and then, Jonathan smirked, his thoughts veering towards malevolence. He hurried back to his study to retrieve the rogue scriptures, flipping through the pages to the chapter on poisoning. This section not only detailed methods of poisoning, but also provided numerous recipes for various poisons. Relying on his memory, Jonathan turned to the later pages and eventually found the recipe he sought in an inconspicuous corner. Powder, regardless of how pure a woman may be, upon ingestion of this powder, she will become flushed and aroused. Note 1. The potency is extremely strong. The dosage must not exceed 1 gram, or the consequences will be borne by the user. Note 2. This powder can be dissolved in various liquids, being colorless and tasteless. Jonathan was overjoyed. Ha ha, this is clearly the legendary I love a stick. Alexia? You claim to be a saintess, but let me turn you into a. Let us see how you maintain your facade of chastity before me. Chapter 12. The Dwarven Craftsman, Robinson. What has the young master been doing locked away in that? What's it called again? Cromwell stopped Robinson, who was about to deliver lunch to Jonathan, and asked quietly. Laboratory, Robinson replied decisively. Despite being over 60, his memory was still exceptionally sharp. He was the first in the family to remember this new term Jonathan had coined. Yes. The laboratory. What has the young master been doing in there these past few days? Cromwell inquired. I don't know. Didn't he ask you to go up the mountain for herbs? Yes, probably studying medicinal materials. Robinson shook his head. I can't shake the feeling that the young master has been acting a bit strange lately. Could it be that he is too embarrassed to face anyone after being punched by the Archmage lady? Cromwell suppressed a laugh. Stop talking nonsense. If the young master hears you, he'll dock your pension. Robinson shot him a glare, and Cromwell felt a twinge of fear. Robinson approached the door to Jonathan's laboratory, a small room that had been carved out from the study wall, and gently knocked. Click. The door opened a crack, and Jonathan's half-face appeared. Young master, I've brought your meal, Robinson said, peering through the door. Inside was pitch dark, devoid of even a glimmer of light, save for the dim flicker of candlelight. Robinson was also curious about this laboratory. A few days prior, Jonathan had hired a glassblower to create some peculiar bottles and had sent Cromwell and others to gather rare herbs from the mountains. Now he had been holed up in the laboratory, avoiding contact with others, which concerned Robinson. Give it to me. Jonathan reached out to take the tray, quickly retreating into the room and slamming the door shut. Sigh. Robinson scratched his head, unsure how to advise him, and slowly made his way downstairs. Just as he reached the staircase, he heard a loud bang, and the entire floor shook. Robinson clearly heard the source of the noise coming from Jonathan's laboratory. In a flurry, he rushed over, only to see smoke billowing from beneath the door. Before he could break it down, the door burst open, and Jonathan stumbled out, engulfed in a cloud of thick smoke, coughing violently on the floor. Young master, what happened? Robinson was alarmed, but upon closer inspection, he found Jonathan merely covered in various colored liquids and unharmed, which reassured him. Damn it, the recipe didn't he mention any possibility of an explosion? How irresponsible. Jonathan cursed angrily. What recipe? Why did it explode? Robinson was utterly confused. Jonathan glanced around and whispered, Don't tell anyone about this, especially Alexia. I plan to surprise her. All right. Although Robinson was still unclear about Jonathan's intentions, his unwavering loyalty to the Ravenwood family made him readily agree. In his eyes, as long as the young master was no longer engaging in reckless behavior, he would be grateful. I must not make a mistake this time. After some repairs, the laboratory was finally usable again. Jonathan stood before a collection of test tubes and glass bottles, hesitating. If another explosion occurred, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't lose a limb. Oh well, if I die, I die. Jonathan touched his still swollen eye socket, the flames of revenge burning fiercely within him. 3 grams of horsetail, 2 segments of butterfly love flower root, 1 gold beetle. Jonathan added a series of peculiar ingredients into a small crucible, with a tiny furnace heating it beneath. Soon, a thick, white liquid began to brew. This should be safe. It ought to work. Jonathan rubbed his hands together in excitement, envisioning Alexia, under the influence of his concoction, burning with desire. At that moment, I'll stand before her, making her kneel and kiss my toes, then whip her mercilessly. Heh heh, but even if she does that, I won't forgive her. At most, I'll give her a cucumber to satisfy herself. Wahahaha, I am truly wicked. Jonathan's thoughts spiraled into fantasy, and at the height of his excitement, he couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Outside the laboratory, Robinson, initially concerned about another explosion, caught a hint of Jonathan's laughter and thought it peculiar. What on earth was the young master doing, alternating between explosions and laughter? Had he lost his mind? Jonathan, unaware of Robinson's thoughts, watched as the white liquid in the crucible thickened, slowly transforming into a powdery solid, which filled him with exhilaration. Is it a success? As all the liquid evaporated, only a pile of white powder remained in the crucible, according to the recipe. This should be the finished product of the powder. Will this truly make a woman aroused? Jonathan leaned in closer to the crucible, examining the powder intently. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Jonathan suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Unable to resist, he let out a loud sneeze. With Jonathan's face close to the crucible, the force of the sneeze sent the powder flying, and a few mischievous granules found their way into his nostrils. So itchy. Jonathan sneezed repeatedly, and as he wiped his nose, he realized that the painstakingly concocted powder had been ruined. Is this a sign from the heavens that I am not meant to succeed? He lamented, gazing at the scattered remnants on the ground, knowing full well that recovery was beyond possibility. Young master, are you unwell? Robinson knocked on the door, having heard the commotion from the laboratory. Jonathan flung the door open, exclaiming, I am fine. However, before he could finish, he suddenly hiccuped, and his expression shifted to one of peculiar intensity, his gaze becoming vacant as he stared at Robinson. Young master, what is wrong? Robinson sensed something was amiss and reached out to steady him. Hee. Robinson, your hands are quite smooth. It seems a man in his 60s has taken good care of himself. Jonathan seized Robinson's hand, kneading it playfully. Young master, what are you doing? Robinson was taken aback, increasingly convinced that there was a malevolent spirit haunting the house, and that Jonathan was surely possessed. Young master, what is happening to you? Came the voice of Rachel from behind. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Jonathan instinctively released Robinson and turned around. The moment he laid eyes on Rachel, his gaze ignited with a green glow, and drool began to dribble from the corner of his mouth. Rachel, you are stunning. Did you know that I have never been able to forget your silky skin, that exquisite sensation, and, oh, those long, beautiful legs? He extended his arms, striding towards her. Rachel, recalling her previous encounters with Jonathan that left her blushing furiously, gasped, Young master, what are you doing? Robinson, noticing the odd behavior, rushed to restrain Jonathan. To his surprise, Jonathan suddenly exhibited an unexpected strength, flinging Robinson aside as he lunged towards Rachel. Realizing the danger, Rachel swiftly turned and ran down the stairs. Jonathan pursued closely, shouting, Rachel, let me cherish you. I will make you feel divine. I certainly will not. Rachel retorted loudly, hastily exiting the fiery jaws of the furnace. She burst out of the house. She encountered Althea and Nana approaching, evidently having just completed their day's magical lessons. Rachel, what is the matter? Althea inquired, her brow furrowed at the sight of Rachel's panic-stricken expression. Young master, he has suddenly gone mad, Rachel stammered, still in shock. Just then, Jonathan burst through the door, and upon seeing the three beauties, he grinned lewdly. 3 lovely ladies, let us share a bed together. With that, he lunged forward. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Althea withdrew her fist. Having effortlessly sent Jonathan flying with a single blow, her punch infused with the elemental force of fire. Not only did Jonathan's clothes turn to ashes, but even some of his body hair was singed away, leaving him akin to a plucked pig ready for the pot. "Aw, how embarrassing!" was Jonathan's first exclamation upon regaining consciousness and realizing the extent of his actions. For an entire week, he dared not step foot outside his bedroom, until the scandal's repercussions had begun to dissipate and the discomfort from the regrowth in a certain area ceased to nag at him, allowing him to re-emerge into society. Like a coin with 2 faces. Although Jonathan had suffered a loss of dignity, he had come to grasp an important truth. The powder was indeed effective, not only on women but even more so on men. Jonathan attributed this infamous infatuation incident to having drunk too much, a narrative that Robinson, Rachel, and the household servants had grown accustomed to, as Jonathan's behavior had often been similarly outrageous prior to his marriage, with far more severe repercussions. Althea, however, remained entirely indifferent, her sole concern being Nana's progress in magical studies. To her, Jonathan was merely a foolish and incompetent little noble, hardly worth her consideration. Jonathan was well aware of this fact. Every time he encountered Althea at home, he felt akin to a mouse evading a cat, steering clear of her path. With old grievances and new resentments combined, Jonathan drew lessons from his experiences. He had a mask fashioned for himself and resumed his experiments with the powder. This time, I must succeed, Jonathan vowed vehemently, insisting that he would not relent until Althea knelt before him, pleading for forgiveness. Just as he locked himself in the laboratory, meticulously measuring the weights of the raw materials, he heard Cromwell's booming voice from outside. "Young master, what is it?" Jonathan opened the door slightly. "I am engaged in a crucial scientific experiment. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent." "Young master, the craftsmen from the town wish to see you," Cromwell replied. "Oh." Jonathan's first thought was that the sewing machine had been completed. "Quickly, let them in. Ha ha, this time I shall strike it rich." He momentarily set aside thoughts of the aphrodisiac and proceeded to meet the craftsman in the sitting room. To his surprise, he was greeted not by the completed sewing machine, but by 3 glum-faced craftsmen and a box filled with disassembled parts. What is the meaning of this? Jonathan's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene, realizing that his plans were likely in disarray. "My lord, we have completed part of the work you assigned, but there are some components we simply cannot manufacture," the eldest craftsman, Frodo, explained. He was the finest blacksmith in Long Creek Town, renowned for his craftsmanship, and Jonathan held him in high regard. Approaching the box, Jonathan noted that some parts were already assembled, with a wooden base standing out prominently, suggesting that about 80% of the work was complete. "Which components are impossible to create?" Jonathan inquired. Frodo unfurled the drawings Jonathan had provided, revealing several red circles on the paper. "These present some challenges, but we can likely resolve them. However, the components within the machine head are far too intricate for us to manage," Frodo lamented. "The machine head?" Jonathan nearly choked with frustration. While he might find alternatives for other parts, the inability to produce the machine head meant the sewing machine would be rendered useless. "What a bunch of incompetence!" Jonathan exclaimed. Exasperated, he had invested a considerable sum of gold in the sewing machine, only to be met with a pile of useless scraps. It was enough to ignite his fury. "My lord, please do not be angry. Just because we cannot do it does not mean that others cannot," Frodo said, his voice trembling. "Oh." Jonathan perked up, sensing a glimmer of hope. "When it comes to crafting tools on the Alpha continent, the dwarves are unparalleled. Compared to their artisans, we are but novices. The craftsmanship required for this machine head is beyond our capabilities, but the dwarves surely can succeed," Frodo asserted. "The dwarves of the Stone Kingdom? Are we to summon them?" Jonathan asked. Frodo shook his head vigorously. "No need for that. I know of a dwarf craftsman in Edinburgh whose skills are exceptional. I believe he can create the machine head." "There are dwarves in Edinburgh? If that is the case, then go and fetch him. I shall pay any wage he demands," Jonathan declared. Yet Frodo shook his head vehemently. "My lord, this dwarf has a rather peculiar temperament. If I were to go, he would undoubtedly refuse. I believe only you, my lord, could persuade him to assist." "Such a hassle?" Jonathan pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to undertake the journey himself. Part of his motivation was indeed to secure the sewing machine's construction, but he also yearned to witness the allure of the grand city of Edinburgh. "Wow, how bustling!" Cromwell gaped at the throngs of people jostling about, his demeanor unmistakably that of a country bumpkin. Cough. "Could you not embarrass me further?" Jonathan, having seen much in his previous life, found Edinburgh, while 100 times larger, busier, and more splendid than Long Creek Town, hardly worthy of his awe. However, the city's medieval architecture enchanted him, and the women on the streets, each more alluring than the last, flaunted plunging necklines that revealed deep cleavages. "I adore this city," Jonathan exclaimed sincerely. "Rachel, is there anything you wish to purchase?" On their way to seek the dwarf craftsman, Jonathan noticed numerous shops specializing in women's clothing and jewelry and inquired of Rachel, who accompanied him. This time, Jonathan had brought 2 attendants, Cromwell and Rachel, as part of his plan. I have heard that the dwarf craftsman Barry is rather difficult to deal with. I will first employ my charms and then resort to threats. He must assist me, he thought. Rachel, unaware that she was merely a pawn in Jonathan's scheme, initially felt apprehensive, fearing another incident akin to the previous infatuation episode. Yet, knowing she seldom had the chance to visit Edinburgh, she eventually agreed to accompany him. Upon hearing Jonathan's gentle inquiry, Rachel felt her heart warm, yet she shook her head, replying, "No, everything here is quite expensive. What does cost matter?" Jonathan replied, displeased, and stepped into a nearby clothing store. "How may I assist you?" the enthusiastic shopkeeper approached. "I wish to purchase a complete outfit for this young lady. Bring forth anything that suits her figure." "I want the finest and most expensive," Jonathan declared with grandiosity. A significant patron has arrived, and the proprietress beams with delight, lavishly praising Jonathan for his striking handsomeness while extolling Rachel for her fortune in being accompanied by such a dashing and affluent man. Rachel, wishing to clarify, finds herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as the proprietress ushers her into the fitting room, where she bewilderedly begins to try on garments. While Jonathan ostensibly intends to buy Rachel some clothes, his true motive is to assess the clothing market. After surveying the shop, he notes that the prices of the exquisite garments are quite steep. He silently calculates in his mind, realizing that the garment industry is indeed a highly lucrative venture. Moments later, Rachel emerges from the fitting room, and Jonathan cannot help but be taken aback. Indeed, as the saying goes, clothes make the man. "You look absolutely stunning," he exclaims, nodding in approval. "Is it truly beautiful?" Rachel, lacking in confidence, steals a furtive glance at her reflection, her face burning. Goodness, this outfit is far too revealing. Panic sets in as she realizes her delicate shoulders are fully exposed, and the neckline plunges dangerously low, tightly encasing her curves, as if they might burst forth to beckon, "Darling, would you like to touch us?" Yet, despite the provocative nature of the attire, even Rachel, familiar with her own form, cannot help but sense its allure. "This will do. No need to change," Jonathan decisively states before Rachel can object. By the time he pays with ease, it is too late for Rachel to voice her dissent. He has truly transformed, she muses, feeling a twinge of emotion. Meanwhile, Jonathan contemplates. This will suffice. The previous outfit was far too dowdy for Barry's discerning eye. Now, with this look, the mere sight of her bosom could potentially entrap him. Let us see if he takes the bait. If Rachel were to learn of Jonathan's current thoughts, she might very well smother him with her bosom in retaliation. Speaking of the diminutive craftsman Barry, he is somewhat renowned in the grand city of Edinburgh. Standing before his shop, Jonathan is astonished to discover that Barry is not only a craftsman but also a proprietor. Unlike the cramped and dingy smithy in Long Creek Town, Barry's workshop boasts a spacious and well-lit hall, complete with refreshments for patrons, while the actual workshop lies in the rear. It dawns on Jonathan that this short craftsman possesses considerable business acumen, especially when he notices a display room in the hall, showcasing items bearing the Barry-made insignia, indicating his emphasis on branding. Upon hearing that clientele specifically request to see him, Barry, who has been supervising his apprentices in the back workshop, approaches the hall. Though he does not recognize Jonathan, his attire suggests he is of a minor nobility. "Greetings, I am Barry, the proprietor here. How may I assist you?" Barry inquires directly. Dwarves are known for their forthrightness and seldom employ formalities like humans. "You must be the esteemed Mr. Barry. I am Jonathan Ravenwood from Long Creek Town," Jonathan replies with a smile, extending his hand. "Ah, you are the infamous wastrel of the Ravenwood family?" Barry exclaims in surprise, his bluntness offering Jonathan no reprieve. "Ah, that would be me," Jonathan admits, taken aback by the extent of his notoriety, even among the craftsmen of Edinburgh. "Barry, how rude of you." A female voice chimes in from behind Jonathan. Turning around, he sees a somewhat matronly human woman entering. "And you are?" Jonathan asks, momentarily puzzled. "Esteemed Viscount, I am Victoria, the proprietress here." The woman, identifying herself as Victoria, respectfully bows to Jonathan. This is my wife. Any business matters should be discussed with her. Barry interjects. I must return to work. Wait. Jonathan quickly calls out to Barry. I must speak with you. I require your assistance. Barry. What could possibly be more important than aiding a nobleman? Victoria remarks with a smile, her demeanor warm and welcoming. Yet Jonathan keenly senses an underlying coldness. It appears she holds the sway in this partnership, Jonathan concludes, concealing any ulterior motives he might have harbored. Seated in the hall, Jonathan succinctly conveys his intentions to Barry. What is the design of a sewing machine head? I have never heard of such a thing. Barry, unfamiliar with the term, inquires with curiosity. It is this contraption, Jonathan replies, producing his design blueprint to illustrate the specific details of the machine head. My word, what a brilliant design. Barry, a skilled craftsman, marvels after only a cursory glance. How could there be such intricate engineering? The needle eye is ingeniously positioned behind the tip and secured to the needle bar, which moves vertically through gears and cams. Good heavens! How did you conceive of such a sophisticated linkage? Barry exclaims, his excitement palpable. Jonathan contemplates offering an explanation but ultimately decides to remain taciturn. Frankly, he is uncertain of the sewing machine's true origin. Can you manufacture such a machine head? Jonathan's primary concern is now revealed. Without hesitation, Barry nods affirmatively. Absolutely, that will be quite simple for me. Wonderful, I hope to hire you as the chief engineer for the sewing machine. The remuneration will be more than adequate, Jonathan assures him confidently. However, Barry shakes his head. Money has never been an issue. To partake in such a monumental invention, I would do it for free. Ahem. Barry's statement is abruptly interrupted by Victoria's cough. He immediately falls silent. And Jonathan muses. So he is one to heed his wife's wishes. With a slight smile, Victoria addresses Jonathan. Esteemed Viscount, may we have a moment to discuss this matter? Of course, Jonathan replies, smiling in return, inwardly reflecting. This woman is not to be underestimated. Chapter 13, Ravenwood Limited. Victoria beckons Barry to a secluded corner, and they engage in hushed conversation for quite some time. Jonathan strains to listen but finds Victoria's voice too low to discern even a single word. Barry, on the other hand, occasionally raises his voice, revealing snippets such as, "That's far too much money." It seems this woman manages the business single-handedly. She is quite astute. Yet, she appears to have a keen interest in wealth, if I can identify her weakness. I may have leverage, Jonathan thinks to himself. After an extended discussion, the couple appears to reach a consensus and returns to Jonathan's side. What have you two decided? Jonathan inquires with a smile. Esteemed Viscount, as you may know, our shop thrives. In all of Edinburgh, Barry is undoubtedly among the finest craftsmen, with many nobles and wealthy patrons exclusively seeking our Barry-made brand. Victoria elaborates. Jonathan listens intently, secretly observing Barry's expression. Noticing Barry's evident displeasure, Jonathan formulates a strategy. Victoria rambles on, weaving a tapestry of words, until she finally reveals her true intent. The situation is as such. Our shop's annual income is at least 10,000 gold coins, which is no trifling sum. Moreover, relocating to Long Creek Town would mean leaving our home behind. 10,000 gold coins. What an outrageous demand, Jonathan muses. While Barry's smithy indeed enjoys a prosperous business, serving affluent clients, Jonathan calculates that the annual income, based on the clearly marked prices he recently observed, would not exceed 2,000 gold coins. It is evident that Victoria is attempting to extort a significant sum. Yet Jonathan is no pushover. Before she can finish her sentence, he strides over to the display case, pointing at the items within, and asks, Barry, are these all your creations? Barry nods affirmatively, all handcrafted by me. Victoria pauses, momentarily thrown off by Jonathan's unexpected reaction. Barry, I have but one question for you, Jonathan states. Do you wish to join me in creating a grand enterprise, or do you prefer to craft trinkets for the mundane, such as swords, snuff bottles, and ear scoops? Barry's face flushes crimson, his characteristic beard trembling with indignation. Barry? Victoria approaches him, appearing somewhat maternal, despite her own modest stature compared to Barry. Do not speak. Victoria, you cannot fathom the magnificence of this invention. I must be involved, even if it is without compensation. Barry finally erupts. You? Victoria's lips tremble with rage as she glares at Jonathan, likely blaming him for swaying her husband with a mere phrase. Jonathan, however, merely smiles, saying, "Mrs. Victoria, I shall provide you with a grand house in the heart of Long Creek Town, along with 2 servants. Additionally, a yearly stipend of 5,000 gold coins. What do you think?" 5,000 gold coins? Victoria stammers, taken aback. Her initial demand was indeed excessive. After all, Barry's smithy only earns a little under 2,000 gold coins annually through hard labor. She had intended to extort more money, but now her husband has been swayed by Jonathan's persuasive words, igniting her fury. Yet, she did not anticipate Jonathan's generous offer, which even surpassed her expectations. "Are you dissatisfied? If you do not desire an annuity, but rather wish to invest in the sewing machine sales company I am about to establish, I shall consider allowing you to contribute your expertise as equity," Jonathan remarked. Victoria was well aware of what shares entailed. Many commercial associations in the city operated in such a manner. However, she was apprehensive about the intangible nature of such rights, shaking her head like a rattled drum, declaring, "We prefer an annuity, not equity." "So, does this mean you have acquiesced?" Jonathan inquired with a smile. "We have." The couple nodded in unison. One yearning for the opportunity to showcase his abilities, the other coveting the weighty glimmer of gold coins. What a pity it is to miss such a lucrative opportunity. Nevertheless, with some guidance, they might prove to be valuable assets. Jonathan surveyed the innovative shop hall that Victoria had meticulously crafted, feeling as though he had acquired 2 talents in one endeavor. The annual stipend of 5,000 gold coins was indeed a worthwhile investment. A week later, Barry and Victoria relocated to Longshi Town. Jonathan had prepared a furnished house complete with servants for them, situated in the heart of Longshi Town. He had not spent a single coin on this property, as it had been used by Goodwin to settle a debt. Victoria appeared thoroughly pleased with their new abode, while Barry immediately rushed to the blacksmith shop, throwing himself into work with fervor. Jonathan had taken advantage of that week to triple the size of the forge, redecorating it in the style of Barry's shop in Edinburgh. This delighted Barry, invigorating his work ethic. Furthermore, Jonathan had instructed Robinson to stake out a plot of land outside Longshi Town, commencing the construction of a factory with great enthusiasm. The residents of Longshi Town, witnessing Jonathan's actions, speculated wildly about his intentions. Some believed he was establishing a grand brothel, while others thought it might be a casino. None considered any benevolent possibilities. The first edition of the Longshi Gazette, published that month, featured the headline, "Master Smith Barry hired as Chief Engineer of Ravenwood Limited," which was subsequently distributed to cities throughout the Edinburgh region via the postal station. Barry was quite renowned in Edinburgh, and this announcement generated quite a stir. This was also the first instance of the name Ravenwood Limited being mentioned in the not-so-distant future. Jonathan was confident that this name would become widely recognized. Besides the news of Barry's arrival in Longshi Town, the Gazette also included a variety of amusing anecdotes, most of which were vibrant advertisements. This issue's advertisements were offered for free to stimulate sales. The effectiveness of this strategy would depend on feedback from the merchants. In the ensuing days, Jonathan found himself overwhelmed with work as the Festival of the Divine Birth approached, an annual celebration of utmost importance in the Kingdom of Lavin, akin to Christmas in Jonathan's original world. Not only did it mark the birth of the highest deity, but it also signified the year's end. As the year drew to a close, Jonathan was required to review the accounts of various enterprises, which left him wishing he could sprout 3 heads and 6 arms. "This is impossible. I need assistance, or I shall work myself to death." Jonathan toiled until midnight, staring at the mountain of remaining documents, his head nearly bursting. Robinson is no good. Neither is Rachel and Cromwell. Don't make me laugh. After ruminating, Jonathan realized that none of his household members were able to help, which prompted him to tug at his hair in frustration. "Oh, how could I forget her?" Jonathan smacked his forehead, recalling that he had been rather forgetful amidst his busy schedule, neglecting to consider Victoria, who had moved to Longshi Town alongside Barry. "That woman is quite astute, albeit a bit avaricious. She is certainly resourceful." Jonathan firmly believed that the most crucial asset in this world was talent. As long as someone possessed the capability, he did not mind if their character bore flaws. After all, I am not a virtuous man myself. With this thought in mind, Jonathan succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto his writing desk and falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, Jonathan arrived at Ravenwood Manufacturing Limited, the newly renamed blacksmith shop. Quite nice. The renovations have indeed made it much more comfortable, he observed as he stepped into the spacious and well-lit hall, settling into a sofa designated for welcoming guests, feeling quite pleased. My lord, have you come to inspect the progress? Master Barry has been tirelessly working these past few days. At the current pace, the sample of the sewing machine will be completed in 3 days, Frodo offered. Serving tea with respect. As long as things are progressing smoothly, Jonathan replied absently, taking a sip of tea while his gaze wandered around. What is my lord searching for? Frodo asked, puzzled. Is Victoria not coming to the blacksmith shop? Jonathan inquired. Slightly disheartened, Frodo's expression darkened. He mused that the lord had shown considerable restraint of late, but perhaps his old habit of pursuing young women had resurfaced. Upon witnessing Frodo's awkward demeanor, Jonathan suddenly realized. Clearing his throat, please summon Lady Victoria. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Frodo complied, muttering along the way, the lord has a delicate beauty at home, yet he chooses not to pursue the young and instead seeks the older. His tastes are indeed peculiar. Achoo! Jonathan sneezed, looking around in confusion, unaware of who might be speaking ill of him behind his back. 20 minutes later, Frodo returned with Victoria, who lived nearby. My lord, may I inquire as to why you sought my presence? Victoria greeted Jonathan with a curtsy before asking. From now on, you may simply call me master. You and Barry are my partners, not my servants, so there is no need for such formality. Jonathan began his attempt to win her over. However, Victoria was not a woman easily swayed by a change of address. She smirked and said, Is there something you wish for me to do? Master? Well, indeed, there is something I would like your assistance with. How proficient are you in mathematics? Jonathan inquired. So, Victoria replied. Did you personally manage the accounts at the blacksmith shop back in Edinburgh? Of course, I would not trust such an important task to anyone else, Victoria stated. Still unaware of Jonathan's true intentions. Barry is occupied with forging daily. I imagine you find it rather dull at home. I have a job opportunity for you, should you be interested. What is the nature of this job? And what is the pay? Victoria inquired, her primary concern being the remuneration. Jonathan smiled slightly. I shall not pay you a single coin, and this job will be exceedingly demanding. Surely, you jest, master? Victoria bristled, her character being one that would never allow her to work for free, even if the sun were to rise from the west. I seek to appoint you as the general manager of Ravenwood Limited, responsible for overseeing all operational affairs of the company. Ravenwood Limited encompasses all the holdings of the Ravenwood family in Longshi Town. Including this very blacksmith shop, I will grant you 100% autonomy, but I shall not provide you with a salary. The company will distribute profits biannually, and you will receive 1% of the profits. Jonathan stated confidently. Believing his proposal to be compelling, as long as Victoria was not foolish, she would surely accept. Victoria was taken aback. She had initially thought that her husband's annual stipend of 5,000 gold coins was a substantial sum. Yet Jonathan had proposed an even more tantalizing offer. She quickly calculated what 1% of the annual profit might amount to, her mind racing at the thought of the potential wealth. I accept. After arriving at a highly satisfactory figure, Victoria readily agreed. Excellent. Please come to the manor this afternoon. I will prepare an employment contract for you. Additionally, I must remind you that the better the company's performance, the more you will earn. Keep this in mind, and you will reap the benefits for a lifetime, Jonathan declared with a hearty laugh as he departed. Jonathan had long since realized that to motivate a money-minded individual like Victoria to work diligently for him, he needed to offer her a performance-based incentive. It was akin to dangling a carrot in front of a donkey. In pursuit of the carrot, the donkey would exert itself to run. Of course, whether the donkey would ultimately receive the carrot depended on the whims of its master. It has snowed. The first snowfall of the year arrived in early December, and with just a month remaining until the festival of the Divine Birth, Longshi Town was imbued with a festive spirit, awaiting a heavy snowfall to deliver the last toys of the year to the children. Nana joyfully built a snowman in the yard, while the usually stoic Alexia stood nearby, instructing her on how to use water elemental magic to construct snowmen quickly and efficiently. That wretched woman. Ever since she arrived, she has forbidden me from approaching Nana. After all, Nana is my wife. Jonathan fumed from the window on the second floor, his irritation boiling over at the sight of Alexia. However, he had been too preoccupied to concoct any more powder lately. Despite having Victoria's assistance, he still had a great deal of work on his plate. Today marked the day the sewing machine prototype was to be unveiled, and Jonathan hoped the heavy snowfall would echo the old adage from his original world: a timely snowfall heralds a bountiful year. Upon arriving at Ravenwood Manufacturing Limited, Barry and the craftsmen were already gathered in the hall, standing before a completed sewing machine. "Splendid!" Jonathan exclaimed with delight. Although the machine appeared somewhat rudimentary, it bore a striking resemblance to the sewing machines he remembered. "Allow me to give it a try." Eagerly, Jonathan pulled up a chair and approached the sewing machine. Robinson had already prepared fabric scraps and thread, presenting them to Jonathan. While everyone knew the machine was intended for making garments, they were still uncertain about its operation. Only Barry and a few craftsmen understood the underlying mechanics. Though Jonathan had not received formal training on sewing machines, he possessed a basic understanding, threading the needle and placing his foot on the pedal before pressing down. The sewing machine emitted a rhythmic ka-ka-ka as Jonathan deftly fed the fabric into it, his foot tapping in time with the machine's motion. The needles fell in a steady da-da-da, stitching the fabric with remarkable speed. So fast, everyone but Barry was taken aback. They were well aware that sewing was a skilled craft, often tedious and demanding, especially for high-quality garments that required tightly spaced stitches. Once Jonathan paused the machine and lifted the fabric, he gleefully presented it to the onlookers. Initially, they had questioned the machine's usability, whether its rapidity came at the cost of precision, but upon closer inspection of the stitches, they found them not only dense but also exceptionally uniform and meticulous, far surpassing hand-stitched work. Robinson tugged at the fabric, finding it unyielding, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is indeed impressive. It's far superior to manual sewing." The others echoed his praise, and Jonathan beamed with pride. "What do you think? My design is quite remarkable, isn't it?" "It is indeed commendable, but what exactly do you intend to use this for, my lord?" Robinson still harbored some doubts. "Of course, it is for large-scale production. The building I asked you to construct recently is intended to serve as a factory. Just imagine, with 100 of these machines, how many garments could we produce each day?" Jonathan queried. As they contemplated the figures, they quickly realized this was indeed a lucrative opportunity. 2 gold coins for a single garment, 4 gold coins for 2 garments. Some had already started counting on their fingers. "Excellent. This prototype is a resounding success. I am eager to know how long it would take to manufacture a sewing machine based on this model." After a moment's calculation, Barry replied, "It would take approximately 5 days to complete one." Jonathan found this speed unsatisfactory. Producing only 6 machines in a month was far too slow for his aspirations of advancing the garment industry. "Barry, have you considered assembly line production?" Jonathan knew Barry had exerted himself, yet the limitations of craftsmanship restricted manufacturing speed. He hoped to employ advanced management techniques to hasten the process. "What do you mean by assembly line production?" Barry asked, intrigued by the series of new terms Jonathan had introduced. Jonathan explained the concept simply, breaking down the production of the sewing machine into several distinct steps, with each craftsman responsible for a single component, which would later be assembled together. Jonathan had a vested interest in this method. Another advantage of assembly line production was that each craftsman would only master the specific task assigned to them, unable to grasp all the techniques involved. As long as Jonathan retained control over the core technology of the machine head, even if the craftsmen divulged their processes, others would find it impossible to replicate. "That's actually a splendid idea. I can train some new craftsmen to handle the simpler tasks," Barry concluded, finding Jonathan's suggestion worthy of pursuit. "Wonderful, then it's settled. You shall recruit some individuals tomorrow. We can negotiate their wages." Jonathan seemed to envision a fortune in gold coins beckoning him. "Oh, and make haste to Edinburgh to secure a supply channel for fabrics to ensure a steady provision of raw materials. Additionally, recruit a few experienced tailors to design the most fashionable styles. And don't forget to hire some workers to train them in operating the sewing machines." Jonathan continued, directing Robinson. "My lord, there's still a significant issue at hand," Frodo interjected, his excitement rendering his face flushed. "What issue?" Jonathan inquired, believing all matters had been resolved and only the collection of payments remained. "Our or reserves can only suffice for the production of 10 sewing machines at most," Frodo lamented. "How can that be?" Jonathan was taken aback. Isn't there a mine near Longshi Town? My lord, have you forgotten? The mines have been overrun by monsters, and we have been unable to extract resources for a year, Frodo explained. Jonathan was stunned. He had anticipated success was within reach, only to discover that, despite being fully prepared, a significant obstacle had arisen. The Moor mine near Longshi Town was renowned for its copper and iron production within the Edinburgh region, and for many years, it had been the primary economic source for the Ravenhoard family. However, 2 years prior, a multitude of mysterious monsters had suddenly appeared, viciously occupying the mine and attacking miners, occasionally descending to harass villagers. The late lord had organized a guard to eradicate the monsters. But the effort had ended in disaster, resulting in the deaths of 2 soldiers and leaving the old lord traumatized, leading to a decline in his health. Due to the monsters' rampage, no one had dared to mine at Moor for the past 2 years. And the blacksmith shop had been relying on dwindling stockpiles of ore. Even if we cannot produce sewing machines, I will reclaim the Moor mine, Jonathan murmured as he scrutinized the map of his territory in his study. The Moor mine lay to the southeast of his domain, with a mountain path leading to the prosperous Lorendan region, which hugged the eastern sea and was known for its thriving trade. The monster's occupation of the Moor mine had not only severed Ravenhoard's primary economic lifeline, but had also cut off the connection between Longshi Town and the Lorendan region. If Longshi Town wished to engage in trade, it would have to detour from Edinburgh in the south, consuming far more time and resources. Thus, from any perspective, Jonathan's foremost priority was to eliminate the monsters and reclaim the Moor mine. Cromwell had been training the guard soldiers using some specialized methods Jonathan had provided, and their equipment and weapons had been upgraded to Barry's latest high-quality designs, yet Jonathan remained uneasy. If she would lend her assistance, we would surely reclaim the mine. Jonathan thought of the woman he had long wished to take revenge upon, confident that her abilities would efficiently deal with the monsters at Moor. Exiting his study, Jonathan eagerly made his way to Nana's room, knowing that Alexia was likely there teaching her. Just as he reached the staircase, he encountered Robinson, who was breathless and climbing up in haste. Jonathan frowned. Robinson, what troubles you? What has caused such urgency? My lord, Viscount Houghton has arrived, and he has brought his daughter, he said. He said he intends to take Miss Nana back. Robinson's revelation left Jonathan in shock. Chapter 14. The contest for Nana. Viscount Peter Houghton sat comfortably on the sofa in the parlor, cheerfully sipping tea. Behind him stood his bespectacled, refined secretary, Robert, while to his left sat Nana's parents, Drake and Mary. On his right was a homely, haughty young lady. Robinson quietly informed Jonathan that this unattractive girl was Houghton's daughter, Melissa. Thank goodness Houghton finds me unappealing. Otherwise, I might have been forced to marry that ugly creature, Jonathan thought, relieved at his fortune. The portly Houghton laboriously rose to his feet, beaming as he approached Jonathan. My dear Jonathan, it has been far too long since we last met. How have you been? I am well, Jonathan replied with a smile, though internally he seethed. You old scoundrel, you won't take Nana from me. Where is my niece Nana? I have yet to see her, Houghton inquired, shaking Jonathan's hand vigorously. Nana is currently engrossed in her studies of magical knowledge, and her instructor is quite strict, so she cannot receive visitors at the moment, Jonathan said, shaking off Houghton's grasp and taking a seat in the master's chair. His gaze swept over Drake and Mary, whose stance was crucial to him. If they wished to take Nana home, she would likely agree. If this were merely Houghton's self-serving desire, dealing with him would be considerably simpler. Jonathan detected a hint of sadness in Drake's eyes, while Mary hung her head, appearing quite humiliated. This gave Jonathan some assurance. My dear uncle, I wonder what brings you to visit me today. I had intended to visit you before the winter festival. Jonathan feigned politeness. Houghton chuckled heartily. I have heard that Longshi Town has been thriving under your management, and knowing you are quite busy, I thought I would come to see for myself. I also brought my daughter to introduce her to you. Ah, so this is Miss Melissa, truly a beauty, Jonathan exclaimed with feigned delight. Melissa arrogantly turned her head away, yet stole glances at Jonathan from the corner of her eye. Her disdainful expression, coupled with her unattractive features, certainly embodied the adage that ugly women often create trouble. Ahem. Jonathan, you should know that the original engagement was with Melissa, Houghton stated. Jonathan could only chuckle awkwardly, at a loss for words. He was astounded by Houghton's audacity. It was Houghton himself who had broken the engagement. And now that he learned of Nana's extraordinary affinity for water elements, he had the gall to return and meddle. Such shamelessness was truly a rarity. Regretting not marrying Miss Melissa is indeed my greatest sorrow in life, Jonathan reluctantly admitted as Houghton looked expectantly at him. But now you need not regret, Houghton laughed heartily. I have decided to betroth Melissa to you. But I already have Nana. Jonathan feigned ignorance of Houghton's intentions. Yet in his heart, he was cursing Houghton's ancestors. How dare you, with a daughter as hideous as yours, even think of marrying her to me? Do you believe I would resort to hanging her on the wall for protection against evil spirits? It was a grave mistake for Nana to marry you in the first place. I have contemplated this matter for quite some time, and I must take responsibility for my misjudgment, Houghton lamented with deep sorrow. Poor Nana is still but a child. She should be returned to her parents. Once Melissa is wed to you, I shall bring Nana back home. Go atone for my wrongdoings. I will embrace her as my goddaughter and treat her as my own flesh and blood. As Houghton spoke with fervor, he even shed a few crocodile tears. That old fox? His acting isn't half bad, Jonathan inwardly cursed, while outwardly he remarked, Uncle, you are indeed a man of integrity. It is rare for someone, especially of noble lineage, to so candidly acknowledge their mistakes. Your actions truly exemplify the nobility. Houghton, however, was not swayed by flattery. He wiped his tears and implored, Jonathan, you must understand my anguish. You must promise me. Jonathan sighed, I would very much like to oblige you. Melissa is such a beautiful and charming young lady. I long to soar alongside her. However, what? Houghton inquired. However, I am in love with Nana, and we cannot be parted, Jonathan replied. Houghton's expression twisted as though he had swallowed a fly. Jonathan surmised he was likely cursing him for being a scoundrel who knew nothing of love. In love. But Nana is still just a child. Houghton wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, Nana is still but a child. I truly wonder how you could bear to marry her off to me in the first place. Uncle, Jonathan retorted. He had discerned Houghton's thick skin, and thus, he saw no reason to hold back. Houghton was sweating profusely, clumsily producing a handkerchief to dab at his face, though it was merely a disguise for his embarrassment. At that moment, Robert spoke up, Lord Jonathan, the initial engagement was between you and Miss Melissa. The situation with Nana was merely a series of unfortunate coincidences. If you would agree to marry Miss Melissa, the Houghton family would be willing to provide a substantial dowry to return Nana to her warm home. This Robert, despite his seemingly respectable appearance, spoke in a manner that filled Jonathan with disdain. How shameless! Previously sacrificing Nana for Melissa, and now, upon realizing Nana's potential value, you are willing to barter even your own daughter. Jonathan held the Houghton family in utter contempt, silently musing. This is not your place to speak, Jonathan said. Raising an eyebrow at Robert, who looked taken aback, his face flushed, and he fell silent. Father, this man is so rude. I do not wish to marry him, Melissa suddenly interjected, seemingly out of nowhere. Jonathan suppressed a chuckle and said, Miss Melissa, you surely do not know of my past exploits? Do you understand why Lord Houghton is reluctant to marry you to me? The decline of the Ravenhoard family is but one aspect. The other is that I am a notoriously disreputable rogue. As he spoke, he brazenly spread his arms, mimicking the act of grasping at Melissa's bosom. Ah, rogue! Melissa shrieked, retreating behind Houghton as if she had encountered a cockroach. Fear not, a rogue would flee upon seeing you. Jonathan thought to himself. Houghton's face turned ashen, and he exchanged glances with Drake and Mary before stating, Indeed, Nana's parents miss her dearly. At the very least, she should be allowed to return home for a few days. Return home for a few days? Jonathan scoffed. Knowing Houghton's shameless nature, once Nana returned, she would likely never be allowed to leave again. Jonathan had no doubt that this unscrupulous man would use the safety of Nana's parents as leverage against her at a critical moment. Is this not a matter of common decency? Houghton retorted indignantly. The atmosphere had plummeted to an icy chill, and both parties felt no need for pleasantries. Indeed, to substitute another's daughter for one's own in marrying a notorious scoundrel is, without question, a matter of common decency, and to learn that the substitute happens to be a prodigy in magic, only to sacrifice one's own daughter for greater gain. This too is common decency. My dear uncle, Why do you calculate so astutely? Jonathan remarked with unabashed sarcasm. The faces of Drake and Mary turned stark white. They were acutely aware that Jonathan spoke the truth from the outset. Houghton's desire to marry off his daughter had turned Nana into a mere pawn. Now, Houghton's insistence on Nana returning home could only indicate ulterior motives. The couple were no fools. While they missed their daughter, they were also aware that the Houghton family was not to be trusted. Curiously, Jonathan had recently achieved much to their satisfaction, gradually altering their perception of him. Speak up? Houghton seethed as he noticed Drake and Mary's reluctance to respond, his fury nearly causing him to explode. Robert moved closer to Drake, whispering, "Do you wish to be disowned by the Houghton family?" This was a serious threat. For distant relatives like Drake and Mary, losing noble protection could quickly lead to destitution. The couple exchanged glances, and finally, Drake opened his mouth. Just then, a voice as sweet as a lark rang from the staircase. Mama, Papa, Nana, dressed like a little princess, rushed over like a gust of wind and joyfully leaped into her parents' embrace. Seeing their daughter, Drake and Mary were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, much to Nana's surprise. She timidly glanced back at Jonathan, for in her heart, he was the one person she trusted most after her parents. "Ah, my dear niece Nana," Houghton exclaimed, rising to approach her. Nana shot him a frightened glance, clinging tightly to her mother Mary, turning her head away in fear of looking at Houghton. "Cough, dear uncle, you should refrain from frightening my wife," Jonathan interjected, clearing his throat to halt Houghton's advances. "Am I not allowed to embrace my own niece?" Houghton, upon seeing Nana, appeared as though he had spotted a gold mine. His greedy eyes suggested he might forcibly take her away. As Houghton reached out towards Nana, she desperately recoiled, prompting Jonathan to stand up, ready to deliver a punch to send this scoundrel flying. "Remove your filthy hands," came a cold voice. Houghton froze, for it was the first time in his life someone had referred to his hands as filthy. An affront to his nobility that was utterly intolerable. "Who dares to speak to me so impudently? Do they not fear the flames of execution?" Houghton bellowed in rage, turning to identify the audacious individual. "Dear uncle, do you wish to execute a third-tier mage of the church?" Jonathan chuckled maliciously. The one who had stopped Houghton was none other than the strikingly beautiful and proud sorceress, Alexia. She stepped beside Nana, enveloping her in an embrace, the two beauties creating a stunning tableau that captivated all. "You are Alexia?" Houghton stammered, taken aback. "Do you even have the right to address me by name?" Alexia's countenance turned icy. Houghton was nearly driven to madness. He had never endured such humiliation but dared not retaliate, for the power behind Alexia was formidable enough to crush a petty lord like him as easily as one would squash a bug. "I warn you. Do not come near Nana. She dislikes you very much," Alexia stated firmly. Houghton fell silent. Jonathan erupted into boisterous laughter. "Dear uncle, perhaps you should consider cosmetic surgery. Who knows, Nana might change her mind about you, mage." "I am Nana's uncle. I wish to take her," Houghton persisted, ignoring Jonathan's mockery, still clinging to a glimmer of hope as he addressed Alexia. "Wherever Nana goes is of no concern to me. I am solely responsible for teaching her magic." "Just remember to keep your distance from her," Alexia replied, taking Nana's hand and leading her upstairs. "Mama, Papa, I will come find you after class." Nana timidly waved at her parents, obediently following Alexia. Houghton stood there, dumbfounded, watching Nana ascend the stairs with Alexia, his heart ablaze with fury as he shot Jonathan a glare, seemingly resolved to confront him directly. Jonathan, unperturbed, winked back at him, implying, "Come on, old dog, if you dare bite me. I shall wield my club to strike you down." "Cough." Houghton sat down, crossing his legs and his eyes darting about. Jonathan also took a seat, casting a questioning glance at Robinson. Robinson gestured with a few fingers, assuring Jonathan of his safety. "Dear uncle, I shall not surrender Nana to you. She is my rightful wife, and we shall remain together. No one shall part us," Jonathan stated languidly, asserting his unwavering stance. "Your marriage was a mistake from the very start, and I shall not permit you to compound your error in any case. I intend to take Nana home. Melissa will be left to you, and I will even provide you with a sum of money," Houghton declared. "Dear uncle, you truly jest." Your daughter does not fancy me. Furthermore, should I marry your daughter, would I call you dear uncle or father-in-law? Jonathan inquired with a cheeky grin. You? Houghton was rendered speechless, casting a frustrated glance at Robert, likely hoping for assistance. According to, Robert began to speak. Silence. You lack the standing to speak before me. If you dare utter another word, my guards are not to be trifled with. Jonathan's glare was laced with authority. At that moment, James and Paul, who had been lurking by the door, sprang forth, deliberately contorting their faces into menacing visages, fixating their fierce gazes upon Robert, their hands ostentatiously resting on their sword hilts, causing Robert to blanch in fear. What are you attempting to do? Do you intend to threaten a viscount? Houghton retorted angrily. Then, my dear uncle, are you seeking to usurp a viscount's wife? Jonathan countered defiantly. Houghton cast a scornful glance at Drake. What are you still standing there for? Do you not wish to say something? Drake hastily rose, grappling with his inner turmoil before finally stating, I want to take Nana home. What of it? Do Nana's parents not have the right to bring their daughter home for a few days? Houghton exclaimed triumphantly. Jonathan shot back. If it were my esteemed in-laws wishing to see their daughter, that would be entirely acceptable. However, if her ambitious uncle aims to tear us apart, that is absolutely out of the question. In any case, I shall take Nana away. Your marriage is null and void. Houghton bellowed. I possess evidence that Nana was not yet 14 at the time of her marriage, and she still has not reached that age. The law will not recognize your union. Jonathan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Robinson, who nodded grimly in affirmation. Such regulations exist in this world. Jonathan had assumed that marrying his wife was a trivial matter, unaware of the age restrictions. Yet, his thoughts were more consumed by Houghton's despicable actions. Thankfully, the previous Jonathan, oblivious to his demise, had vanished. Otherwise, one could only imagine the fate that awaited Nana had she wed that previous scoundrel before reaching 14. The mere thought sent shivers down Jonathan's spine, fueling his fury at Houghton's shamelessness. I hereby declare your marriage to Nana unlawful. I intend to take her with me. Houghton was resolute, fully aware of the value of a genius with a water affinity of level 9. Should he control Nana, the Houghton family might rise to prominence in this generation, potentially earning him the title of Earl or even Marquis in his lifetime. Jonathan was at a loss for how to respond, casting a glance at Robinson, only to find him equally troubled. He then turned his gaze to Cromwell, uncertain if resorting to violence was appropriate at this juncture. As Houghton advanced menacingly, Jonathan resolved to deliver a sound thrashing before proceeding. Just as he was about to beckon Cromwell to take action, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Smiling as he approached, Viscount Houghton, do you believe that a marriage blessed by the Almighty is not legitimate? Houghton was taken aback, while Jonathan smirked. The newcomer was Pastor Fran, whom Jonathan had dispatched with great urgency to fetch from town, evident from his slightly breathless demeanor. Pastor Fran, what brings you here? Houghton feigned a sycophantic smile. Fran frequently collaborated with Pastor Dugarry from the Houghton family estate for regional sermons, making Houghton quite familiar with him. Recent news indicated that Fran was soon to be appointed bishop of the Edinburgh district due to his discovery of Nana's talents, making him a figure Houghton could not afford to offend. I heard that someone intends to undermine the blessed marriage of Viscount Jonathan and Lady Nana. So I hurried over to investigate, Fran stated. Houghton's complexion darkened, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, as he muttered, Nana was not yet 14 at the time of her marriage. Was it not you, Viscount Houghton, who permitted Nana to wed Viscount Jonathan? Why was this not disclosed at that time? Do you wish to deceive the Almighty? Fran pressed aggressively, interrupting Houghton before he could finish. Jonathan stifled a chuckle. Ever since discovering Nana's aptitude, Fran had become an unwavering ally. Moreover, Fran was no fool. Everyone knew Houghton's intentions. If Houghton managed to take Nana home, she would likely fall under his control, eliminating any stake Fran had in the matter. Thus, whether it was for the sake of his friendship with Jonathan or his own prospects, Fran had become an unbreakable ally of Jonathan. Houghton, still struggling to comprehend, stammered, Pastor Fran, my devotion to the Almighty is well known. Pastor Dugarry can attest to it. Fran interrupted him a second time. Viscount Houghton, true devotion to God should not merely be spoken but proven through actions. Lady Nana did not exhibit any talents while residing with the Horton family. It was only after marrying Viscount Jonathan that her extraordinary abilities were revealed. This is a blessing from the Almighty to Viscount Jonathan and a divine favor upon their union. Should you attempt to interfere, I shall consider writing to His Holiness the Pope to request a resolution. No. No, no. Please do not involve His Holiness. Even Horton, despite his arrogance, sensed Fran's hostility and knew he could not rely on him for support. In summary, the marriage between Viscount Jonathan and Lady Nana is legitimate and blessed by the Almighty. Anyone attempting to disrupt it is an enemy of the Church, Fran declared with unwavering conviction. Horton's face turned ashen. The implications of Fran's words weighed heavily upon him, far beyond what a mere viscount could endure. From Fran's demeanor, it was clear that today he would not lay claim to Nana. Ahem, dear uncle, do you intend to dine here? Jonathan remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, observing Horton's discomposure as he seemed unwilling to sit or stand. I suddenly recalled some matters at home that require my attention. I must take my leave, Horton muttered. Hastily bidding farewell to Jonathan and Fran, and dragging along his unattractive and arrogant daughter Melissa and his secretary Robert, retreating in disgrace, Drake and Mary followed Horton outside, but Jonathan halted them. Esteemed father-in-law, I wish to discuss something with you, Jonathan said. Please, go ahead. Drake no longer exhibited the rudeness he had shown upon first meeting Jonathan. Due to Jonathan's earlier display, Drake found himself increasingly satisfied with this son-in-law, though he remained acutely aware of his awkward position in facing Jonathan. I recently established a Ravenwood Limited in Dragon Creek Town and require considerable manpower. I would like to invite you and your wife to move to Dragon Creek Town to assist with the business operations, allowing you to frequently visit Nana. What do you think? Jonathan proposed with a smile. Jonathan's foresight was commendable. Having failed to seize Nana, Horton would undoubtedly seek to vent his frustrations on Drake and Mary. They were, after all, Nana's parents, and Jonathan's gesture of goodwill would likely evoke their heartfelt gratitude, simultaneously extinguishing the last vestige of Horton's lingering threat. Such an advantageous arrangement was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. Initially, Drake and Mary were apprehensive about how to confront Horton's potential hostility upon returning home, but Jonathan's invitation left them momentarily speechless. You may worry that Horton will strip you of your noble titles, but do not forget that your daughter stands a chance of becoming an honorary mage of the Church. At that point, I doubt you will care much for the hollow prestige of nobility, Jonathan observed. Noting their hesitance and discerning their concerns, exchanging glances, Drake and Mary recognized their shared reluctance. Drake resolutely nodded, declaring, I have had enough of the Hortons' disdain. I accept your proposal. Splendid. I shall arrange for a house to be prepared for you in Dragon Creek Town. By the way, should Horton dare to interfere, I shall ensure he reaps the consequences, Jonathan assured them confidently. As they exited the estate, Drake and Mary remained in a state of disbelief. Their original intention had been to bring Nana home. Yet after this tumultuous encounter, they were now prepared to align themselves with the Ravenwoods. In a sense, Jonathan had not only safeguarded his wife, but also fortified his ranks. I believe our son-in-law is quite commendable, Mary stammered. Drake nodded emphatically. Nana will surely be in good hands with him. Chapter 15. Strive to cultivate, Jonathan. After bidding farewell to the pestilent Horton and cordially entertaining Pastor Fran, the troubles ignited by Nana had finally found a temporary resolution. Although Jonathan did not believe Horton would relinquish his ambition so easily, he adopted a mindset of confronting whatever challenges arose. No one would dare to wrest Nana from his grasp. What was I planning to do earlier? Ah, yes, the matter of the Moor copper mine must be resolved swiftly, Jonathan mused, resting his chin in his hand on the table, fatigue settling in as he contemplated. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door swung open abruptly. Before Jonathan could adopt the demeanor of a lord and admonish the intruder, Cromwell's frantic words left him astonished. Master, a townsman has just been attacked by a beast. Cromwell gasped, clearly having sprinted to deliver the news. Attack? Where? How many beasts were involved? Jonathan's mouth fell agape, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. The very notion of a beast attack had manifested as if summoned by his own thoughts. While he often fantasized about beautiful women, none ever ambushed him. Yet, the instant he contemplated beasts, they appeared without hesitation. Truly, the heavens had a peculiar sense of humor, favoring the sinister over the virtuous. The Moor copper mine, now occupied by beasts, represented an insurmountable hurdle in the revival of the territory. Due to the significance of geographical location and resources, Jonathan has prioritized this matter above all else. He had already devised two plans, and it would be most advantageous if Elixia could lend her assistance. Should she decline, Jonathan intends to recruit a moderately sized mercenary group from Edinburgh, complemented by the territory's guard, to venture into the mountains and eradicate those wretched beasts. He even began to envision himself at the forefront of the expedition, exuding an air of valor and authority. Surely, if the citizens of Longshi Town witnessed Jonathan's audacious bravery firsthand, they would further endorse their new lord. However, the sudden appearance of beasts, which had never before descended from the mountains, now attacking the townsfolk, has thrown Jonathan's plans into disarray. "Be why the edge of the forest at the foot of Moor Mountain," Cromwell gasped, responding to Jonathan's inquiry. How could the beasts appear at the base of the mountain? Were they not content to remain in the mine? By the way, how many beasts were involved in the assault on the townsfolk? According to witnesses, there was only a low-level silver-spined porcupine. Oh, merely one, Jonathan exhaled, relieved that the situation did not seem particularly dire. Yet, Cromwell remained anxious. "Young master, it is unprecedented for a silver-spined porcupine to actively descend the mountain to attack humans. There have been similar occurrences in other regions, and the outcomes were—" Cromwell paused, seemingly to capture Jonathan's full attention. Jonathan interjected, "What were the outcomes?" "Almost every town that experienced a beastly attack on humans ultimately suffered plunder. Not only were their food supplies raided, but many humans who resisted also perished. It is said that when beasts approach human settlements, it is usually due to a food crisis. A food crisis. Do not the beasts inhabiting the mines subsist on ores and accompanying flora? Have they truly consumed everything available in Moor Mountain?" Jonathan queried, intrigued, as he recalled fragments of memory that still held some utility. "I cannot say," Cromwell replied, his gaze blank. He was merely a simple man from a small town with limited knowledge, yet he quickly offered a suggestion. "Lady Elixia is well versed in such matters. Perhaps she knows more." "Why, young master?" When Cromwell raised his head, he found that Jonathan had already vanished from the doorway, moving with astonishing swiftness. It is about time to seek out Elixia as the kingdom's sorceress. She ought to address the issue of beasts harming people." Jonathan hurriedly pondered as he traversed the path. Although his desire for revenge against Elixia had not waned, it was of greater importance to solicit her assistance at this moment. However, the cold, haughty demeanor that greeted Lord Jonathan remained as distant as ever. Despite this expected attitude, Jonathan could not suppress his simmering frustration. He mentally tortured the esteemed sorceress 100 times, while outwardly feigning the demeanor of a diligent student, attentively listening as Elixia, under Nana's pleading gaze, reluctantly explained. "Beasts differ from ordinary animals. Although they can also consume flora and fauna, the energy contained in ordinary food is exceedingly limited. Even if it can barely sustain a beast's survival, it cannot provide sufficient energy for their vigorous pursuits, significantly constraining their range of movement. More critically, ordinary sustenance lacks the energy necessary for evolution, which is the paramount, if not the sole, objective of all beasts." As she delved into the realm of magical knowledge, Elixia's demeanor subtly transformed. Though her expression remained as frosty as ever, there was a flicker of brilliance in her azure eyes, and her tone softened considerably. Jonathan observed this change with intrigue. This icy beauty also harbored interests and passions. Aha, as long as a person, especially a woman, possesses something of interest, there exists an opportunity to exploit. Once I uncover your weakness, I shall first steal your heart, and then gradually take my time to deal with you, Jonathan mused. Elixia, of course, remained oblivious to Jonathan's sordid thoughts. In fact, she did not even glance at him as she spoke. Her gaze remained fixed upon Nana, and rather than explaining to Jonathan, she seemed to seize the opportunity to teach Nana in a different manner, in contrast to unprocessed food from the natural world. Humans consume food that has been selected and processed, such as whole grains, rice, and carefully harvested vegetables, which provide a greater energy yield. Moreover, human settlements typically engage in the practice of stockpiling food. Thus, under certain circumstances, beasts may invade human territories to seize food, or even humans themselves. Wait, beasts? Can they eat humans? Nana, who had been quietly listening, covered her mouth, her voice trembling with fear. The young girl, who had scarcely ventured beyond the estate in her life, had heard terrifying tales of beasts, yet this was the first time she learned that they might consume humans for energy. Her cherubic face turned pale, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Elixia instinctively reached out to pat her pupil's head. But Jonathan, quicker on the draw, enveloped the frightened Nana in a tight embrace, soothing her. What a farce! Such a splendid opportunity, and if I do not seize it to comfort my little wife first, what kind of husband would I be? Ever since Nana began learning magic from you, I have not even been able to hold her hand, Jonathan whispered sweetly to the trembling Nana while lifting his chin, casting a half-defiant, half-triumphant glance at Elixia. Elixia disdainfully rolled her eyes at Jonathan, retracting her hand. Yet this somewhat arrogant gesture struck Jonathan as an unexpectedly charming display. Nana, do not fear. Beasts do not indiscriminately consume humans. Jonathan reassured her. Nana, somewhat understanding, nodded and tightened her embrace around Jonathan's arm, for this chest was the place where she felt safest and warmest. Elixia, somewhat reluctantly, concurred with Jonathan's assertion. Unless beasts perceive a threat from humans, they will not proactively harm them. Yet, what could have prompted this particular attack on the townsfolk? Jonathan inquired. It is winter now, and most plants on the mountain have withered. If food sources are diminishing, it is plausible that the beasts would encroach upon human territory out of hunger. However, Elixia abruptly halted, her face betraying a contemplative expression. Could there be something peculiar about this assault? Jonathan noticed the change in the sorceress's demeanor and felt a stirring in his heart, prompting him to ask. Indeed, Elixia's gaze swept over Jonathan, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes due to his perceptiveness. As far as I know, Moor Mountain is reputed to be a rich deposit, sufficient to sustain a multitude of beasts, such as the silver-spined porcupine, which are classified as level 3 to 4. Moreover, if the beasts truly lacked sustenance, they would typically band together for such excursions. Are you suggesting that there might be other unknown factors at play? The sorceress's gaze drifted over Jonathan once more, and without verbal confirmation, she merely inclined her head slightly to I see. Jonathan found himself ensnared in contemplation. The current circumstances appeared somewhat perplexing, yet given the fact that beasts had invaded and harmed individuals, it was imperative to remain vigilant. Preparations must be thorough, and it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to eradicate this malignant threat. If it truly came to confronting beasts, the optimal choice would be, Ahem, may I earnestly beseech you, the exquisite and esteemed sorceress, to extend your divinely favored and wondrous hand to assist our impoverished yet beleaguered little town, to rescue those innocent and vulnerable townsfolk? As Jonathan spoke, he solemnly bent at the waist, executing the highest form of courtesy a noble could offer. This time, Jonathan was genuinely sincere, for he could not conceive anyone in the vicinity more capable than Elixia to thwart the impending calamity. No, absolutely not. Oh, I apologize. Elixia swiftly evaded Jonathan's gesture, firmly rejecting his request. The subsequent apology was directed toward her pupil Nana, who gazed up with wide, watery eyes, exuding an air of endearing vulnerability. I am sorry, Nana. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but the church has regulations. Without directives, its members cannot interfere in mundane affairs. Is that so? Then what shall you do, husband? Nana asked, somewhat disheartened. Fear not, I have a plan, Jonathan exclaimed, patting his chest with determination. Smiling as he feigned confidence, unwilling to let Nana, who had yet to truly experience the world's perils, worry about him. Wonderful. I believe my husband will surely defeat the beasts. Nana nodded vigorously, her delicate fists clenched tightly against her chest. Cheering Jonathan on, truly, there is no room for negotiation? Jonathan turned to Elixia, hoping for another chance, but she simply pointed a finger toward the door, which opened without a breeze, and coldly declared, I am going to teach Nana magic now. Please excuse us. Jonathan was compelled to depart in a rather dejected manner, yet he did not forget to bestow upon the obedient Nana a smile that he deemed charming as he took his leave. No sooner had he stepped out of the door than it slammed shut behind him with a resounding bang, as if in protest. Humph, to think you would reject me. You will inevitably come to seek my assistance, he mused. Harboring doubts about Elixia's assertions, The idea that the church could refrain from meddling in secular matters struck him as an absurd jest. One need only consider the significant influence of indulgences to grasp the extent of their power. Furthermore, the capacity of a priest of Fran's caliber to reprimand nobles speaks volumes about the church's standing within the kingdom of Levin. They were certainly not content merely to bask in divine favor. However, these matters were beyond the purview of a minor lord like him. His immediate concern lay in addressing the potential crisis at hand. For now, it seems I must rely on the guards. Though that feels somewhat precarious, I can only hope that this descent of magical beasts is a mere coincidence, granting me more time to prepare. It would be ideal to venture to Edinburgh in search of a mercenary group. After a prolonged period of contemplation outside, Jonathan finally returned to his chamber. He recognized that in critical moments, the only reliable ally he possessed was himself, and there was one particular item that could aid him. This time, whether I can emerge unscathed rests upon you. He retrieved the thief's codex, muttering to himself. Previously, he had entertained thoughts of mastering the skills contained within, yet the majority of his energy and time had been devoted to the organization and development of his territory. Moreover, he had never been particularly diligent. Although he had resolved numerous times to commit to serious training, the actual time spent doing so had been scant. Since acquiring the thief's codex, he had only gleaned a modicum of insight into potion crafting, and his attempts at stealth had been rather rudimentary. Lacking a solid foundation and guidance from a master, he had barely scratched the surface, as for the sections on assassination techniques and combat skills. He had yet to even peruse them. The recent emergence of magical beasts instilled in Jonathan a sense of urgent crisis. While it was presently just an ordinary silver-spined porcupine, what if the next encounter involved not one, but a whole swarm, or perhaps the Porcupine King? It was said that the silver-spined Porcupine King posed a danger level akin to that of the Odrara of Lake Reese, which was classified as at least a level 5 magical beast. Should Elixia choose not to assist him, the territory's guards would likely prove insufficient. In truth, the strength of the guards had seen notable improvement in recent times, but that was merely relative to their prior capabilities. A mere 20 men sufficed to maintain order in the small town, yet they would be woefully inadequate against a horde of level 3 or 4 silver-spined porcupines, let alone a level 5 Porcupine King. As the Lord, Jonathan felt deeply that it was time to enhance his own abilities. Assassination techniques are one of the essential skills for a thief, primarily divided into two categories: the assassination techniques that can only be employed while in stealth, and the combat techniques grounded in extraordinary agility and speed. The assassination techniques further encompass ambush, backstab, strangulation, bludgeoning, and trap setting, while combat techniques include ranged attacks, thrusts, and slashing. Jonathan was no stranger to the introductory section on assassination techniques. He had previously skimmed over it casually. Now, however, it felt akin to cramming for an examination in his original world, imbued with a sense of urgency. Jonathan was genuinely intrigued by the 5 categories of skills attributed to thieves. He even believed that these skills were tailored specifically for him. He was enamored with the depiction of elite thieves within the Thief's Codex. In the company of shadows, adept at operating from behind the scenes, striking swiftly, skilled in evasion, disappearing without a trace after a failed attempt. Given that thieves cannot wield magic, they must leverage everything at their disposal to provide optimal cover and assistance for their assassinations. In this world, could there be anyone more suited to be a thief than me? Jonathan chuckled with pride. Flipping to the section on combat techniques. To mitigate potential threats, thieves must diligently train their unarmed combat skills, integrating mental fortitude into their practice. The most suitable weapons for thieves during an assassination are typically sharp, unconventional implements, such as various compact blades that can be concealed within clothing, claw-like weapons that can be worn on the wrist, or flexible, collapsible weapons. Thieves must adeptly wield these types of weapons in combat, and when both hands are armed, their defenses become markedly more challenging. This was relatively straightforward, as Jonathan recalled Crenwell. Although he was not the best instructor, he should be able to assist with combat techniques. Resolute in his decision, Jonathan acted with his usual decisiveness. He committed the various moves and training methods from the combat section to memory before heading directly to Crenwell's quarters. It was already quite late. Yet Crenwell had not yet retired for the night. He was preparing to patrol the town shortly, sharpening his dagger when Jonathan entered. "What brings you here, young master?" Crenwell inquired, puzzled. "Crenwell, teach me the techniques of combat," Jonathan replied earnestly. At this unexpected declaration, Crenwell couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, though he was somewhat perplexed. Young master, what has prompted this sudden desire to learn combat skills? The threat of magical beasts looms before us. And aside from the guards, there is no other defense for the territory. Relying solely on our current personnel is far from sufficient. If one more person masters combat skills, we gain an additional measure of strength. As the Lord, I must set an example. The rhetoric was grandiose, yet it reflected Jonathan's genuine thoughts. In truth, he had contemplated the need for training ever since the peril at Lake Reese, but had long hesitated to commit. Now, the arrival of magical beasts had solidified his resolve, which ultimately served as a fortuitous turn of events for Jonathan. The platitudes surrounding lordly responsibility and exemplary conduct were mere fades. Preserving his life and the territory he had painstakingly begun to establish were of paramount importance. Excellent, Crenwell exclaimed, visibly excited. Although he harbored doubts regarding Jonathan's determination, much like the recent series of changes within the territory, this was undoubtedly a positive beginning. However, Crenwell soon realized he had underestimated Jonathan's resolve. Despite his lack of foundation, Jonathan exhibited unique insights into the theoretical aspects. Before Crenwell had the chance to begin teaching combat techniques, Jonathan posed numerous questions, some of which were quite profound. Crenwell, not overthinking it, endeavored to clarify Jonathan's inquiries, with some questions stumping him momentarily, requiring him to demonstrate various stances to derive the answers. Particularly, Jonathan's questions revolved around agile combat techniques that demanded nimbleness and explosive power, contrasting starkly with Crenwell's more forceful approach. Necessitating a gradual exploration, in truth, these questions had arisen from Jonathan's reading of the combat techniques section in the Thief's Codex. He sought to solidify the theoretical foundation before embarking on practical training, hoping to achieve greater efficiency. With Crenwell's assistance, Jonathan dispelled most of his uncertainties. He also heeded Crenwell's advice and resolved to commence with foundational training. Beginning the very next morning, Jonathan appeared at the training grounds. He first engaged in long-distance running exercises with the guards. Upon returning to the estate, breathless and fatigued, he took a brief respite before continuing with standing postures, stretching, and jump rope exercises. These practices were designed to enhance endurance, resilience, flexibility, and agility, but required prolonged training to yield results. In addition to these foundational exercises, Jonathan also participated in basic offensive and defensive drills under Crenwell's guidance. He had Barry forged 2 sharp daggers. Wielding them with vigor, yet regrettably, in actual combat practice, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by Crenwell after a single exchange. The Thief's Codex also contained various training methodologies, particularly for cultivating the critical explosive power vital for thieves. Jonathan devised several specialized training apparatuses: wax rods to develop explosive strength, pear balls to increase speed, sandbags to bolster power, and hanging balls to primarily enhance body coordination. For 5 or 6 consecutive days, Jonathan persevered through grueling training. Initially, he would collapse from exhaustion at the end of each day, lacking even the strength to remove his clothing, and upon awakening the next morning, he would be plagued by soreness that rendered even the simplest movements arduous. However, once he had weathered the initial days of discomfort, Jonathan began to appreciate the benefits of his training. Notably, his physical condition improved significantly, and he sensed tangible progress. The most pronounced results stemmed from the meditation training outlined in the Thief's Codex. Although he had yet to grasp the nuances of enhancing his mental fortitude, he had begun to understand another skill of thieves: meditative combat. The theory behind meditative combat sounded esoteric, positing that if a person repeatedly visualized a specific action in their mind, it would deeply ingrain a physical memory within their subconscious. When one's mental fortitude was sufficiently robust, this form of training could yield effects comparable to actual physical training. Each night, regardless of how fatigued he felt, Jonathan steadfastly refused to succumb to immediate slumber, instead drifting in and out of consciousness as he mentally rehearsed his combat techniques. Initially, he approached this practice with a sense of experimentation, only to discover its efficacy, prompting him to persist. After a week, Jonathan's appearance transformed remarkably, even prompting Crenwell to commend his innate talent for combat. On several occasions, Alexia observed Jonathan diligently training outside from the upper floors of the Emberfang Inn, secretly astonished by his progress. However, this training regimen was abruptly interrupted after just a week by emerging circumstances. Chapter 16. journey to the monster's lair as was customary at the break of dawn? Jonathan had already opened his eyes to commence his practice in stealth and assassination. For reasons of safety and discretion, these training sessions were conducted in private. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Jonathan pondered the intricacies of how the art of stealth concealed the body, he was interrupted by a series of heavy knocks at the door. Upon entering, Cromwell's countenance bore a grim expression, a stark contrast to the warrior who had never known fear. What is it? Another incident. Where did it happen, and how many? Upon hearing the news delivered by Cromwell, Jonathan realized the gravity of the situation. Merely a week had passed, and yet the beasts had descended once more. It's at the edge of the same forest as last time. Not far from where we previously encountered them. As for the numbers, there were no witnesses this time, but judging by the signs at the scene, it seems to be just one. Moreover, we found some. Cromwell abruptly halted, seemingly deliberating on how to phrase his next words. Somewhat. Jonathan felt a growing sense of dread. Some fragments of corpses, Cromwell grimaced, his jaw clenched tightly. We discovered it far too late this time. In a fit of frustration, Cromwell struck his fist against the wall, producing a resounding thud, while Jonathan sprang to his feet. The horrifying reality of man-eating monsters left Jonathan's mind in disarray. According to Alexia, the invasion of the beasts should have been a large-scale operation, with human attacks being sporadic events, often occurring only once every year or so in a given area. Yet now, within just a few days, 2 incidents had unfolded. Could it be that his earlier speculations were indeed correct? Was there truly a problem with the monsters in the mines? Jonathan yearned to consult Alexia again, but the thought of her icy visage, which surpassed even beauty, deterred him. Relying on oneself is preferable to relying on others, since both occurrences involved only a single beast rather than a horde. Jonathan concluded that with the capabilities of the guard, coupled with his recent modest gains in assassination and combat skills, he could take the initiative. Cromwell, select 10 of the best fighters from the guard immediately. We shall thoroughly patrol the forest. If there is indeed a possibility of a large-scale invasion, we must provide early warning to the townsfolk and facilitate their evacuation. If it's merely a solitary beast roaming about, we shall dispose of it in any case. We cannot allow these creatures to threaten the villagers any longer. Jonathan suspected that there was something amiss within the silver quill hedgehog, and perhaps this was an opportunity to reclaim the more mine. Yes, my lord, that I will select the men at once. Cromwell's spirits lifted at the command, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword as he responded with vigor. However, he soon hesitated. Does my lord wish to accompany us? Of course. I must go ask the lord of Longshi town. It is my duty to lead the charge when danger looms, to alleviate the burdens of the people in my domain. Jonathan mimicked Cromwell's stance, placing his hand on his waist in an attempt to project an image of valor, but alas, with a sword of merely half a meter in length, his pose seemed rather unremarkable. The tight-fitting black training garb and the specially crafted layered cloth shoes he had commissioned from the town's finest shoemaker did little to enhance his appearance. Instead, they reflected the characteristics of his chosen profession. Fortunately, it seemed that Cromwell was moved by Jonathan's impassioned words. After confirming that the operation would take place today, he bowed deeply before turning to leave. As the door was gently closed, Jonathan intended to seize the moment for further practice, only to be interrupted by a peculiar muffled sound from the corridor outside, as if someone had been suppressing their breath only to let it burst forth. This was followed by a fit of stifled laughter, unmistakably emanating from Cromwell. Jonathan stood there with a scowl, letting out a heavy sigh. This seemingly simple-minded fellow had learned the art of discretion, suppressing his laughter until he was out of sight, yet his mirth was hardly muted. Jonathan found himself puzzled. Was my earlier demeanor truly that ridiculous? With a frown, Jonathan approached the mirror, attempting to recreate his previous pose. His reflection bore an expression of utmost discontent. It must be said that Cromwell's unabashed laughter was not unfounded. Jonathan's portrayal of heroism was rather unsightly. That was his sole assessment of the figure in the mirror. Indeed, this is the appearance of a thief, Jonathan mused mournfully. He had trained diligently over the past few days, adhering faithfully to the teachings of the thief's Codex, yet with his hunched shoulders and tiptoeing stance, he appeared every bit the rogue. How could he possibly aspire to pilfer anything in such a guise? Strolling through the streets, few would dare approach him. Suddenly, Jonathan recalled a particular admonition inscribed upon the iron chest containing the thief's Codex. No member of the Ravenhold family shall ever open this chest. It seemed the ancestors of the Ravenhold family, among the 108 noble families founded, had given this matter considerable thought. They wished to deter their descendants from pursuing the path of thievery, perhaps foreseeing the potential ridicule a noble would face should they ever exhibit caution, vigilance, and stealth. This will not do. The skills of a thief can only be truly effective in the dark. While my identity is that of a lord, I must take care to maintain an appropriate demeanor. Jonathan straightened his attire, lifted his chin, and took a deep breath, noticing that his appearance became somewhat more presentable. Thus, he dedicated the remainder of the morning to training his poise. Navigating the dual personas of public and private life proved to be quite the challenge. After some practice, Jonathan began to contemplate the upcoming operation. He weighed the short sword in his hand. Despite his significant progress over the past week, he was acutely aware that his current abilities were still woefully insufficient to confront a beast. After much deliberation, he conceived a brilliant idea. The thief's Codex did indeed mention that thieves should utilize various tools. Although he lacked magical scrolls or enchanted items, practicality did not solely hinge on such possessions. Being a thief need not mean relying solely on the teachings of the Codex. Jonathan was a unique individual with experiences from another life, possessing knowledge of many cunning tricks. Master Jonathan, what do you intend to do with this? Ames, the stonemason tasked with refurbishing the outer walls of the manor, inquired with curiosity as he handed Jonathan a small pouch of lime from the materials pile. He could not fathom why the esteemed lord would require such materials meant for painting the house. "Oh, I have my uses for it," Jonathan replied dismissively, concealing the truth that his inspiration stemmed from a martial arts novel. In that tale, the protagonist, a rogue, navigated perilous situations with nothing but a few treasured items at his disposal, one of which was the very lime now tucked in Jonathan's pocket. After bidding farewell to Ames, Jonathan made his way toward Ravenhold Limited in the heart of Lungshi Town, seeking the assistance of the dwarf craftsman, Barry. Just like this. When Jonathan relayed his idea to Barry, the latter's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm once more. "Master Jonathan, you are a genius. This design is simple yet effective. If deployed on the battlefield, the Beast Legion of the Flame Dynasty and the heavy cavalry of the Sand Kingdom will no longer be able to assert their dominance." Haha, is it truly that useful? Jonathan accepted Barry's praise with a smile, though the awkwardness of his own intentions was a secret only he could discern. He had not yet considered becoming an arms dealer, to be frank. His thoughts of lime and this contraption were merely for the sake of escape should circumstances turn dire. Indeed, it is immensely useful. With this, our Ravenhold Limited will be able to secure substantial orders from the military, significantly boosting our revenue. Victoria, who had been listening intently, astutely sensed the business opportunity. "Then, Victoria, you shall oversee this matter entirely. By the way, how soon can we have these items ready? Let us start with 50, no? 100 will do, I shall need them shortly." Barry calculated briefly before responding. "If it's urgent, I believe we can make a few modifications to the long nails. Master, you may send someone to collect them in an hour." The afternoon sky remained clear, though the sun seemed to have lost its former vigor, lazily hanging above as if reluctant to exert itself. Jonathan adjusted his collar and closely followed Cromwell's lead. The early winter in the Ravenhold territory, while not blanketed in snow like the borderlands, still bore a chill due to its proximity to the mountains, particularly in the less traveled areas near the forests. The howling winds that swept through the coniferous trees instilled an anticipatory sense of the penetrating cold of deep winter. Counting Jonathan himself, the hastily assembled patrol team consisted of only 12 individuals. Cromwell, who had once made a living as a hunter in his youth and possessed the most outdoor experience, led the way, his broad sword already in hand. His pace was deliberate as his eyes scanned the surrounding thickets with utmost caution. The tragic scene from that morning lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. A reminder of a creature capable of tearing a person to shreds, at least a level 4 low-tier magical beast. The silver-spined porcupine on the mountain wielded a magical whirlwind blade that erupted from its mouth. A formidable long-range attacker. In consideration of Jonathan behind him, Cromwell proceeded with utmost caution, deliberately using his robust frame to shield the esteemed lord from any unforeseen dangers. Jonathan, however, was filled with excitement. despite still being a novice in the martial arts he had diligently practiced these past few days. The equipment he bore was quite impressive. Particularly notable was a standard-issue longbow that puzzled Cromwell, for in his recollection, Jonathan's shooting skills were rather lackluster. Unbeknownst to Cromwell, Jonathan had previously participated in an archery club in his original world. Although he had not touched a bow in a long while, he still possessed some skill. Adorning Jonathan's hands was a peculiar pair of gloves that left Cromwell bewildered. While it was natural to wear gloves in the cold, why were the fingers exposed? Furthermore, a fist-sized black pouch dangled from Jonathan's belt, rumored among the team to contain white lime. Cromwell could not fathom the purpose of lime.as for the bulging leather pack on Jonathan's back. Its contents remained a mystery. Despite his musings, Cromwell maintained his vigilance. Suddenly, he halted, raising his unarmed hand high, a signal of impending danger. Jonathan's heart raced, and he, along with the other team members, came to a tense standstill, gazing anxiously ahead. "There is," Jonathan began to inquire, but Cromwell quickly shook his head, signaling him to remain silent while gesturing toward the left. Following Cromwell's indication, Jonathan peered past several trees and, for the first time, beheld the legendary magical beast. What a magnificent creature, was his initial impression of the silver-spined porcupine. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the wild boars he had seen in his original world, only larger, measuring around 160 to 70 centimeters in length and standing about a meter tall. The most striking feature of the silver-spined porcupine was its shimmering silver fur, glistening lazily in the sunlight, complemented by its characteristic long silver quills that made the beast particularly eye-catching. Silver-spined porcupine, a level 3 to 4 magical beast, possessing both wind and earth attributes, extraordinarily swift and agile. Its primary modes of attack include charging, tusk-piercing, and it can unleash a level 3 wind-type magical attack, Whirlwind Blade, from its mouth. Defensively, it can employ level 3 earth magic, Earthen Wall, and level 4 rock skin. In moments of life and death, it can fire off its entire body of silver quills to attack foes, resulting in a significant decrease in vitality and agility to 1/5 of its normal state, once the quills are lost. This was the description from the Magical Beast Encyclopedia concerning the silver-spined porcupine. Yet Jonathan's thoughts were consumed by a different account. Weak points of the silver-spined porcupine, the throat and abdomen, the only areas unprotected by silver quills and thick hide. Even the rock skin magic cannot cover these two spots. With these thoughts in mind, Jonathan instinctively raised his hand, subconsciously concentrating his mind and holding his breath to relax as per his thief training. He narrowed his left eye while keeping his right wide open, firmly fixating on the solitary porcupine not far ahead. The specialized shooting gloves crafted by the village leatherworker ensured precise tactile feedback on his fingertips. Jonathan counted his breaths, establishing a rhythm, preparing to release the arrow. Meanwhile, Cromwell, gripping his heavy sword and observing intently for the opportune moment, sensed something amiss. Turning around, he spotted Jonathan drawing back his bow. The distant silver-spined porcupine seemed to sense the impending danger, abruptly halting and lifting its head to survey the surroundings. This was the very moment Jonathan had been waiting for, with the creature's vulnerable throat fully exposed. He cast aside Cromwell's earnest teachings from earlier and, with a slight loosening of his fingers, released the arrow. Cromwell, aware of the silver-spined porcupine's ferocity, was alarmed and attempted to halt Jonathan's reckless action. But it was too late. With a soft twang, the bowstring sang as the white-feathered arrow took flight. Cromwell silently cursed his ill fortune, but there was no time for regret. He pivoted and stepped diagonally to position himself in front of Jonathan, switching his heavy sword to a two-handed grip across his chest, bending his knees slightly to lower his center of gravity and brace for the porcupine's counterattack. To Cromwell's astonishment, Jonathan's arrow struck true, hitting the silver-spined porcupine's throat from a distance of several dozen paces. A pained howl escaped the creature as it lunged forward a couple of steps. Cromwell's heart raced, expecting the porcupine to charge in a desperate bid. But instead, it collapsed with a thud, crimson blood gushing from the wound, its stout limbs twitching feebly before falling still. It was dead. Cromwell gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. "Hey, it turns out magical beasts are not so formidable after all. I expected them to be more impressive," Jonathan remarked triumphantly. Approaching the lifeless body of the silver-spined porcupine and giving it a kick in the belly, Cromwell, however, was not as pleased, gazing thoughtfully at the carcass. "What are you pondering? Are you upset that my arrow pierced its throat and stole your thunder as the top marksman of Longxi town? Given the length of the quills and the size of its head, this should be a level 4 magical beast," Cromwell said, completely disregarding Jonathan's teasing, his brow furrowing deeper. "Ha, so I've taken down a level 4 magical beast with my first shot. I must have a natural talent for archery." Cromwell opened his mouth to respond, but, seeing Jonathan's exuberant expression, ultimately held his tongue. "Come on, continue to watch my archery performance." With such a promising start, Jonathan was exhilarated, eager to showcase his skills. However, the subsequent events left Jonathan feeling rather embarrassed. Aside from his initial accurate shot, his later attempts could only be described as a dismal failure. Meanwhile, Cromwell identified the silver-spined porcupine's weaknesses and, armed with a longbow, replicated the feat, skillfully slaying 5 more, completely overshadowing Jonathan's glory. Jonathan had to concede that compared to the true hunter Cromwell, his skills acquired from the archery club paled significantly. It seemed his first shot had merely been a stroke of luck. After slaying 4 silver-spined porcupines, Cromwell displayed no hint of arrogance, and the expressions of the other team members grew increasingly grave. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Jonathan finally noticed something amiss. Cromwell extracted the arrow still embedded in the porcupine's neck and explained, "The silver-spined porcupine is a dual-attribute beast of wind and earth. Upon reaching level 4, its speed surpasses that of an ordinary arrow, especially during rapid maneuvers and turns. These creatures are remarkably agile. Even a sharpshooter would find it challenging to kill a robust silver-spined porcupine." Jonathan's expression darkened as he grasped Cromwell's implication. The silver-spined porcupines before them were sluggish and slow to react, often killed before they even detected the team's presence. This was not the behavior one would expect from level 4 magical beasts. Clearly, something was amiss. "These magical beasts are far too weak. I suspect the silver-spined porcupines have been starved for too long, their strength and reactions diminished by several levels. As for the man who was killed this morning, it's likely he was too stunned to fight back. If the magical beasts on the mountain are all like these silver-spined porcupines, perhaps our team could reclaim the mine." Cromwell's analysis was astute, and Jonathan fell into deep contemplation. The conjectures of Elixia, his own suspicions, and Cromwell's insights all pointed to one conclusion. There was a significant problem within the magical beast population of the mine, one that could determine their survival. Otherwise, as Cromwell had suggested, level 3 to 4 silver-spined porcupines would not display such feeble behavior, easily defeated. Only weakness could explain it all, and weakness indicated that the mine was no longer capable of providing sufficient energy for the silver-spined porcupines, forcing them to descend the mountain in search of food. As for why only solitary porcupines appeared, that remained a mystery. Yet the answers to all questions should lie within the mountain. If they could enter the mine and investigate, the truth would undoubtedly reveal itself. Cromwell, immediately send someone back to the town to summon all remaining members of the guard. "We are heading up the mountain." "Up the mountain? Young master, do you mean?" Cromwell exclaimed in surprise. Jonathan solemnly nodded. "I intend to venture into the lair of the silver-spined porcupines. However, these porcupines do not represent the entirety of their kind. They could merely be outcasts defeated in a power struggle," Cromwell proposed. Drawing upon his considerable knowledge of magical beasts, his hypothesis had merit. "True, your point holds water, but have you noticed? All these porcupines are mature." Jonathan gently kicked the porcupine's tusks with the tip of his shoe. Cromwell glanced over, and with his discerning eye, he immediately recognized the validity of Jonathan's observation. Indeed, the tusks do exhibit characteristics of mature silver-spined porcupines. If this is a battle for dominance, the only fate for the mature porcupines involved is death. Only the aged ones would be exiled. This is a natural law adhered to by all magical beasts, Jonathan asserted confidently, the benefits of his extensive study of the magical beast encyclopedia surfacing. Thus, the most plausible explanation is that the resources in the mine have inexplicably depleted, leaving the porcupines without a source of sustenance, which has incited internal strife among them. Only the strongest silver-spined porcupine has emerged victorious from this conflict and has ventured down the mountain in search of more food. As for what transpired on the mountain, only our ascent will reveal the truth. This may indeed be an opportune moment for us to reclaim the mind. Point one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cub. We must undertake this journey. Chapter 17. The Evolving Beasts. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cub. Repeating these words softly, Cromwell's eyes began to glimmer with determination. He was inherently a fearless warrior, and Jonathan's words had ignited his ambitions. Young master, your sentiments resonate profoundly. Regardless of the circumstances, we must personally investigate the mine. These ruffians have occupied the Moor mine for several years, and their audacity can no longer be tolerated. Paul, return to the town immediately and bring the remaining members of our team, ensuring they are fully equipped and armed with all available ranged weaponry, perhaps influenced by the previous effectiveness of their ranged attacks. Cromwell felt compelled to emphasize this point. An hour later, a hunting squad, with an average of 2 members per ranged weapon, appeared before the long-absent entrance of the Moor mine. The assortment of ranged weaponry they wielded was indeed eclectic. For hunting bows, 3 slings, 2 catapults, and even a blowgun. The most respectable among them was the standard longbow that had fallen to Cromwell, though it paled in condition compared to the older one Jonathan possessed. The region's armament was inherently lacking. Although Barry had crafted a considerable number of weapons and armor for the guard, the bulk of his efforts had been devoted to developing the sewing machine. Thus far, the guard had only recently acquired a standard arsenal comprising longswords, leather armor, small shields, headgear, and battle boots. As for ranged weapons, they were merely remnants from previous stock. Jonathan sighed inwardly. The development of the territory was indeed a long-term endeavor, and he hoped to reclaim the mine today. Success would alleviate their pressing concerns. Young master, everyone is prepared. After checking the readiness of his comrades, Cromwell leaned closer to Jonathan and spoke in a hushed tone. They had reached the depths of the mine, where the lair of the silver-spined porcupines lay before them, and Cromwell could not afford to be careless. Despite the seemingly tranquil surroundings, an unpredictable swarm of silver-spined porcupines could emerge at any moment. Jonathan was acutely aware of the stakes. He gestured subtly, and Cromwell led the way as the group stealthily entered the mine. To their surprise, after traversing to the mine's end, the vigilant Jonathan encountered not a single beast. However, the scene within the mine was far from reassuring. On the contrary, it was chillingly gruesome, as the conditions could only be described as horrific. Deep within the mine, they initially discovered a couple of silver-spined porcupine carcasses. But as they ventured further, the bodies multiplied. Upon reaching a vast cavern in the middle of the mine, they were astounded to find the ground strewn with corpses. Some bore fresh bloodstains, while others had already begun to decompose. Notably, these porcupines appeared smaller than those they had encountered on their journey. It seems your conjecture was not mistaken, young master. The beasts descended from the mountain likely due to the lack of replenishing energy within the mine. Furthermore, it appears that infighting has indeed occurred, as those that ventured down are evidently the strongest. Acknowledging the relatively fresh corpse of a silver-spined porcupine, Cromwell spoke with admiration. Prior to entering the mine, he had harbored doubts about Jonathan's deductions, but the current circumstances aligned almost perfectly, prompting him to regard the young lord with newfound respect in addition to obedience. No, this is not infighting. Jonathan shook his head. Approaching the comparatively fresh corpse and crouching beside it, he gently propped the porcupine's head up with his longbow and called for Cromwell to come over. Take a look. Not infighting. Cromwell, bewildered, crouched down to observe, and suddenly exclaimed, "What? How could this be?" The shocking sight that astonished Cromwell was the very reason Jonathan deduced that the carnage within the mine was not the result of infighting. A dark, hollow cavity was conspicuously present at the back of the porcupine's head. The edges of this cavity were remarkably smooth, devoid of even a trace of blood, suggesting it had been swiftly pierced by some sharp object. An act of considerable force and speed. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Cromwell's gaze was fixated on the bottom of the hollow. As a former hunter, he instinctively understood that there should be a magical beast's crystal core nestled within. The crystal core, capable of bestowing ample wealth upon the hunter, lay hidden deep within the creature's mind. However, at this moment, the hollow was entirely vacant. The core was nowhere to be found. The Monster Encyclopedia states. Jonathan began reciting the description from the tome, that among the same species, they may attack one another, even to the point of death, but they will never consume one another, let alone steal the crystal core embedded within their minds. Unless it is at a critical moment of evolution, when energy is scarce and they cannot travel to find sustenance. The magical beast's crystal cores are cultivated over many years, containing vast amounts of energy, making them the ideal nourishment. Moreover, as porcupines, this energy is of a shared origin, making absorption most advantageous. Cromwell completed the sentence, his complexion growing increasingly grim. If their conjecture was correct, then there was likely a silver-spined porcupine king in the midst of its evolution. Thus far, they had encountered 2 fourth-tier silver-spined porcupines, which indicated that the porcupine king's level was at least 5. Following its evolution, Cromwell dared not ponder further, but having arrived at this juncture, retreating was neither satisfying nor befitting a warrior's choice. The dilemma lay in the fact that, beyond the 20 guard members present, there was one individual who could not sustain any harm. "Young master, I shall lead the others," Cromwell began to speak, but Jonathan interrupted him with a raised hand. Seizing the conversation, "It is not you who will lead, but rather we shall descend together." "But," Cromwell attempted to reason further, yet Jonathan deftly sidestepped the burly captain and made his way deeper into the mine. Reluctantly, Cromwell followed behind, witnessing Jonathan swiftly reach the end. Upon finding nothing unusual, he boldly stepped into the entrance leading to the second level. Whoosh! Cromwell had no time to intervene and hurriedly whistled to summon the team to follow closely. Upon descending into the mine, Jonathan halted, his nostrils twitching nervously as he detected a peculiar scent. Cromwell and several torchbearers trailed behind, shielding Jonathan in the front. Cromwell too caught a whiff of the strange odor and spoke anxiously, "It is the silver-spined porcupines. They are drawing near." Just then, from the shadows not far away, a loud snort echoed, and a massive dark silhouette emerged before them. "Is this the Porcupine King?" Quite majestic, gazing at the creature that had emerged. Jonathan couldn't help but marvel, fully aware that this was the root of all the troubles plaguing the mine. Its body stretched over 4 meters in length, nearly 3 times that of the lesser porcupines they had previously encountered. The long quills adorning its body stood upright, akin to a myriad of poised crossbow bolts in the flickering torchlight. Its resplendent golden hue indicated that it was indeed the current sovereign of this mine. This should not be called a porcupine. It resembles an elephant more closely. While inwardly grumbling, Jonathan scrutinized the Porcupine King. According to the Monster Encyclopedia, its proper designation should be golden-spined porcupine. To Jonathan's relief, the golden-spined porcupine made no immediate aggressive moves upon its appearance, despite blocking their path. It seemed momentarily disinclined to attack these intruders. Jonathan exchanged glances with Cromwell, signaling for everyone to cautiously retreat. At that moment, a rhythmic tremor emanated from the direction of the golden-spined porcupine, drawing both Jonathan and Cromwell's attention to the captivating scene unfolding before them. A pale golden radiance began to emanate from the Porcupine King, forming a luminous circle that gradually expanded into a dazzling illusion of a porcupine, pulsating in a rhythm of light and shadow. The vibrations harmonized with the golden light's flicker, each flash sending rippling golden rings across the mine's floor and walls. As Jonathan and his companions stood in awe, a burst of white light shot forth from the Porcupine King's body, instantly dispersing the layers of expanding pale golden rings and illuminating the mine in a blinding brilliance, compelling all present to close their eyes for an extended moment before they could reopen them. It is a transcendent evolution. Cromwell, possessing greater knowledge, recognized this extraordinary phenomenon, something not documented in the ordinary Monster Encyclopedia, having only heard of it in jest during conversations with elders. To witness it firsthand within the mine was beyond his expectations. "What is a transcendent evolution?" Jonathan asked, rubbing his eyes. Unfortunately, Cromwell was too enraptured by the spectacle to hear Jonathan's inquiry. "Indeed, it is a transcendent evolution. It has now evolved from a golden-spined porcupine to the most formidable of the porcupine-type magical beasts." "The golden-crowned Porcupine King," Cromwell murmured, his gaze fixed on the gradually dissipating halo surrounding the Porcupine King. The porcupine's physique has not only diminished but transformed, now measuring approximately 3 meters in length and slightly over 1 meter in height. Its form has shed the characteristic bulkiness of a typical porcupine, becoming instead elegant and elongated. exuding a sense of dynamism and explosive power. Were it not for the multitude of golden quills standing erect across its body, one might more aptly describe it as a wind wolf. These alterations are secondary. Atop the Porcupine King's head, a striking golden bone crown has emerged, wider at the top and tapering downwards with smooth edges. Resembling a triangular shield, the central lower part of the crown stands a slightly curved horn, about half a meter in length, subtly gleaming with a metallic sheen. Jonathan is reminded of the triceratops he once beheld at a paleontological exhibition. Noting that unlike herbivores that grow crests merely for defense, this golden-crowned porcupine king appears to embody a frenzied aggressor. Jonathan gasps in disbelief, questioning how such once-in-a-century fortunes have befallen him. Faced with this perilous creature, he gestures for everyone to silently retreat, hoping to escape unnoticed. As they back away, Jonathan's mind races, piecing together the events of the past few days. Low-tier magical beasts cannot directly absorb energy from ore. They rely on accompanying flora or crystals to replenish their energy for evolution. However, the growth of these companion plants and crystals is often slow, which explains why only high and super magical beasts possess fixed habitats, while mid to low-tier beasts roam and migrate. Unfortunately, the mines of Ravenhold have become a refuge for a group of silver-spined porcupines undergoing an evolutionary process. The higher the tier of the magical beast, the greater the energy required for advancement, often necessitating the search for multiple energy sources to amass sufficient energy for a complete evolution. This time, by sheer coincidence, the golden-spined porcupine has accumulated the energy needed for its evolution at the copper mines of Ravenhold. However, due to the immense energy required for its ascension to the Golden Crown, it has drained nearly all the accompanying energy plants and crystals from the mine, and most of its fellow members have been killed for their crystal cores. Some of the stronger ones that attempted to resist were defeated, while those fortunate enough to escape were forced to descend the mountain, resulting in the magical beasts invading towns. What should we do? Cromwell leaned close to Jonathan, whispering his inquiry. Jonathan's earlier display of intelligence and decisiveness prompted Cromwell to unconsciously seek the young lord's counsel. What else can we do? Run. This thought dominated Jonathan's mind. The current situation had surpassed his worst fears. A mere level 5 dual-element magical beast, the golden-spined porcupine, was already more formidable than the purely water-type lake rice monster. Now, with the emergence of super-tier advancements, regardless of how many levels it ascends, even the lowest level 6, it was beyond the capabilities of the hunting boar squad and this novice thief to confront. He could only hope that this super-tier golden-crowned porcupine would need time to digest its evolutionary gains and refrain from pursuing them immediately. Fortunately, Jonathan had more knowledge about escape than the others. Fleeing was a fundamental skill for a competent thief. Regrettably, opportunities for practice were scarce, and he wondered if his last-minute preparations would suffice. Nonetheless, Jonathan remembered the special preparations he had made prior to his arrival. Those items should assist him in fleeing more successfully, perhaps even yielding unexpected results. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Just as Jonathan was devising strategies to extricate himself from danger, the scene he most dreaded unfolded. Crash, crash! The golden-crowned porcupine, which had been quietly resting in the center of the cavern, stirred. With each movement, debris that had fallen from the ceiling due to the tremors cascaded off the Porcupine King. The frequency of its shaking increased, and the debris gradually formed a cloud of dust. With a muffled thud, as Jonathan and the others looked back, a vague silhouette emerged from the dust. The golden-crowned porcupine had awakened. Run! Jonathan shouted, turning to flee. Moving faster than the wind in that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Porcupine King lunging toward him, its newly reshaped form granting it swifter speed and more agile movements. Realizing the Porcupine King was charging directly at him, Jonathan's heart raced. There was no time to dodge. He concentrated all his strength into his legs, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, despite his utmost effort. Jonathan had no confidence in evading the Porcupine King's onslaught. It was the fastest speed he had ever witnessed. Bang! The anticipated deadly blow did not strike Jonathan. Cromwell emerged from the side, his great sword intercepting the charging Porcupine King. The 30-kilogram sword clashed against the golden crown of the porcupine with all of Cromwell's might, yet it failed to withstand even a single strike. Sending both man and sword flying in opposite directions, while the Porcupine King merely paused momentarily before resuming its pursuit of Jonathan. "Damn it, why is it fixated on me?" Jonathan cursed aloud as he fled. Fortunately, thanks to Cromwell's timely intervention, he managed to dash back to the lower level of the mine just in the nick of time. The moment his foot touched the ground of the first level, Jonathan swiftly reached for the pouch at his waist, thoughtlessly scattering its contents toward the tunnel entrance behind him. It is said that legendary heroes, when pursued by formidable foes, would scatter a handful of lime powder to blind their pursuers, a tactic that has proven infallible. Without pausing to choose his moment carefully, Jonathan hurled the powder and dashed forward. A woo roar. A chilling howl erupted behind him, and Jonathan's heart leaped with joy. His judgment was indeed correct. The Porcupine King had arrogantly assumed its superior speed would allow it to easily outpace the other fleeing team members. Fixating solely on him, the fastest among them, it appeared that the golden-crowned porcupine's intelligence had not advanced. In its eyes, capturing the swiftest prey would render the others inconsequential, bolstered by its significantly enhanced abilities after the evolution. The Porcupine King charged past the slower members of the group, recklessly ascending to the upper level of the mine without a hint of caution. This allowed the lime powder Jonathan had scattered to fulfill its purpose. The lime powder struck the Porcupine King's face, and unlike a sword or spear that it could easily deflect, this was something it could not evade. A flurry of white powder clouded its vision, and the Porcupine King cried out in pain, its crown flashing with golden light. The once straight trajectory transformed into chaotic swerves in the pitch blackness, yet its speed remained as swift as ever, crashing against the walls of the tunnel and causing stones to tumble from above. Despite suffering significant damage, the Porcupine King pressed forward with relentless determination. Its innate ferocity, ignited by the turmoil, rampaged through everything in its path, as if intent on reducing all to mere dust. The unyielding charge of the creature sent chills down Jonathan's spine each time he glanced back. "I can't avoid using my trump card any longer." Jonathan gritted his teeth, pulling the backpack from his back to his chest. Reaching inside to retrieve a black rectangular leather pouch, he tore open the strings binding it, grasping one end of the pouch and tossing it carelessly to the ground. What Jonathan had thrown was a collection of long spikes, tightly bound together, their sharp tips radiating outwards like petals. This device, known as an iron caltrop in Jonathan's original world, was a perilous weapon intended for thwarting pursuers and impeding their footsteps. Jonathan's intention was to replicate the effective and economical defense weapon, the iron caltrop, which had proven its worth in countless ancient battles. Regrettably, time was short, but fortunately, Barry's experience and ingenuity allowed him to create a temporary substitute using the long spikes in a brief span. After discarding the caltrops, Jonathan burst forth from the mine, his speed now exponentially greater than when he had entered. A woo! A woo! The caltrops embedded in the Porcupine King's feet forced it to release its fury through anguished howls. In its wrath, the Porcupine King unleashed erratic wind and earth magic spells, which detonated behind Jonathan, creating bursts of light that resembled a cascade of white and yellow colors trailing behind him as he dashed through the dense forest outside the mine. The caltrop slowed the Porcupine King's previously unparalleled speed, incrementally bringing it to a halt. However, Jonathan's predicament was far from resolved. "Crap, even blinded, it's still relentlessly pursuing me." Jonathan's stamina waned. Though he had recently been exercising and running with the guard squad, it paled in comparison to the sheer exertion required to escape at this moment. The intense physical exertion left him breathless, struggling to maintain his pace. In a desperate attempt, Jonathan hurled his last caltrop, and the Porcupine King indeed stepped on it, continuing its furious roar. Its speed diminished, yet it remained undeterred in its pursuit. In a moment of panic, Jonathan suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration, cursing himself. The iron thorn indeed inflicted pain upon the Porcupine King, yet it also pointed the blinded creature in a direction, making it aware that the one who harmed it lay ahead. "I am truly wise yet foolish for a moment." Jonathan cursed himself silently for his stupidity. Fortunately, the iron thorns had been entirely discarded, and if he could manage a few more steps to climb up a large tree to hide, the Porcupine King would surely lose track of him. Wouldn't he it? Alas! Just as he pondered this, Jonathan's attention faltered, and his foot snagged on a protruding tree root, causing him to tumble forward with a resounding thud, landing face first in the dirt. Ugh, ugh. Jonathan spat the mud from his mouth. Just as he prepared to rise, a flurry of golden glimmers shot towards him, and he rolled back to the ground in a panic. The Porcupine King had become infuriated. Those golden darts were its ultimate attack. Hearing Jonathan's fall, it unleashed a barrage of golden quills. Thankfully, the Porcupine King still held some restraint, releasing only 5 golden spikes, the fastest of which grazed through Jonathan's hair, severing a patch of scalp. Blood gushed forth, dripping steadily before Jonathan's eyes. The pain made him want to cry for his parents, but as he attempted to rise, his legs weakened, and the scent of blood emanating from his head guided the keen-nosed Porcupine King to him. Casting another terrifying spell upon him. Chapter 18. The brave Jonathan, a whirlwind of slicing winds shredded several large trees before Jonathan, barreling straight toward him. The innate wind-based attack, now enhanced by the upgraded Porcupine King, was far more potent and expansive than the previous minions. At that moment, Jonathan found himself unable to discern an escape route. I never expected that my reign would lead to my becoming mere meat for the Porcupine King's minions. Just as Jonathan closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in anticipation of the impending blow, a series of unusual wind sounds reached his ears. These were more ferocious than the Porcupine King's wind blades. Along with this gust was a fierce stream of heat that brushed past his cheek. What is this? Jonathan, feeling the burn on his skin, opened his eyes once more. The wind blades had vanished. And had it not been for the scattered wood debris, the horrifying scene might have seemed like a mere illusion. The Porcupine King, which should have lunged at him, began to retreat slowly, its back, sides, and forelimbs charred and smoldering, with faint flames still flickering within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of fireballs soared by like shooting stars, pinning the Porcupine King in place. However, unlike the baked fish of Lake Rice, the upgraded Porcupine King did not succumb easily, especially with the prominent golden bone crown atop its head, functioning as a protective shield. With each fireball that struck, a semi-spherical golden glow emanated from the crown, countering the crimson inferno. The fireballs were powerful, and in an instant, the golden radiance was shattered, yet almost simultaneously, another golden light surged forth in the blink of an eye. 5 golden glows emerged, completely nullifying the threat of the fireballs. Fireball magic. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a certain great sorcerer's first appearance. Jonathan turned abruptly, and indeed, the figure of Alexia, clad in a white robe, stood not far behind him. Jonathan forced a smile, but Alexia was too busy launching attacks at the Porcupine King to spare a glance at the fallen lord. "Husband, are you all right? Does it hurt?" A gentle, melodious voice emerged from behind the icy mage, and Jonathan squinted to see Nana's little head peeking out from behind the white robe. Seeing his little wife filled Jonathan's heart with joy. But before he could speak, a burst of white light enveloped him. This radiant light was composed of countless points smaller than the tip of a needle, swiftly surrounding Jonathan's body entirely. What is this? Accompanied by the shimmering points was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Jonathan felt a warm, lazy sensation emanating from his core, spreading throughout his entire being, as if he stood in a green meadow, caressed by a gentle spring breeze, with all pain, fatigue, numbness, and lethargy whisked away without a trace. Feeling a slight itch, Jonathan glanced down to see several open wounds healing at an astonishing rate. He touched his head and realized that the bleeding had ceased. Nana, is this healing magic? Jonathan discerned that the white light was emanating from Nana, and with his meager knowledge of magic, he recognized it as a high-level healing spell. Unfortunately, Jonathan would not receive an answer, as Alexia hurriedly pulled Nana back behind her, evidently worried for her safety. Be careful, the Porcupine King is still dangerous. As if to validate Alexia's warning, the Porcupine King, previously suppressed by the fireballs, suddenly raised its head, and new changes appeared upon its bone crown. The rhythmic golden glow condensed into a single point, quickly forming a chick-sized, earthy yellow orb at the front of the crown. Alexia immediately sensed the immense threat, clasping her hands before her chest as a luminous barrier rose to shield herself and Nana. Despite being a fire magic user, she effortlessly invoked a light-based defensive spell exclusive to the church, the Holy Light Shield. With a series of light barriers summoned one after another, Jonathan watched as Alexia's figure became somewhat hazy. This was merely to allow time for her subsequent spell, for high-level magic could not be cast instantaneously, and the incantation time increased with the magic's potency. Elixia reached for a pendant hanging from her neck, which bore a blood-red gem capable of significantly shortening casting time. Although Jonathan had not witnessed the Porcupine King's ascension, the mere appearance of that earthy yellow orb conveyed the immense threat it posed. To be prudent, she decided to cast a newly mastered 7th-level fire spell, Heart of Earthfire. Elixia tightly held the red gem. Her eyes gently closed, her full, sensuous lips parting slightly as a somewhat cold yet alluring voice drifted into the air. Boom! The earthy yellow orb suddenly flickered with lightning, summoning a dark thundercloud from nowhere. A bolt of lightning descended from the cloud, striking directly toward Elixia's head. Yet, the sorceress seemed oblivious, keeping her eyes shut and continuing her incantation at a leisurely pace. Hey, be careful. Despite having unwavering faith in the Ice Queen's abilities, Jonathan couldn't help but call out. Nana, hiding behind Elixia, was also frightened, letting out a startled cry, which only heightened Jonathan's anxiety, fearing for their safety. Alas, he felt powerless amidst such a magical battle, cursing his lack of skill. The lightning struck above Elixia, shattering the previously summoned holy light shields, leaving the sorceress in a precarious situation. Just then, Elixia opened her eyes, her lengthy incantation concluding with the final syllable. Go! Elixia pointed, releasing the powerful fire spell. Heart of Earth fired, a massive column of flame erupted from the ground where the Porcupine King stood, engulfing it entirely. Ayo! The Porcupine King emitted a wretched scream, desperately trying to escape, but the flames confined it tightly, leaving it bloodied and battered as the fire blazed upon its body. Jonathan soon caught the scent of roasting pork. After struggling for a moment, the Porcupine King, now charred, finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground and twitching before its limbs flailed erratically in a final death throe. Seeing the Porcupine King crash to the ground, Jonathan's anxious heart finally settled. He let out a breath of relief, struggling to rise and express his gratitude to the Ice Queen for her assistance, only to be momentarily blinded by a flash of light that invigorated him. Humph, have you seen enough? Elixia huffed heavily, prompting Jonathan to chuckle sheepishly and reluctantly avert his gaze, though he still sneaked glances her way. Just before its demise, the golden-crowned Porcupine King unleashed its full potential in a final lightning strike, shattering Elixia's protective barrier completely. Had it not been for the Heart of Earthfire, the outcome would have been uncertain if given another chance to strike. After casting the spell, Elixia nimbly evaded the descending lightning bolt. However, the sheer force of the strike was overwhelming, creating a crater where she had stood and singeing her outer robe and inner skirt. The majority of her right thigh and entire calf were now exposed, revealing her delicate, fair skin, voluptuous curves, and long, slender legs, with her ankles tantalizingly accentuated. Under the evening sun's slanting rays, her skin took on a subtle golden hue, blending freshness, allure, purity, and a hint of hidden charm. The contrast seemed paradoxical, yet together they formed a strikingly harmonious and natural aesthetic, an intoxicating beauty that stirred the most primal desires within a certain wayward lord. Still watching. This familiar warning, coupled with the suddenly vanished scenery, finally jolted Jonathan's memory of the time he had furtively gazed at Elixia's bosom. Instinctively, he took a step back, preparing to concoct an appropriate excuse when a sweet, youthful voice chimed in, like a celestial melody, rescuing him from his embarrassment. Husband, husband, come quickly. What is this? What treasure, my dear? Don't rush, my wife. I'm coming right away. Hee. Jonathan suddenly raised his voice and dashed towards Nana, the he intended for Elixia, whose eyes were already ignited with dangerous sparks, about to erupt. The icy demeanor on Alexia's face seemed to deepen, but if one looked closely, a slight blush could be seen blooming on her fair ears. What is this? Jonathan found himself entranced as he gazed at the peculiar giant egg that Nana carefully cradled in her palms. The golden-crowned porcupine is viviparous, right? This can't be its egg, but is that creature male or female? As he took the strange egg from Nana's hands, Jonathan examined it from every angle while mumbling to himself. Lacking knowledge, all high-level magical beasts are oviparous. Only low-level ones are viviparous. The cold, yet sensuous voice came from the Ice Queen sorceress. Nana, brimming with excitement, added, I know. It must be in the nurturing stage. High-level magical beasts require a nurturing phase to absorb the magical elements from nature before they are born, so their offspring retain an egg-like form until then. It's documented in the magical tome my teacher gave me. Indeed. Alexia affectionately patted Nana's head, but then cast a disdainful glance at Jonathan. Hee, Nana is truly clever. Jonathan chuckled awkwardly, ignoring the sorceress's frosty attitude. He continued nonchalantly, why not invite the esteemed sorceress to identify which magical beast this egg belongs to? Could it truly be from the golden-crowned porcupine? No, it cannot be. It was not the sorceress who denied it. But Nana! She snatched the peculiar egg back from Jonathan, stroking it as she exclaimed, look at these beautiful patterns, just like the clouds in the sky. How could it possibly be from that ugly, clumsy golden-crowned porcupine? Ha! Amused by Nana's innocent words, Jonathan was about to assert that the golden-crowned porcupine king was indeed quite handsome when the ice sorceress interrupted him. Indeed, this is not the egg of a golden-crowned porcupine. Seeing Alexia's face and tone affirming, Jonathan couldn't help but wonder, could it belong to those little pigs? In truth, Jonathan found the patterns on the egg somewhat familiar, resembling the ancient cloud patterns of China. He preferred to believe that such a uniquely patterned egg would eventually give rise to a legendary high-grade magical beast. Certainly not. Alexia dismissed the question with disdain. Then what is it? Jonathan displayed a sincere eagerness to learn. This? I also do not know. Alexia's unexpected reply took Jonathan aback, and he almost stumbled, realizing that even this cold sorceress could be caught off guard. However, I can assure you that this magical beast egg belongs to a high-level magical beast and is an extremely rare and precious variety. But I will need to consult the Magical Beast Compendium for specifics. Alexia rarely volunteered explanations, and aside from magic, her knowledge was indeed extensive. However, the sheer variety of magical beasts was overwhelming. Whether it be the Denali Magical Beast Encyclopedia, the esteemed collection of Beast Mastery from the Royal Library, or the coveted Magical Beast Compendium held dear by the Sorcerers Guild, there were certainly tens of thousands of entries. Even with her expertise, it was impossible for her to recognize every single one. Can I take it home? I believe it will surely hatch into a beautiful little magical beast, just like the eggshell. Nana's large, innocent eyes sparkled as they flitted between Jonathan and Alexia. Both were helplessly ensnared by the overwhelming charm radiating from Nana, and they unconsciously nodded in agreement. If you desire it, keep it. Jonathan's acquiescence stemmed purely from his indulgence of Nana. Any magical beast will regard the first creature it sees after hatching as its parent, so there shouldn't be any danger. The sorceress's approval was considerably more pragmatic, already contemplating future scenarios. Yay, that's wonderful. As if she had received a precious treasure, Nana hugged the cloud-patterned egg tightly to her chest. Life is truly wonderful, in the distance. Wisps of gentle smoke rose from the town, curling upwards beneath the gradually setting sun, resembling a beautifully painted scene in his heart. Witnessing such a picturesque moment, Jonathan, who had narrowly escaped death, couldn't help but exclaim, Nana, what would you like for dinner? I'll ask the cook to prepare it for you. Jonathan affectionately stroked Nana's hair, feeling elated. At her age, she had yet to fully grasp the perils of the world, despite witnessing the brutality and savagery of the golden-crowned porcupine king. Her heart was filled more with excitement, especially after seeing the wounds on Jonathan's body completely healed by her high-level healing spells. Her emotions were reduced to pride and exhilaration for being of use. As for her attachment to Jonathan, it seemed to have deepened through this adventure. Her hands clung tightly to Jonathan's arm, reveling in the closeness. Now, it was no longer just Jonathan protecting and pampering her. She also felt a sense of pride in being able to assist him in some way. Jonathan sensed Nana's reliance. Warmth surged through him, and he paused, his heart stirred by a wave of tenderness. This afternoon had been fraught with events, particularly the life-and-death trial that had brought about changes within him. He began to harbor a subtle feeling towards the quaint town of Longxi. The simplest word, home, unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, feeling remarkably genuine. Why have we stopped? We still need to return home, Nana inquired. Puzzled by Jonathan's hesitation. Yes, home. We are going home. Jonathan tightened his grip, lifting the young girl into his arms, quickening his pace toward the manor, as a melody of silver bells echoed from his embrace. Dancing lightly along the gravel path outside the town, witnessing this scene, Cromwell and the members of the guard displayed smiles, sharing knowing glances that conveyed mutual relief. Cromwell gazed with admiration at Jonathan striding ahead, then couldn't help but glance at the quietly walking Alexia beside him, a look of respect instantly gracing his face. When he had dashed out from the mine, he had just caught sight of her breathtakingly powerful strike. Understanding that the perfect outcome of the day was due to the sorceress's exceptional magic, Alexia, oblivious to the unspoken respect emanating from the captain of the guard, was instead focused on Jonathan's receding figure. Her crescent-shaped brows slightly arching, her expression somewhat peculiar. Since their rescue on the mountain, Nana had remained firmly in the Lord's grasp, leaving Alexia to walk behind Jonathan alone, perhaps due to the angle. The sorceress's view was frequently interrupted by the Lord's affectionate embrace of Nana. In fact, while instructing Nana in her magical studies, she had often, both intentionally and unintentionally, reminded the young girl that Jonathan was not a particularly reliable individual. Though her efforts seemed to bear little fruit, however, Jonathan's recent conduct had indeed impressed Alexia. Given his capabilities, the courage he displayed was rare. As for his earlier musings, although simple, they conveyed a genuine and unvarnished sincerity. If such reflections emerged from an ordinary person who had just faced life and death, it would be entirely expected. Yet coming from the notoriously frivolous lord, it seemed somewhat incongruous. A flurry of thoughts raced through Alexia's mind. Recalling various tales she had heard during her time in the Ravenhold territory, although she spent her days teaching Nana and rarely ventured out as a high-level sorceress in the service of the supreme god, she had numerous undisclosed sources of information. Jonathan had only recently inherited his title yet had already begun to manifest distinctions in various areas, such as decisively resolving the long-standing occupation of family assets by Goodwin, and the Lord's Guard, which roused the townsfolk each morning, employing training methods never before witnessed. Rumors spoke of a strangely named blacksmith's shop, where an unusual vehicle could travel swiftly without the need for horses. Perhaps I should seize the opportunity to witness this for myself. Alexia was startled by the sudden emergence of this thought. What was happening to her? She was merely tasked with instructing the exceptionally gifted young girl, Nana, and once a solid foundation was established, she would depart. Given Nana's intelligence and capacity for learning, that day would surely arrive soon. Why was she so intrigued by the affairs of this minor lord? It made no sense at all. Alexia's mind grew chaotic. For a high-level sorceress, it was imperative not to be disturbed by trivial matters, prompting her to suppress these thoughts. Upon returning to the manor and having partaken in a celebratory dinner, Jonathan immediately plunged into the operations of Ravenhold Limited, accompanied by Cromwell and the elderly butler. Robinson. Barry, now that the issue of raw materials has been resolved, how long will it take you to produce a sufficient number of sewing machines? Having fortuitously resolved the vexing beast problem that had plagued the territory's development, Jonathan was eager to witness the fruition of his entrepreneurial plans. The diminutive craftsman, elated by the recent good news, eagerly responded, "I have long made the calculations. All other materials have been procured. The assembly line operations, having been refined over the past few days, have dramatically increased production efficiency, and we can now produce approximately 1 sewing machine per day, if we work around the clock. I believe we could manage 2 in a single day." "Very well, Barry. I need you to produce 5 sewing machines within 3 days. Jonathan nodded with satisfaction. Given the current craftsmanship, he could not demand more. After uttering this directive, he turned to his old butler. "Robinson, who is the finest jeweler in town?" "The jeweler?" Robinson was momentarily taken aback, pausing before responding, "Certainly, that would be old Mojid I in his youth. He served as a master craftsman at the largest jewelry store in the imperial capital, the Jewel Pavilion. His skills are considered top tier in the Ravenhold territory and even in the Edinburgh region. He is the sole proprietor of the town's jewelry shop." "Young master, what do you require of the jeweler?" "Ah, I have my purposes. However, if I need his undivided attention, will he be able to oblige?" Chapter 19. An unexpected predicament. Jonathan did not elaborate further. His thoughts revolved around the emergence of sewing machines. He contemplated producing on a larger scale, incorporating decorative items from the original world, adorned with exquisite garments, which would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Yet, akin to the principles of the assembly line, he preferred to keep his designs under wraps until they materialized. Even among his most trusted associates, a prudent habit cultivated in the realm of commerce. "Very well, young master. I shall seek him out shortly. I believe your request should pose no problem. Serving the Lord is the duty of the townsfolk. And besides, old Moji is an old friend of mine and is unlikely to refuse. Thank you for taking care of this matter." With that, Jonathan turned to Cromwell. "Cromwell, at your service." The captain of the guard, still perplexed by the connection between the Lord's inspection of the blacksmith shop and himself, was left in a fog over the mention of assembly lines and jewelers. Nevertheless, obedience was his calling. And upon hearing Jonathan's summons, he promptly stood at attention, saluting in accordance with the latest training protocols. "Your task is to select several lovely young ladies from the town, tall, well-proportioned, and of course, beautiful," Jonathan instructed. "Young master, you wish to—" Cromwell's eyes widened in alarm, fearing that his lord might be falling back into old habits, eyeing the virtuous maidens with intentions of seduction. In truth, Jonathan was not overthinking. He merely recognized the close relationship between the modeling industry and the garment trade. By selecting a group of attractive young women and training them to become models, they could later don the garments produced, showcasing them in style and thereby capturing the attention of onlookers. This would serve as an ideal mobile advertisement for promoting the clothing brand. Regrettably, the urgency to formalize the territory's operations left little time to waste, and Jonathan's primary target market was the nobility, who typically had modest expectations in this regard. However, it was not entirely devoid of personal interest. Jonathan knew that Longshi town was home to many beautiful young women, albeit they often fled at the mere sight of him. Faster than the champions of the 100-meter dash. Yet once they became his models, they would be at his beck and call, and he could perhaps establish some unspoken rules. Jonathan kept this thought to himself. And upon noticing Cromwell's expression, he sternly remarked, "What are you imagining? This is a critical task that you must fulfill." Very well." Cromwell hesitated before acquiescing. Jonathan smiled and patted him on the shoulder, well aware of the source of his reluctance. Stepping out of the grand entrance of Ravenhold Limited, Jonathan envisioned mountains of gold coins awaiting him just beyond the horizon. The initial phase of revitalizing Ravenhold was on the brink of realization. The factory was swiftly constructed, with raw materials continuously arriving from Edinburgh, managed impeccably by Victoria, who alleviated much of Jonathan's burden. One sewing machine after another was manufactured, and workers were trained to swiftly operate simple tasks. Several of the most renowned tailors from the Edinburgh region relocated to Longshi town, residing in the spacious accommodations provided by Jonathan, designing the latest and most fashionable garments, all of which bore the signature Longshi. Longshi was a brand name conceived by Jonathan, who intended to leverage the commercial knowledge acquired from the original world to transform Longshi town into the fashion hub of the entire Raven Kingdom and even the continent. Under Jonathan's guidance, the garment factory quickly opened its doors, and the first batch of 50 sewing machines began clattering away, resonating in Jonathan's ears like a beautiful symphony. "Ha! 500! Jonathan panted, his arms numb, feeling as though they no longer belonged to him. Completing 500 push-ups was an inconceivable feat for Jonathan in the past, yet under Cromwell's tutelage, his physical prowess was rapidly advancing. Upon returning from the mines, Jonathan recognized his own frailty and, in a moment of introspection, significantly increased the intensity of his training. In addition to having Cromwell assist him daily, he occasionally sought advice from Alexia on meditation techniques. Under Cromwell's guidance, Jonathan endeavored to challenge his limits with each training session. His regimen alternated between physical training and meditation, with the intensity of his workouts even surpassing that of the guard members, leaving Cromwell astounded. "Young master, you should have some bird's nest." Rachel offered a steaming bowl of bird's nest. Her concern evident, Jonathan, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, understood that without adequate rest and nutrition, he would likely collapse. He accepted the bird's nest and gulped it down, feeling a measure of relief. "Cromwell, let us engage in some practical sparring." "Young master, perhaps you should rest a while." Cromwell hesitated. "Do you doubt my abilities?" Jonathan flexed his arms, showcasing the small muscles he had recently developed, an immediate testament to his arduous training. Reluctantly, Cromwell donned boxing gloves and faced Jonathan. "Be careful." Jonathan sprang forward. Darting toward Cromwell's open center, Cromwell blocked the attack with his fist, attempting to shove Jonathan aside. Initially, during their sparring sessions, Cromwell's strength would have easily sent Jonathan sprawling. However, this time, Jonathan unexpectedly grasped Cromwell's arm, using his momentum to propel himself, landing a punch on Cromwell's shoulder. Ugh, Cromwell winced. Jonathan's strike was indeed unforeseen and carried considerable force, catching him off guard. How do you like that? Still underestimating me, Jonathan declared triumphantly after landing a hit. Let us go again. Cromwell, ignited by Jonathan's competitive spirit, assumed a defensive stance, no longer dismissing his opponent. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, but ultimately, Cromwell's battle-hardened experience prevailed, swiftly bringing Jonathan to the ground. Ha! Ha! Have I made progress? Jonathan gasped. Lying on the ground, Cromwell, also slightly breathless, earnestly nodded, Young master, your progress is remarkable. If you continue training like this, in 2 or 3 years, I fear I shall no longer be your match. By the way, your techniques are quite peculiar. How did you come up with them? Ah, it's the mind of a genius, one you wouldn't comprehend. Jonathan chuckled, knowing that the peculiar techniques Cromwell referred to stemmed from the combat skills found in the Thieves' Codex, which often yielded unexpected results in practice. You truly are a genius, young master, Cromwell remarked, his praise sincere and heartfelt. Observing from the sidelines, Rachel, upon hearing Cromwell's commendation, gazed at Jonathan with a glimmer of admiration. Lost in thought. What? Not a single piece sold. How is that possible? Jonathan sprang from his chair, but upon seeing the elderly butler's face of helplessness and shame, he quickly attempted to regain his composure. Patiently inquiring further, why did nothing sell? Did our display and performance fail to attract any attention? Or was there a flaw in the designs? Perhaps the quality was compromised. That shouldn't be the case. You brought out a total of 50 garments. Surely they can't all have issues. Neither of those options is viable. The clothing has garnered significant popularity, and our models' performances have been quite successful, even causing quite a stir, the old steward lamented with a sigh. Jonathan maintained a composed demeanor, patiently listening, hoping to uncover the root of the issue. Since our arrival in Edinburgh, we arranged for the models to tour the main streets in an open carriage for 3 consecutive days, showcasing twice daily, both morning and afternoon. Following your instructions, we also rented a luxurious estate in the suburbs, often used for country gatherings, to host a dedicated fashion demonstration, inviting officials, nobles, clergy, and affluent merchants from within Edinburgh to attend the performance and the subsequent reception on the afternoon of the 3rd day. What was the outcome? Jonathan inquired, as this was a marketing strategy he had often employed in his previous world. Although not infallible, it was a novel approach in this realm, and he was confident it would yield positive results. The citywide parade had already captured considerable attention, and shortly after noon on that day, the estate's entrance was bustling with carriages. The old steward's description allowed Jonathan to vividly envision the grandeur of the event, yet he could not fathom why. Amidst such spectacle, not a single piece of clothing had been sold. If everyone seemed to enjoy themselves and found it intriguing, why did no one make a purchase? Jonathan was consumed by confusion, regretting that he had not personally gone to Edinburgh to oversee the sales. I cannot comprehend it either, Robinson confessed, equally perplexed in truth, after witnessing the exquisite garments meticulously crafted by the sewing machines and adorned by old Moji's skilled hands, which epitomized the perfect union of artistry and practicality. He shared the Lord's optimism, believing their Edinburgh venture would undoubtedly yield countless orders. Robinson had even fantasized about the noble ladies and gentlemen eagerly surrounding him, vying for the limited stock he possessed. Yet reality proved entirely unexpected. In fact, there was an earl who expressed interest in purchasing old Moji's exquisite ornaments, as well as the intricate jewelry adorned by the models. But he showed no inclination toward the clothing. I refrained from making a commitment on the spot, but I did take note of the earl's name and the estate's address, Robinson stated, presenting a notebook respectfully before Jonathan. Only selling ornaments and jewelry? Upon hearing this news, Jonathan was torn between laughter and tears. He had envisioned the garment industry as a pathway to prosperity and his first fortune, yet it had culminated in such a predicament. Not only was there a lack of appreciation, but there was also a desire for mere embellishments added to enhance value. Truly, Jonathan's mind was inundated with curses, yet he could not betray his disappointment in front of Robinson. lest it undermine everyone's confidence. Though he felt deeply disheartened, witnessing the weary old steward's expression of remorse compelled Jonathan to suppress his disappointment and offer a few kind words of consolation. Gesturing for Robinson to take a rest. "Is there anything else?" Jonathan inquired, noticing Robinson hesitating at the door, as if he had more to say. Curiosity piqued, Jonathan pressed on. The old steward hesitated, worried that sharing additional reports might exacerbate Jonathan's already troubled state. Robinson feared that the newly tempered Jonathan, who had begun to achieve beneficial endeavors, might suffer a dual blow, uncertain of how much more he could endure. "What is it?" Jonathan furrowed his brow. "Is there something amiss within the territory?" "Well, it's not a grave matter. It's regarding Dragonstream Gazette." Robinson ultimately decided to disclose the information to his lord. "As you know, the free trial distribution ended last week. This week, the Gazette has transitioned to paid sales. But the sales have not been encouraging. I wanted to inquire if we might print fewer copies this time." "Sales are poor." Jonathan's expression darkened, and suddenly a realization struck him. He quickly regained his composure and spoke as if reassuring his old steward. "That is not a cause for excessive concern. I recall that during the free distribution, we had at least hundreds of copies per issue, and some even sought us out specifically for the Gazette afterward. The popularization of such a novel product requires time. Although subscriptions are currently limited, they will gradually improve. By the way, how many copies are sold each issue now?" The steward's countenance grew increasingly anxious rather than reassured by his lord's comforting words. "The last 2 issues of the Gazette sold only 9 copies. And regarding the advertisements you mentioned, not a single inquiry has been made." 9 copies. Upon hearing this figure, Jonathan nearly leapt from his seat. The clothing was priced quite high, with each piece costing at least a dozen or 20 gold coins. So their unsold status was somewhat understandable. However, a single issue of the Dragonstream Gazette, priced merely at a copper coin, equivalent to the cost of a small loaf of bread, had only sold 9 copies, indicating a significant problem. 9? Well, at least we have cultivated 9 loyal readers. The rest will come in due time. Jonathan muttered to himself in a bid for self-comfort, but the old steward promptly extinguished his flickering hope. Not 9, but rather, 1. Out of those 9, 2 were subscriptions from the town's post station for external promotional purposes. 5 copies were delivered to nobles in Edinburgh and the capital who have a close relationship with the Ravenhold family, requesting their assistance in disseminating it within upper-class and mainstream social circles. Additionally, 1 copy was sent to Pastor Fran. These were all executed per your instructions, consisting of free gifts and internal transfers, thus cannot be counted as genuine subscriptions. Jonathan's expression darkened further with each word of the steward's account. He had assumed that newspapers would be well received, especially given the success of the free distribution in earlier issues. Yet he had not anticipated such a stark decline in interest once a fee was introduced. 1. Very well. Who is this individual? Jonathan responded with resignation, realizing that the situation was far more challenging than he had envisioned. It is Sandros, a bard who has long resided in the town. He previously made a living by entertaining patrons in taverns and inns with his stories, and it is said that since the inception of the Dragonstream Gazette, he has incorporated much of its content into his daily tales. However, according to the servants who have heard him perform at the manor, his narratives contain far more than what is printed in the Gazette. It seems he embellishes quite a bit, Robinson elaborated. Sandros possesses some insight, recognizing the true value of the newspaper, and he is clever enough to weave narratives around current events, Jonathan mused. Wait a moment, a bard? Weaving stories? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Jonathan's mind, and the gloom that had enveloped him due to the series of unfavorable news dissipated like clouds after a storm. Newspapers are non-essential consumer goods. Poor sales indicate an issue with the paper itself. The only factors that could stimulate the desire to purchase are novelty and entertainment. Given the limitations imposed by the lack of long-distance communication methods, all content was confined to the small locale of Dragonstream Town. Moreover, in a town of merely 1,000 inhabitants, how many interesting occurrences could possibly transpire? One could easily count them on their fingers. Even if some news trickled in from the post house, inns, or returning merchants, by the time it reached the townsfolk, it had already lost its freshness due to the time consumed in typesetting and printing. Since there was no competitive edge in timeliness, Jonathan considered an alternative route. He envisioned tabloid-style publications. Regardless of the time, such newspapers filled with gossip and curiosities are perpetually in demand, as for the bard Robinson mentioned. He thrived by fabricating tales and legends for generous rewards. If he can survive by spinning stories, why can't I increase the Gazette's sales through storytelling? An idea began to take shape in Jonathan's mind. He recalled the enchanted expression on Nana's face when he recounted the tale of the three little pigs. Jonathan had read several popular storybooks of the time and occasionally overheard snippets of the most beloved tales from bards. In terms of content, structure, techniques, and the tension of the plots, these stories paled in comparison to those he had encountered in his original world. Holding memories of superior stories far beyond this era was Jonathan's greatest advantage. Though he could never become a bard and personally share his tales with the public, that did not preclude him from creating a fictional bard to disseminate the fascinating stories he knew far exceeded those of this time. The Dragon Stream Gazette would undoubtedly serve as the optimal medium for this dissemination. Splendid, Robinson. Thank you. This is the best news I have received today. Jonathan's face radiated with uncontainable excitement. Robinson, observing Jonathan's sudden surge of joy after a period of contemplation, was left utterly bewildered. He cautiously scrutinized Jonathan's expression for some time, ultimately concluding that his lord was not driven mad by the distressing news. Robinson hastened to summon the printers to commence their work forthwith. We must double the quantity of the newspapers already printed and prominently feature the following statement on the front page of each. Jonathan seized a piece of paper and, with swift strokes, inscribed his words, which he then thrust into Robinson's hands. Robinson lowered his gaze to find the following lines: unprecedented freshness, extraordinarily captivating, relentlessly thrilling. Attention, everyone. An extraordinary tale that transcends all your experiences and challenges the entirety of your imagination is about to grace the Longxi Daily. Special notice: this story is exclusively gifted with the Longxi Daily, featuring a first installment with double the narrative, double the excitement. Stay tuned. It's an opportunity not to be missed. Master, what is this absolutely exhilarating tale you speak of? Is it the legendary battle between the gods and dragons, or perhaps the ancient tale of the giant shooting the moon, or the elves repairing the heavens, or? The old butler rummaged through the annals of his life, recounting every story he had ever heard that might align with the master's description, only to be met with repeated headshakes, akin to the rhythm of a clapper. Desist from your wild conjectures. I assure you, the story I intend to pen for the Longxi Daily is entirely novel, something no one has ever heard before. Well, perhaps some elements may bear a semblance to reality, but the entirety of the tale's progression and its conclusion will remain beyond your wildest guesses. A mysterious smile spread across Jonathan's face. His words were not mere whims. In truth, it was only moments ago, upon realizing his intention to craft the story himself from behind the scenes, that he had identified the first fitting subject to exploit, a hint of which came from the ancestors of the Ravenhode family. Jonathan had not forgotten the signature on the cover of the Thieves' Codex, Thief Star Ravenhode. For Jonathan, the title of Thief Star conjured an immediate association not with the Ravenhode family, but rather with the character known as the Flea on the Drum, one of the 108 heroes of the Water Margin, who ranked last among them. The Water Margin, chronicling the legendary exploits of these 108 heroes, had withstood the test of time. This timeless masterpiece has always attracted a vast readership, and it would surely be no different in the Alpha Continent. Jonathan planned to draw inspiration from the Water Margin, intertwining it with the legends of the 108 noble families that established kingdoms in the Alpha Continent, to craft a fantastical rendition of the Water Margin. Ignoring Robinson's inquiries, Jonathan began to arrange matters. The initial editions of the Longxi Daily will be distributed free of charge. The first 5 installments will also be complimentary. From the 6th edition onward, we will charge a fee, so be sure to print a sufficient quantity. Sufficient quantity, 200 copies. 200. Jonathan gently shook his head. 500.100 copies to be sent to the capital for distribution, with the remainder to be published in Edinburgh and Longxi Town. I believe there will be considerable interest. Jonathan spoke with determination, as if he could already glimpse the dawn breaking after overcoming adversity. In the days that followed, apart from continuing his training, Jonathan confined himself to his quarters. Robinson had already followed Jonathan's instructions to advertise in the Daily for 5 consecutive days. Everyone loves free offerings, and thus the content of the advertisement became widely known. Almost everyone in Longxi town was aware that an extraordinary story was about to appear in the Longxi Daily, rumored to be even more enchanting than the most wondrous tales recounted by wandering minstrels. The printers had heard of a story to be published but were unaware of its authorship. That night, they were roused from slumber by their foreman. Bleary-eyed as they received the manuscript, they worked diligently to print the newspapers, some hurrying to deliver them to the post station, while the foreman kept one copy, still imbued with the scent of ink. Before long, the printers noticed their foreman clutching the newspaper, his expression shifting from solemnity to smiles. As if caught in a whimsical wind, approaching with curiosity, they peered over to see the foreman engrossed in a story featured in the supplementary section, its title emblazoned in the largest font, The Genesis Legend, the 108 Stars of the Celestial Guide. Chapter 20. Striking it rich on the morning the residents of Longxi town beheld the title of this story in the Longxi Daily, a legend even more captivating than the tale itself began to unfold. As Jonathan had anticipated, the townsfolk, who had never encountered such an intricate narrative as the 108 Stars of the Celestial Guide, were indeed drawn in, and the day's newspapers were nearly snatched away in an instant. That morning, many townsfolk found themselves unable to attend to their work. Some shared a single newspaper among several individuals, while others trailed behind those who possessed one, eager to borrow it. Many rushed to the post station only to learn that there were a limited 200 copies available each day. And to secure one, they must arrive early the following morning. Jonathan strolled through the town, discovering that the most significant news of the day revolved around the tale of the 108 Stars of the Celestial Guide. During their leisure, everyone engaged in animated discussions about the day's plot, speculating on the developments to come. 5 days later, the Longxi Daily began charging a fee, with each copy priced at a single copper coin. That day, all 200 copies distributed in Longxi town were sold out. Edinburgh experienced a similar frenzy, with demand for the newspapers far exceeding supply, prompting the printing presses to operate day and night in a desperate attempt to meet the overwhelming demand of the townsfolk. Observing the geometric increase in newspaper sales and the ensuing tide of wealth, Jonathan found himself alone in his room, laughing with unrestrained joy. That moment, Jonathan regained his confidence, believing wholeheartedly that his initial grand scheme for wealth would not falter. However, the clothing project, once deemed a primary focus, languished in neglect, leaving Jonathan with a sense of dissatisfaction. Thus, each day after completing his training and the story of the day, Jonathan would indulge in the splendid garments. Seeking to uncover the root of the problem, why do such exquisite creations fail to capture anyone's interest? Even if my experience is lacking, the tailors are undoubtedly the finest. The designs are flawless, the embellishments impeccable, the quality unmatched. Why is there no one to purchase them? His fingertips traced the exquisite decorative lines, akin to the delicate markings of a natural spirit, as he lovingly brushed away the non-existent dust from a low-grade ruby embedded in the carriage beam. Jonathan sighed, having uttered similar sentiments at least 80 times over the past few days. "Dear master?" The dwarf Barry took a hearty swig of ale, belched contentedly, and then spoke with a deep, resonant voice. "Even if they haven't sold yet, you should still have faith in your vision." Barry's tone remained imbued with the confidence of old, as he extolled the virtues of the sewing machine, praising each component in a flood of words. He could only articulate how exceptional the sewing machine was, utterly oblivious to the nuances of clothing sales. Jonathan dismissed him, unwilling to waste his breath on the uncomprehending. In truth, given the world's level of craftsmanship, Jonathan recognized that the product itself was undoubtedly sound. Yet, a good product does not guarantee marketability, and what concerned Jonathan most was whether the garment industry could indeed yield profit for him. Jonathan's mind was troubled. In recent days, they had meticulously examined the completed garments, analyzing and even disassembling them time and again, yet they remained unable to discern the secret behind their lack of sales. Is the Lord once again pondering the matter of clothing? Still without an answer? Amid his worries, Victoria entered from outside, instantly discerning that the two men had once again entrenched themselves in an intellectual impasse. Barry, typically brimming with confidence regarding his craft, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Although he did not comprehend the current situation, he feigned understanding to avoid embarrassment before his wife. "Indeed," Jonathan replied. Noticing Victoria clutching a stack of account books, he casually inquired, "Have you been reconciling the accounts again? Since her appointment as the manager of Ravenhode Limited?" And with her salary linked to the company's profits, Victoria had diligently fulfilled her responsibilities, particularly in matters of financial transactions, taking a hands-on approach. Each time Jonathan visited the company, he was greeted by the sight of her industrious efforts. Yes. Master, I just returned from the post station. I could have come back sooner, but I encountered a marquis passing through, which delayed me for quite some time. What? Did those noble lords give you trouble? Victoria was at least a woman of average beauty. In Barry's eyes, she was the most exquisite goddess, deserving of utmost reverence. Before she could finish her thought, the dwarf leapt up, nearly reaching Jonathan's forehead. Hey, why the rush? No, they didn't. Victoria shot her husband an exasperated yet playful glance, calming Barry's impulsive reaction. Yet, Jonathan perceived her seemingly reproachful tone as a source of joy. It was the Marquis who wished to rest at the post station and requested a luxurious room. But as you know, the post station in Lungshi town is quite small. Where could we possibly find such a room? Even here, Victoria paused, glancing at Jonathan, and seeing no particular reaction from him, she continued, the post station typically only accommodates ordinary couriers and travelers, providing only basic rooms. The staff could only prepare a standard room for the Marquis, ensuring it was clean and stocked with additional supplies. Isn't that a straightforward matter? The post station's actions were quite appropriate. How could it delay your accounting? Jonathan queried in confusion, while Barry seemed to glean something from the exchange, remaining silent. If it were an ordinary person, there would certainly be no issue. However, the individual in question happens to be a noble and indeed a high-ranking one from the capital. Does this have anything to do with nobility? Could it be that nobles have any special demands? A sudden realization struck Jonathan. There was something in Victoria's words that resonated with him, yet he could not quite grasp it. The Marquis has yet to make an appearance, but his steward is exceedingly displeased, claiming that the inn is making things difficult for the nobility. He insists that nobles would never deign to share accommodations with commoners, as that would be a disgrace to their status. At this juncture, Victoria mimicked the steward's tone. My lord is of noble birth. How could he possibly reside in a common room? That would be an affront to his identity and reputation. Should you dare to propose such an idea again, beware of the consequences for your disrespect. Do you not understand that even an uninformed child of a high-born noble cannot engage in the same activities as a commoner? In any case, you must find a way to bang. Victoria's narrative was abruptly interrupted by a resounding crash, as Jonathan slammed his fist against the wall with such force that the entire room seemed to tremble. Young master? What is the meaning of this? The Barry couple exchanged anxious glances and whispered. Jonathan sighed heavily. I now understand why the garments are not selling. You know, what is the issue? Barry eagerly inquired. Jonathan slowly shook his head. This does not concern you. It is my fault? How could that be? Your designs are the most creative and perfect I have ever seen. I cannot be mistaken. Barry exclaimed excitedly. Thank you. Jonathan approached the dwarf, gently patting him on the shoulder in gratitude for his sincerity. My designs are flawless, but my concepts are flawed. Observing the growing confusion in the Barry couple's eyes, Jonathan managed a bittersweet smile as he explained, from the very beginning, I overlooked the most significant characteristic of luxury goods. They are ostentatious yet impractical. As a noble, as one who possesses wealth, status, and standing, how could they possibly wear the same attire as the common folk? As Jonathan spoke, he began to pace the room, finally arriving at a realization that was half self-reproach and half enlightenment. The designs of those garments are commendable, yet they entirely violate the hedonistic principles of the nobility. While young nobles may have an interest in clothing, as the steward remarked, they are bound by their status and family traditions, preventing them from making such purchases independently. This explains why some are intrigued by our crafted ornaments yet refrain from acquiring entire garments. I see. The Barry couple simultaneously exhibited expressions of enlightenment. Based on their understanding of the nobility, Jonathan's assessment was indeed the crux of the matter. What a pity! What a pity for the perfect design, such exquisite craftsmanship, and such splendid embellishments. This is not something you need to concern yourself with. Barry, how are the developments with the tires? Have you managed to install them on the vehicles? Jonathan, having gained clarity, was beginning to devise a solution for the garment industry. Barry replied, Young master, I almost forgot to mention. The rubber makers have already shaped the tires, and I have devised a method for installation, including the air inflation technique you suggested, which is truly ingenious. Excellent. Well done. Bring it to me at once. Jonathan nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance as various troublesome matters began to fall into place. Barry went to the back room and soon returned, struggling slightly as he lifted a tire that was only a bit shorter than himself before forcefully slamming it onto the ground. Bang! With a muffled thud. The rubber tire bounced a few times before wobbling and coming to rest on the floor. Not bad. The resilience and elasticity are quite commendable. Jonathan approached and examined it, satisfied with the quality. Before Jonathan arrived in this world, tires did not exist here. If they were to be widely adopted, they would significantly enhance the comfort of luxurious carriages and greatly improve the efficiency and durability of other wheel transportation. If executed well, this could indeed serve as a lucrative venture. Victoria, you must immediately reward the rubber makers and ensure they sign a confidentiality agreement. This technology must not be disclosed to anyone. As for the pension issue, that can be negotiated. I shall do so at once. I believe they will be more than willing to join Ravenhold Limited. Victoria, being a perceptive individual, did not ask further questions and promptly set off to carry out her task. She was confident in her ability to secure the loyalty of the rubber makers with gold. As Jonathan watched Victoria depart, he turned to Barry. Barry, I know what I must do. I will swiftly create a set of molds for all wheeled transportation so that our rubber tires can be securely and effectively installed, Barry declared with assurance. Patting his chest, Jonathan laughed heartily, feeling the weight of his recent troubles lift as the prospects for his territory's industries began to clear. With the skilled Barry in charge and Victoria assisting as the manager, the future of Ravenhold Limited indeed appeared bright. While the Barry couple busied themselves with the tire industry, Jonathan found himself with little to occupy his time, providing him a rare opportunity to focus on his training. Meditation? Why would the Lord take an interest in such matters? The well-fed Fran stroked his round belly, somewhat distracted. After each meal, Jonathan would introduce Fran to one of his admirers, which left Fran somewhat preoccupied, speculating whether today's admirer would be a mature woman or a neighborly girl. Hasn't Nana been studying magic lately? I need to maintain some common ground with her. Jonathan had long since devised his reasoning. I see. Fran then earnestly began to share the secrets of meditation with Jonathan. Meditation is the cessation of conscious activity, entering a state of self-forgetfulness. Fran's opening statement bore resemblance to the teachings found in the Thieves' Codex, as it encompassed fundamental knowledge. However, for Jonathan, who had little understanding of magic, this was immensely practical. Many of the obscure terms found in books became clear through Fran's straightforward explanations. Enlightening Jonathan. For the average person, perception and thought are difficult to coexist. When thought occupies the mind, perception fades. Upon entering a meditative state, thought naturally disconnects. In this state, consciousness is devoid of thought, leaving only perception. The activities of the subconscious become more acute and lively, which is the source of a magician's mental power. Jonathan was not interested in the power of magic. Rather, he was keen on the source of a thief's strength. Meditation could provide thieves with the purest and most concentrated mental focus, allowing them to enhance their physical strength, agility, and explosive power, attaining combat capabilities comparable to warriors and magicians. After explaining the method of meditation, Fran eagerly rushed off to meet his admirer. Jonathan, filled with excitement, returned to his study to begin digesting the newly acquired techniques. For several consecutive days, Jonathan confined himself to his room, apart from physical training. He continuously sought to improve his concentration and focus. To his delight, although he occasionally struggled with maintaining focus, he seemed to possess a certain aptitude for meditation, quickly discovering a small trick. Particularly, Nana was also undergoing similar training with Alexia, allowing them to exchange experiences. After more than 10 days of immersion in self-forgetful training, Jonathan began to truly appreciate the joys of being a thief. I am hidden. Jonathan stood in the corner of the room, maintaining steady breathing and striving to relax his mind, feeling his mental power continuously elevate. He sensed his body becoming almost ethereal, dissolving into the air. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Jonathan called out. Robinson entered but froze at the threshold, looking around in confusion. Young master, where are you? Although Jonathan was less than 3 steps away from Robinson, he seemed utterly invisible. Jonathan extended his hand and waved it in front of Robinson, who remained oblivious. "Remarkable," Jonathan exclaimed, feeling exhilarated. He had finally grasped the fundamentals of his stealth technique. However, in his excitement, his concentration wavered, and Jonathan's figure immediately reappeared. Robinson turned to see Jonathan standing beside him, his face beaming with excitement, and instinctively rubbed his eyes, pondering whether it was time to acquire a pair of reading glasses. Robinson brought Jonathan good news. During the days Jonathan had been engrossed in training, under Victoria's adept management, the tire business had been launched and was rapidly yielding positive results. The wooden wheels outfitted with rubber tires exhibited significant improvements. Passenger carriages now moved more steadily and comfortably. Handcarts became lighter and bore more weight, and all-wheeled vehicles became more practical due to the advent of tires. The tires achieved remarkable success in a short time, swiftly spreading from Longshay Town to Edinburgh, and gradually throughout the entire region. Meanwhile, the garment industry, after Jonathan promptly adjusted its direction, began to flourish vibrantly. Numerous high-end garments from the Ravenhold brand, meticulously crafted for the aristocracy, have garnered their favor. Opulent and elegant, these creations prioritize exorbitant prices over practicality, perfectly aligning with the consumption patterns of the nobility. In stark contrast, the original Longshay brand collection has eliminated superfluous embellishments, evolving into attire accessible to the common folk. With its relatively modest pricing and superior craftsmanship, it has also garnered immense popularity. Thus, the clothing industry flourishes, bringing in substantial profits, and Jonathan's smile blossoms like a flower. Consequently, the name of Ravenhold Limited is introduced to the public for the first time. While the legendary young Viscount Jonathan, known for his reckless demeanor, regains prominence in the Edinburgh region alongside the promotion of tires and two prominent fashion brands. This marks Jonathan's inaugural appearance in a positive light. With a gleeful expression, Jonathan scrutinizes the monthly income and expenditure report for the estate that Robinson has presented. "Excellent. The situation is quite promising. At this rate, within 6 months, I shall be able to repay all my debts. I appreciate your hard work." "It is my duty," Robinson replied, bowing deeply, yet he did not take his leave as usual. Master, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" "I hope it is not more bad news." Despite the estate and company thriving, Jonathan felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing the old steward's hesitance. "Oh no, it is not bad news, not at all." Robinson hastily waved his hands. "This matter should indeed be a positive development, but I feared you might think I was acting presumptuously since I had not consulted you beforehand." "How could that be?" "Robinson, you have been the loyal steward of the Ravenhold family for many years, managing the estate with utmost diligence. Even if you were to err, I would not hold it against you." Jonathan's curiosity was piqued by Robinson's unusual reaction. He had been preoccupied with training the skills of thieves lately and had scarcely paid attention to what the old steward was up to. It seemed Robinson had not been seen around the estate for a couple of days. And when he inquired about Rachel, he learned she had gone to Edinburgh to visit an old friend, which he had thought nothing of at the time. Reflecting on it now, he recalled something peculiar in Rachel's expression. Perhaps she already knew something significant. "Do you recall when I mentioned that before you become the official lord, you may marry 4 wives? Of course, I remember." Jonathan's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the old steward was about to address this very matter? This was, after all, something he had been most eager to explore since arriving in this world. Listening to Robinson, he wondered if he was about to propose. "I have brought you a candidate, a young girl who meets the criteria excellently." "Criteria?" "Well-rounded, good childbearing qualities. These are the requirements set by previous lords of Ravenhold for selecting their wives. Having resided in Longshay Town for quite some time, you should be aware that the family line has not been particularly robust. Though you have won the affection of your subjects, the old lords cannot be overlooked." Robinson elaborated, yet Jonathan realized he had forgotten much of this. Before the old lord passed, his will stipulated that if Jonathan did not have children within 3 years, he would have to cede the lordship to his brother Chris. Poor Chris, having recently regained his freedom after 3 months of confinement, posed no real threat to Jonathan, who had asserted his dominance. Nevertheless, Robinson's point was valid. The old lord's will was clearly documented, and Jonathan could not brazenly contravene it. Moreover, with Nana still too young, Seeking a woman of ample proportions to bear children seemed the most prudent course of action. The old steward added, "The young lady I have found for you, Miss Jeer, is a beautiful and well-educated girl. Young and beautiful, splendid, splendid." Jonathan's eyes sparkled. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to experience such delights. Especially recently, as he pushed his physical and mental limits daily, he had little inclination for other pursuits. However, upon hearing Robinson's words, images of Rachel's allure and Alexia's grace danced in his mind. This Miss Jeer hails from the city of Pilu in the Noir region. A descendant of local nobility that has fallen on hard times, her family. Before Robinson could finish his introduction, Jonathan, brimming with anticipation, interjected, "Robinson, could you bring Miss Jeer to me at once? The highest deity teaches us that rumors are but mist, and only what we see with our own eyes is the truth." "Yes, master. Miss Jeer is waiting outside. I will fetch her immediately." "Hurry, hurry," Jonathan urged eagerly. Robinson departed with a pleased expression, and moments later, a knock echoed at the door. "Enter," Jonathan called out, his eyes wide with anticipation, eager to behold the second wife Robinson had chosen for him. Good heavens, what a vision of beauty! The girl who entered alongside Robinson was strikingly radiant, her delicate features and graceful figure captivating Jonathan's gaze, particularly her shapely legs and curvaceous form. "Is this the Miss Jeer you spoke of?" Jonathan sprang to his feet, swiftly circling the table to approach her. In his haste, he knocked over 2 hefty oak chairs and kicked aside a soft leather footstool, oblivious to the chaos. "Excellent, marvelous, truly splendid." As he beheld Jeer, Jonathan repeatedly uttered simple expressions of admiration. He rudely appraised her from head to toe, his gaze ultimately landing on the ample proportions Robinson had specifically mentioned, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. "Indeed, that form is quite alluring. If only I could—" Jonathan found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, yearning to embrace Jeer immediately. "Master, what do you think?" Robinson sensed something amiss in Jonathan's gaze, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "I find her to be perfect. Let us wed tonight, Jeer. What say you?" Jonathan declared with gravity. A blush graced Jeer's cheeks as she replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, "As you wish, splendid." Jonathan's thoughts soared to the prospect of their wedding night.